3 years ago, Earth unexpectedly entered an era of spiritual energy rebirth. People began to actively explore new possibilities, and some acquired superhuman abilities. A young man faces betrayal from Lin, whom he considered his ally. He asks her what's happening now. The girl taunts her defeated opponent. Lin demonstrates absolute superiority as she prepares to deliver the final blow. Rin was playing with her blade in boredom, waiting for Yuto, and then he appeared, walking straight through the air towards them on the rooftop. Yuto coldly confesses to killing Shinji's companions. The man savors the moment, prolonging the final scene. Shinji clenches his fists, trying to stand. Drops of blood mix with the earth, but his will is unbreakable. The man in the suit laughs at his efforts. He doesn't care whether the guy forgives him or not, because his plan ends very soon. He walks up to Shinji and kicks him off the roof of the building. Yuto screams that he wishes for a quick death. Shinji falls and sees a crowd of monsters just waiting for him to quickly land in their open mouths. He remembers all the friends he invited to the party. He understands that it was because of him that they died. Lin turns away indifferently, as if what's happening doesn't concern her. She's already mentally focusing on new tasks. Before he dies, Shinji vows to destroy the traitors. His last words echo across the empty battlefield. Shinji vows revenge on those who wronged him in his next life. His voice trembles as his end approaches. The boy's body falls lifeless into the monster's mouth. Darkness envelops him, but somewhere in the depths of his consciousness, a strange light shines. The mysterious system materializes before his eyes. Shinji carefully touches the holographic interface, feeling a tingling sensation in his fingers. Shinji woke up in the past, a month before the disaster. The young man looked around the familiar room in surprise, trying to understand what had happened. The subject analyzes new possibilities. Memories from a past life suggest how to act more effectively. Shinji notices faint traces of spiritual energy in the air. No one else notices the impending changes. Shinji studies information about mutations in plants and animals. He plans to collect rare spirit fruits before chaos ensues. Meteor showers and aurora borealis become harbingers of change. The young man notes each anomaly in his diary. The system offers a choice of development path. Shinji confirms the decision without hesitation, recalling past mistakes. Shinji trains to control flames. The first sparks gradually turn into controlled flames. The purple crystal dissolves in the palm of his hand, filling his body with energy. The young man feels his physiology change. The young man realizes he's been given a second chance. His thoughts are focused on revenge and achieving absolute power. He shatters the purple crystal in his hand and gains all of its power, preparing to use it here and now. Shinji demonstrates the power of the fire element. Yellow flames surround him, reflecting his incredible increase in power. Suddenly, the phone rings and he sees the inscription, Tamura Lin, the same one who betrayed him in the future. He answers, and on the phone, Lin demands a large sum of money from the young man. The young woman yells angrily, expecting an immediate transfer. Shinji abruptly refuses, cutting off the conversation. His cold tone shocks Rin, who is used to being submissive. Yuto stands on the sidelines, mocking the situation. The man holds the expensive bag Rin demanded. Rin hangs up angrily, leaving Shinji alone with his thoughts, his voice shaking with unexpected resistance. Yuto asks, "What happened? Did she make her walking wallet angry?" She replies that she doesn't understand what's going on. Lin and Yuto continue driving, flirting with each other as they drive, while our guy is already somewhere planning his next steps. Shinji is in front of another hospital, looking for his girlfriend. He's already been to 3, as he can't remember which one she's in. The boy recalls past events. Mika said her father forced her to take a questionable medicine that destroyed the ice core. Shinji vows to right the wrongs of the past. He will protect not only her, but also her spiritual energy. Mika is admitted to a hospital ward with an abnormally low temperature. Doctors are perplexed by the unstable readings. Nurses work on equipment. Mika's temperature continues to drop despite all attempts to stabilize it. Dr. Lee reviews the patient's medical history. He suspects Mika's condition is linked to spiritual energy, and her father, nearby, begs her to save his daughter. Dr. Lee asks Mika's father about the trip to Iceland. The man is concerned, associating the illness with natural anomalies. He interrupts the conversation, declaring that there is an excess of yin energy. The girl needs to undergo proper treatment and care before it's too late. Mika's father thanks the doctor from the bottom of his heart, and he, in turn, claims that this is just his job. Suddenly, the door opens in front of them and Shinji runs into the room, asking them to wait with the final diagnosis. They don't understand who it is. If the doctor doesn't have students, then it's clearly not one of them. So who? The Med brothers attempt to expel Shinji from the room. He confidently defends himself, demonstrating his knowledge of spiritual processes. Mickey's father listens to the warnings in panic. Shinji insists on stopping the standard treatment immediately. Dr. Lee is shocked by the boy's knowledge of spiritual energy. He demands an explanation, but Shinji refuses to reveal the source of his information. Shinji says it doesn't matter who he is or how he knows about all this. The important thing now is to make the girl wake up. The doctor, surrounded by many other doctors, asks what suggestions the young man might have for treating the girl. He offers a prescription to wake Mickey up, and his calmness contrasts with Dr. Lee's confusion. The ingredient list mentions rare herbs. The doctors listen carefully, remembering every detail. Dr. Lee is shocked by the accuracy of the prescription. He doubts the young man has learned about Eastern medicine, and his prescription is identical to the doctor's. But the guy insists on adding Stardew. The flower is considered mythical, which causes even more controversy. Dr. Lee rejects the idea of using the legendary flower, noting that it can't be found anywhere else in the world. The other medical professionals were shocked and suspicious. This boy with so much knowledge couldn't have said something stupid after his brilliant proposal. Mika's father begs them to find a solution. He's willing to pay any amount so they can buy this flower for his daughter. But the doctor refuses, explaining that this flower is so rare and powerful that it is not sold anywhere in the world. The doctor begins to describe the Stardew flower. Blue petals and silver pollen shimmer on the screen. Dr. Lee recalls ancient texts. The man doesn't believe the flower survived after the spiritual energy disappeared. But Mika's father asks the young man, does this mean his daughter will always be in this state? The young man replies that he should not doubt him. He will find the right medicine and Mika will leave the hospital without a single scar. Dr. Lee asks if Shinji really wants to get the flower, to which he replies that that is exactly what he wants to do. In the infirmary, the young doctor discusses with the old man the strangeness of the situation and the possible luck rather than Shinji's knowledge. Dr. Lee's attitude changes abruptly. After seeing the flower's knowledge, he doubts the absurdity of Shinji's proposed treatment. The young man asks the system to open a point to exchange his points for some item to find the plant he needs. The system offers to exchange points for Stardew. Shinji confirms the transaction without hesitation. Shinji shows the Stardew flower in the box. It only cost him 5 experience points. Everyone around was shocked at how quickly the young man had obtained this legendary flower. And where did he get it from? He asks, do the doctors believe him now? Dr. Lee needs to apologize to him and ask him to treat the girl with this flower. The boy enters her room and sees a long, unconscious girl. All the doctors and Mickey's father are gathered around them. Shinji promises that in this life he will not allow anyone to hurt her or cause her harm. He takes out a blue flower that decorates the whole room with its glow, and the man himself transforms into a man radiant with energy. When the magic flower is brought to the girl's body, everything begins to glow with blue energy and gradually comes back to life. Mika's temperature starts to rise. The nurses check the sensors in panic, in disbelief. Mika moves her fingers weakly and opens her eyes. She recognizes him, and everyone around her is happy that the girl is awake. Shinji warns about the need for rest, his voice firm but relieved. Mika has fully recovered from treatment. His father thanks Shinji, barely holding back tears of relief. Dr. Lee provides recommendations for aftercare. He asks the protagonist to stay and have tea, but he refuses. In response to this refusal, Dr. Lee and Father Mika ask the protagonist to at least say his name so that they know what the hero's name is. He says goodbye to them and introduces himself at the end. His name is Fuji Shinji. After some time at home, the boy studies websites, trying to find one that describes all the stages of cultivation. The system screen displays information about cultivation levels. Shinji studies the description of each stage. He remembers that in the world where he died, there was a war for spiritual energy. When Shinji died, he was only at level 3. We see many drops and splashes of water, as well as a plant growing on the surface of the water. Shinji meditates in an abandoned temple, contemplating his new fire abilities. Yellow flashes of energy envelop his body. In this life, Shinji wishes to dedicate himself entirely to cultivation and reach the highest level. Dr. Lee reports Mickey's case to an influential sponsor. The man in the suit orders that the boy's potential be tested. He explains to Mr. Liu that in the future, as he increases his energy, this guy will cultivate so much energy that he will be able to change the future. The man tasks his henchwoman Yu with monitoring this young man's strength and capabilities. Red talks to Dr. Lee about how, if this is true, this guy would be a great find. The system records the transition to the second level. Control over spiritual energy is strengthened after the first cultivation. Colorful sparks of energy merge into a spiral. The air around them vibrates, heralding a breakthrough in training. The guy thinks, why is the water so dirty if he only washed a day ago? This makes him very sad. He jumps out of the water and runs around the room barefoot, talking about how hungry he is and how he urgently needs to eat. Shinji considers going to a convenience store. Exhaustion from training makes him eat 3 packets of instant noodles in one sitting. Yu watches him from atop a streetlight. The man walks down the street, whistling a tune, oblivious to anyone around him. She looks at his photo and talks to a stranger on the street. Finally, she realizes he's her target. Yu throws a sort of purple disc towards our protagonist, its strength showing that his skills are clearly above the level of a normal fighter. Shinji turns around and sees a purple explosion right behind him, with smoke appearing around it. Suddenly, a monster emerges from this smoke, just like the one that devoured him in the beginning, and is preparing to bite him. Shinji looks at the monster and realizes that the mutations have already begun and his son is in front of him. The monster roars towards the protagonist, leaving behind a shockwave capable of rupturing eardrums. Shinji covers his face, realizing he's a dog, and his mouth stinks. Yu watches Shinji struggle from afar. He dodges several attacks from the mutant dog and fights back. Violet sparks of energy form a glow. The young man strikes a blow that leaves cracks in the stone block. In response, the mutant strikes him with its pointed purple tail, full of fire and energy. It's difficult to dodge, but Shinji manages to do it with great effort and stands in front of the dog, looking at its mutated body and glowing eyes. He tenses, preparing for the monster's attack. He considers how to approach and defeat the mutant first, then the girl behind him. Suddenly, a crazy idea comes to him, related to his new abilities. He jumps abruptly from the ground. He threatens to grill the dog and his hand catches fire, foreshadowing a brutal blow to the mutant. Shinji uses the Flame Emperor's fist technique. The air explodes upon impact, incinerating the mutant creature. A spiral of fire swirls around his hand. The monster spits blood from the force and energy of the blow. Yu stares at this in shock, not understanding what happened or how. How could this young man defeat his mutant? He draws his flaming hand from the monster's body, burning everything in its path and sending tongues of fire around. Shinji turns to the girl and tells her she's weak for him. His hand is already starting to get a little cold. After the battle, Shinji feels ravenously hungry. He runs to the store, as he had wanted to do since the beginning of his journey. The spy doesn't understand how this boy was able to defeat the mutant beast with just one blow. She discusses how easy it is for him to activate the fire attribute, which has the strongest attack of all the elements. The girl runs to the beast's body and can't believe her eyes. What happened there defies explanation. She sees the animal's broken tail and doesn't understand how this could have happened, except maybe that one time. That time, when the tail hit us, our main character did not dodge, but used his body to repel the monster's attack, breaking its tail. The mutant's tail fragment needs to be examined in a lab. You can't imagine how hard his body is for this. Waking up early and looking in the mirror, Shinji feels pain all over his body. This means he's far from perfect and will need to train more. Breaking news about an anomaly on Mount Shiranui. Temperatures reach critical levels, forcing evacuations. Shinji attributes the increase to the awakening of spiritual energy and decides to speed up preparations while the area is accessible. He grabs his things and runs faster to the place to gather as much spiritual energy as possible. Suddenly, he meets a girl on the street who calls out to him. It turns out to be the same Lin. She demands money, threatening to end the relationship, her voice shaking with anger when Shinji refuses to pay. Shinji leaves, leaving the girl alone. He advises her to go to the hospital instead of bothering him. Rin accuses Shinji of being selfish, saying that if he doesn't pay, she will truly disappear from his life forever. He yells at her to leave and never show her face again. His decision is final. Now nothing will distract him from his main objective. A group of hikers argue at the foot of a mountain. One of them insists on continuing despite temperature warnings. The air trembles with heat, creating a mirage on the horizon. Shinji observes the situation, assessing the risks of climbing. Police are warning people about the 27 degrees Celsius heat right on the mountain, using their bodies to create barricades for those who are too curious. Tensions rise when the argument turns physical. People around try to separate the warring parties. One of them throws corn into the fire and it immediately turns into popcorn due to the abnormally high heat there. Suddenly, all the idiots realize that they haven't been fooled and that it really is hot there. The guy sits on top of the bus and understands that that place is really filled with a strong fire energy. Push the shuttle out and fly straight toward the anomaly. If you can absorb all the energy, you'll reach a new level. He falls on his arm and the rest of his limbs right in the center of the anomaly. The surrounding police officers are shocked by the boy's behavior and don't know how to help him. The system detects an abnormal energy spike. The subject feels the energy penetrate every cell, transforming the body. Shinji concentrates fiery energy in his palms. The purple waves of flame absorb the surrounding heat, strengthening his aura. The warm stones beneath his feet merge into glassy patterns. Shinji smiles, realizing a new level of control. The crowd backs away from the edge of the anomaly in panic. Her voice cracks with fear, but the young man continues the risky maneuver. Shinji turns around and realizes he's attracted a lot of attention, sucking all the energy and heat out of the place. Shinji hides in the shadows of the rocks, avoiding the attention of the crowd. His clothes are covered in ash, but his eyes shine with determination. Tourists discuss the unexplained cold snap. Their cameras captured only a fleeting shadow amidst the clouds of steam. A girl shows a video of a flickering silhouette. Viewers debate: a deity, an alien, or a hallucination caused by overheating. Reporters compare Shinji to legendary cultivators. Images of Mount Shiranui are broadcast on every news channel. The red-haired man discusses with his servant the skills this guy demonstrated today and how he skillfully knocked out the mutant. He looks at his card and thinks he should have been recruited into the organization sooner. An influential man in a suit orders his subordinates around. Meeting Fuji Shinji seems like a death sentence. He says he must meet with him soon and his subordinate Yu agrees to his order. Shinji demonstrates progress, reaching the second level of cultivation. His aura pulses yellow, reflecting his increased control over energy. The system screen displays the updated parameters. The participant studies the new possibilities and plans future training. The system marks the achievement of the level with a notification. The young man smiles, feeling a surge of strength and readiness for new challenges. Shinji experiments with creating a weapon from spiritual energy. A blade with a scarlet glow at the edges forms in his hands. The system offers weapon evolution options. The subject chooses a sword, strengthening its blade with a concentration of the fire element. Satisfied with the result, the young man dissolves the weapon. His thoughts are already occupied with finding materials to improve his arsenal. Suddenly he hears a noise and turns to the source of the noise. He asks who came to him in the middle of the night. The strangers in suits approach Shinji. Their leader asks a direct question, checking the data against the portrait on the tablet screen. Shinji clenches his fists cautiously as the man beside him explains the purpose of the visit: to discuss the possibility of joining the Cultivators Association. The young man remembers something about that organization. His gaze slides across the system's hologram, searching for information about the interlocutors. He remembers how in the past he and Mika were helped by a red-haired girl with strong abilities, capable of levitating. At that moment, the conversation is interrupted by a message about a new task. Now Shinji is certain there will be no help, and that he will have to do everything alone. He asks how they heard about him. The redhead says he heard about how he helped cure a girl. Mika is mentioned as a new member of the association. He doesn't think these two people seem to pose any particular danger to him. After a while, the three discuss whether Shinji is sure he doesn't want to join them. He replies that no organization is right for him. The guy says he needs to train himself first to fully restore his spiritual energy. An association representative explains the benefits of membership, supported by examples of other growers who are growing rapidly. Shinji listens with his arms crossed. Memories of his past life make him wary, but the arguments are convincing. Statistics are displayed on the screen: 3 years without progress versus 1 year with support. The subject notes the manipulative nature of the data. Now, both are awaiting the outcome of the negotiations to adjust their future actions. Yu wants the young man to join the association. Shinji asks about the girl's age. Yu answers and asks a counter-question. Why does he care? He doesn't want to offend her and call her a talentless girl, so he tells her out loud that she's a great girl. The association representative boasts about the exclusivity of its members. The young man notices the anxiety in the eyes of the assistant next to him. The red-haired man talks about the many privileges that will be available to him after joining. Suddenly, he receives a call and asks for a minute to talk on the phone. Urgent news. An emergency report about a mutant interrupts the negotiations. Shinji sees panic in the association representative's eyes. The data about the venomous snake is displayed on the hologram. The man is shocked by the snake's level. It's level 2. Its element is venom. The association leader gives the order to seal off the area. His assistant relays the coordinates, avoiding eye contact with Shinji. The discussion is interrupted by the need for action. The young man remains in the hallway, studying the map with the mutants' movement marks. He watches them leave and thinks that in this life, he must not repeat the many mistakes of the past. Strange thunderclaps without rain scare the residents. The homeowner calls Shinji in a panic, describing the anomaly as a curse. Lightning constantly strikes a specific point behind the mountain. The young man analyzes the system data and discovers traces of a rare attribute of spiritual energy. Shinji agrees to help. Before leaving, he checks the crystal stockpile, preparing to face an unknown phenomenon. Kotoge shows Shinji security footage of lightning forming ancient symbols on the mountainside. The young man associates the anomaly with the awakening of the elements. His fingers quickly scan the system's hologram, comparing the data with the legends. Shinji warns of the danger. He points to cases of cultivators who died while trying to control lightning. Shinji ignores the warnings. His decision is firm: to obtain the legendary attribute to increase his power. The system confirms the ability to obtain the lightning attribute. Shinji activates energy absorption mode, attuning himself to the resonance. The boys discuss the feasibility of the mission. Their conversation is interrupted when the ground beneath their feet begins to vibrate from the charges. We see 2 boys and a woman's shoe, who tells them that today is their first mission. One of the boys stands up and asks Ms. Kaori what they are going to do and where they are going. Kaori discusses tactics with the boys. The girl points to the area of maximum energy concentration marked on the map. The world continues to adapt to the revived spiritual energy. Shinji studies the system's new capabilities, noting that his own abilities have evolved. He sees bursts of energy, but the young man ignores them, focusing on analyzing the energy patterns. Achievements are marked by the system, but Shinji is already setting his next goal: mastering rare attributes. The system warns of the risks of absorbing the lightning's energy. Shinji confirms the action, despite the double charge. The hologram demonstrates the lightning technique. The subject feels a tingling sensation in their fingertips due to the energy clots. The acquisition of the ability is accompanied by a flash of blue light. Shinji smiles, appreciating the potential of the new ability. Shinji watches the process, noticing the instability of the energy flows. The air smells of ozone, and his hair stands on end. Meanwhile, we see Kaori and the 2 boys standing with a powerful blast of electrical energy right in front of them. Kaori demonstrates a thermos bottle for collecting energy. Her assistant questions the device's safety, examining cracks in the casing. Tensions rise as Kaori demands the device be handed over. Her voice trembles, but her hands remain calm, holding the device. She stands up and holds the device directly in the direction of the energy, which quickly begins to enter the capsule. Lightning, energy, and light form around them, but that's not all. There's still plenty of energy to absorb later. The boys support their commander, amazed at how skillfully and quickly she absorbs all this energy. The thermos flask cracks, unable to support the load. Kaori recoils in panic and her assistant freezes, eyes wide. She doesn't understand how the spiritual collector couldn't contain all this energy. Those rays are so powerful. One of the guys jumps on Kaori to push her away from the huge explosion that happened right in front of her. The system detects an abnormal power surge. The lightning strikes around it have become stronger and more frequent. With the power out of control, the group evacuates, leaving the broken equipment there. Suddenly, one of them notices something moving in the grass and looks over there, not expecting to see anyone but them. They notice a civilian in this dangerous territory and are confused. What is he doing here? This guy turns out to be our main character. Shinji, and Kaori yells at him to get out of the area, but the boy stays put. His words are lost in the roar of thunder, and his gestures express despair and fear. The young man doesn't react to the threats. His gaze is fixed on the hologram, showing the level of absorbed energy. The entire group watches in amazement as this stranger struggles towards this energy that nearly killed them with an explosion. At that moment, Shinji runs straight to the epicenter of the lightning, smiling, knowing that he will soon receive a new attribute and a lot of experience to gain a new level of power. Kaori watches in shock as Shinji controls the lightning. His assistant drops the device in disbelief. The energy cocoon around the boy pulses with a bright blue light. The air fills with static, making his hair move. The system completes its analysis. The lightning attack has been successfully integrated. Shinji takes the first step toward a new level of power. Shinji vows to become invincible, and his shadow cast by a lightning bolt looms large against the night sky. The system's hologram flashes green. The objective has been achieved. Shinji opens his mouth, and a beam passes through it, granting him new powers. He ascends to the heavens, struck by lightning, and receives no damage to his body. He feels a new strength and looks at his hands, wrapped in energy and electricity. Now he has become stronger. The system suggests combining two types of spiritual energy to attack. Your fingers quickly scan the hologram with calculations, choosing the ideal balance. He agrees, and two different energies enter him, unlocking new fighting style techniques and new capabilities of our protagonist's spiritual power. Shinji analyzes the anomaly through the system. The data confirms that it is a legendary attribute capable of altering the balance of power. After some time, the red-haired man's men discover a giant mutant snake writhing among the rocks. Its scales emit a venomous glow mixed with iridescent flashes of spiritual energy. Yu hands the boys a jade fragment. The artifact emits a soft light, creating a protective field around the boy. The subject tests the ball's reaction to toxic vapors. The green barrier neutralizes some of the toxins, confirming its effectiveness. Before the mission begins, the group synchronizes their equipment. Yu masks his aura, preparing for a stealthy approach. She orders them to begin the mission, and they are ready to find and kill the snake. The entire team enters through the gates of a hangar. It's pitch black, and you can't see a thing. However, Yu soon notices the red glow of eyes in the darkness and depths of the hangar. Someone screams to turn around, but it's too late. A powerful blow with a green aura knocks the entire team down. The snake was revealed in all its glory, a scaly green creature with red eyes, baring its fangs at everyone in the room. The two guys throw some spears directly at the snake, thinking that this will help them resist. Suddenly, the snake becomes completely covered in ice and freezes in the middle of the room in a strange pose. The guys are happy. I think they caught this viper and are ready to finish it off. It's here and now. But Yu is no pushover and understands that everything is bad. She yells for the rest of the group to run and escapes the snake. The snake effortlessly breaks free from the ice, releasing its green venom on everyone around it. By a stroke of luck, this liquid and vapor immediately hit our boys, leaving them unresponsive and quickly falling asleep on the floor. The girl urgently tries to contact headquarters and wants to tell them something about the green snake, but she doesn't have time to finish speaking and falls asleep, as do her companions, because it is unlikely that you will be able to get rid of the respiratory poison with just your hands. On the last page of this chapter, we see a snake coiled around the girl's body, with its tongue hanging out, ready to devour Yu's body. The action shifts to nighttime, near a trailer. There, someone explains the situation to Shinji. Inside, the redhead talks to Shinji. I show him the monitor screen and tell him he's the only one who can help them. Chairman Liu mentions the rare fire attribute Shinji has awakened, and his words reveal his secret observation of the young man's actions. He mentions a green snake that has a poisonous attribute it can use to spread, and that it eliminated some of his men in the hangar. Shinji is suspicious of the surveillance and demands that the monitoring stop as a condition of agreeing to the mission. Liu apologizes, citing safety concerns, and relief dawns in his eyes when Shinji accepts the mission. He also apologizes for sending the mutant dog back and for being surprised that Shinji was able to defeat it with ease. Shinji discovers the mutant dog's provocation. His voice sounds cold, but his posture remains relaxed, demonstrating control. He says this situation was humiliating for them, as people involved in serious business. Lu tries to ease the conflict by offering support. The young man refuses, confident in his own abilities. On the table between them lies a map of the plant. Shinji marks the snake's area of operation, ignoring his interlocutor's nervous glances. Lu insists on reinforcements. Shinji abruptly interrupts him, showing disdain for the resources offered. Shinji leaves the office without looking back, his footsteps echoing in the empty hallway, emphasizing the finality of his decision. We then head to the hangar, and Yu is locked in it, barely opening her eyes, slowly dying from the poison. A giant snake is devouring cultivators in an attempt to evolve. Its scales emit a poisonous green glow, filling the workshop with a toxic mist. Yu analyzes attack patterns across the system. The data shows a critical threat level for the entire region. Yu panics, repeating the coordinates of the weak points. His voice falters as the snake abruptly changes its trajectory. She attacks her directly, releasing more poisonous green mist. Yu stands before her, shocked, unsure of what to do. But at the last second, she activates her ice gun right in her hand and jumps towards the snake, intending to hit it quickly and accurately. And she manages to hit the snake in the area near the head, releasing the purple blood of the mutant snake. Well, before I can fully hit the target, the ice shard in her hand shatters. Her eyes widen in surprise. Nothing can help her now. The snake quickly attacks the girl and she flies to the ground, likely with several broken bones. She watches the serpent evolve in despair. Yu drops the device as the monster begins to absorb spiritual energy from the walls. The system warns of overload. The girl ignores the signal, focusing on finding the creature's core. Shinji recognizes the abandoned factory. The memory of unpaid wages brings a wry smile, but it doesn't distract him from his goal. The girl recognizes him and is shocked to learn how he ended up there and who sent him to help them. He finds the team members trapped, their faces pale and their equipment scattered in chaos, indicating a mission failure. The subject activates the attribute, illuminating the environment. The snake's shadows on the walls appear larger than the threat itself. The injured cultivator begs Shinji to flee, believing he cannot defeat an opponent like this snake. The boy ignores the warning, slowly approaching the source of the roar. Nothing scares him. In front of him is a snake that has already evolved, and he stands before it without a single sign of fear on his face. The snake strikes, destroying the supports. Shinji considers parrying the blow, leaving a charred mark on the enemy's scales. Yu yells at him to back off, but the boy focuses energy into his palms. The air crackles with static, and the shadows on the walls distort under the influence of the elements. Energy beams begin to pulse around your body. The air fills with the smell of ozone mixed with toxic gases. Shinji faces the attack in a dark area. The lightning around his body glows brighter, dispersing the clouds of poisonous mist. The lightning pierces the snake's scales, exposing a weak spot. Shinji reacts instantly, sending a second lightning bolt straight at the target. The mutant snake writhes, trying to hide in the crevice. Its movements become chaotic, and its venomous glow fades under the barrage of attacks. Shinji blocks the path by creating a fire trap. The flames merge with the lightning to form a deadly spiral around the enemy. Yu watches in shock as the monster loses control. Her fingers tighten around the barrier amulet, but she no longer needs help. He tells the girl not to worry about the snake running away somewhere else, and holds the hilt of his sword behind his back. Shinji picks it up and holds it in front of him, extending his hands towards it and imbuing the weapon with lightning and fire energy. He looks at his target with fury, and we see lightning coming out of his flaming eyes. His powers are becoming more and more powerful. Shinji displays two attributes at once. Waves of fire and lightning dance around him, confirming his incredible progress. With one blow, he finished off the snake, and now all that was left for him was to move on. Far away from there. Yu drops the measuring device. Her voice trembles. Not even the association has one like that. The assistant records the data silently, avoiding direct eye contact. The young man calmly deactivates his abilities. Thoughts of future missions are already overshadowing the current victory. The association is analyzing data on Shinji. The holograms show abnormal energy spikes that don't fit standard graphs. Lu examines the report, pinching the bridge of his nose. His assistant whispers, "If he joins the rivals." But the sentence remains unfinished. A recording of the battle appears on the screen. The silence in the room is broken only by the hum of the servers. At the meeting, They decide to stop spying on Shinji. Liu insists he'll come in person when he's ready. Yu, a junior agent, is tasked with making contact. Liu tells her she should become this boy's girlfriend. The system studies data on the awakening of spiritual energy and identifies anomaly zones where new control methods are planned to be tested. The goal is to understand power distribution patterns. Many also discuss the need to notify residents of power surges. But on the other hand, there are opinions that this cannot be done. After all, there is a risk of sowing panic among all residents. The debate continues, with one side saying the warning could have prevented many casualties. But a police officer said the incident at the factory was successfully resolved without any public notification. The red-haired man looks at all this and is shocked to see how the adults cannot reach an agreement among themselves, even though they understand that the situation is difficult. He shouts loudly for everyone to be silent, and everyone is silent, waiting to see what the master will say. Liu leads a meeting discussing the implications of revealing information about spiritual energy. His voice is tense but confident. Shinji is mentioned as a key participant in the events. Those present discuss the balance between safety and public panic. The suggestion of using anomalous zones for testing evokes mixed reactions. The subject writes down the arguments, avoiding direct comments. The map shows energy awakening points. Liu suggests turning them into research sites, observing public reaction. The man analyzes the risks through the system. The data shows a potential increase in conflicts, but the young man remains neutral. Many support the idea, highlighting the possibility of data collection, and the assistant silently adjusts the hologram's parameters. Liu insists on Shinji's inclusion in the association. The debate over his position divides the meeting into two groups. Shinji mentions the awakening of two attributes, shocking his opponents. Yuto stands in the corner, whispering to Rin, "He's more dangerous than he looks." The decision to conduct the test is unanimous. Liu hides a smile, anticipating new possibilities. Shinji's test was designed as a skill test. The conditions include areas with unstable energy and interaction with newcomers. The young man analyzes the requirements, frowning skeptically. The system highlights the plan's weaknesses, but he decides to participate. Liu smiles and pretends that they themselves chose Shinji to be included in the organization. Their plan went as planned. Shinji wakes up early in the morning and hears a noise that distracts him from sleep. He stumbles upon the food theft. His face remains impassive, but the energy around him pulses slightly, revealing his irritation. Now he goes and thinks he is already poor, and now a thief in his house can steal the last thing he has. He opens the door and prepares to beat up the thief who dared to break into his shabby apartment. His face is full of rage. Yu appears at Shinji's house disguised as a cooperative person, her calm tone contrasting with her tense posture. Shinji demands an explanation. He thinks she was sent again because she was spying on him and becomes furious. The girl reveals that she was sent to live with him, but hides the association's true motives. Liu hands Shinji the test requirements. Shinji flips through the documents, noticing discrepancies between the stated objectives and the actual tasks. Mika is mentioned as a participant. Shinji's demeanor changes abruptly, agreeing to the test. His gaze becomes colder. Ayu notices the change in behavior. His fingers quickly type a message as the boy studies the map of the location. The test details include low energy zones. Shinji doubts their safety, but hides his thoughts behind a mask of indifference. Mika appears on the list of participants. The young man involuntarily clenches his fist, remembering her connection to the association. Ayu notices his reaction. Her questions remain unanswered, but she jots down her observations for the report. The test participants gather in the training area. Liu looks at everyone, his presence being the deciding factor in their participation. The testing program is interrupted by an announcement of impending cataclysms. The man watches as excitement grips the group, but remains unfazed. The Lord explains to everyone that today he will introduce X to one of the most powerful cultivators to become his captain. Kaori wonders where he went. She gives in to memories of the past. She remembers talking to a guy and how he disappeared in a flash. Her interlocutor says it's impossible. Suddenly, a guy with tattoos on his arms distracts her and asks what she's thinking about. Kaori makes a warning gesture to Yoshi, but he turns away ostentatiously. She says she's waiting for the captain and is interested in what he looks like. Yoshi Ken stretches his arms out in preparation for his meeting with the captain. His ironic comments about the rich kid make some of the crew laugh. He raises the team's fighting spirit and says he will show the new captain who is strong and calm here. The team's composition is displayed in a hologram. The system highlights the profile of Yoshi, a former criminal with the wind attribute and a tendency toward rebellion. Shinji studies his subordinates' weaknesses, focusing on tactics to neutralize threats without direct conflict. Finally, they arrive and the red-haired man introduces all the cadets to their new captain. Shinji stops a meter away from everyone. Purple sparks of energy extinguish the gusts of wind, creating a zone of silence around them. Mika looks at him and thinks he's probably the same guy who helped her at the hospital. Kaori realizes it's him, the same guy who disappeared in the lightning back then. She realizes he's a truly powerful cultivator. Liu continues to introduce him, but suddenly someone in the crowd starts shouting, distracting everyone from the ceremony. The red-haired gentleman realizes that it is Yoshi who is shouting and asks, "What's the problem?" Yoshi attacks first and asks if the master is confident in the man's abilities, since he seems very weak and no one listens to him. Our main character smiles and asks if Yoshi wants to test him, to which he replies that of course he would like to test this weakling's skills. Shinji ignores the taunts about his power level. His gaze is cold and his hands clenched into fists, ready to respond to the challenge. Yoshi taunts Shinji by waving his arms, his face contorted in a grimace of aggression, his voice drowning out the sound of the wind. The boy remains calm, assessing his opponent's movements. Energy beams flicker faintly at his fingertips. The conflict scene is interrupted by a strong gust of wind. The group freezes, awaiting the captain's reaction. The red-haired gentleman stops Yoshi, grabbing his fist at the last second before contact with Shinji. Does he say that Yoshi will defend the honor and people of the association later? If not, why does he hit the new captain? He backs off and makes excuses about how he wanted the new captain to show off his skills. The association members debate Shinji's competence. Some admire his feat with the snake, others call it luck. Liu interrupts the discussion with a reminder of discipline. His authoritative tone silences the room. He tells how the young captain saved Yu by single-handedly defeating a giant snake. Everyone is shocked and in disbelief at the battle. The briefing begins with a warning of mortal danger. Kaori points to a hologram of the thorn beast. Shinji studies the combat tactics, observing the creature's weak points. His fingers slide across the system interface, adjusting his strategy. The group whispers nervously. Yoshi smiles, ignoring the safety rules. The team arrives at an area with abnormal energy. Shinji examines the area but finds no trace of the monster. Yoshi insists on immediate action, his impatience contrasting with the caution of the other participants. The subject perceives strange vibrations underground. The system registers hidden energy impulses. Mika looks around anxiously, sensing a growing threat. Something is wrong around her, but she doesn't understand exactly what. The energy around the torso pulses more intensely with each step the rebel takes. Everything around glows, and energy flows from all sides. Shinji forbids anyone from approaching the ancient tree. His voice is harsh, but Yoshi blatantly ignores the order. Yoshi mocks Shinji's caution, and his jokes about a walking tree elicit nervous laughter from some of the crew. The boy ignores the provocations, giving clear orders. Energy beams form a barrier around the group. Yoshi was sent to look for traces of the monster, her fingers trembling as she touched the tree bark. Yoshi is preoccupied with the idea of leveling up. His hands touch the trunk, trying to absorb the tree's energy. The branches move suddenly, dropping leaves. Shinji turns abruptly, feeling an ancient power awaken. Yoshi gets excited thinking about the girls who will shine for him after leveling up with this tree. They sit around this tree and try to absorb all this energy. Mika asks Shinji about the team's safety. His voice trembles, but the boy answers confidently, hiding his tension. Shinji continues his risky experiment with the tree. The young man watches him, ready to intervene at any moment. Shinji listens to the criticism about the events on the mountain. His interlocutor becomes irritated, but the young man remains calm, avoiding direct conflict. Energy rays are barely perceptible around his hands, revealing the tension within. The apology sounds formal, but his gaze remains cold and distant. The conversation is interrupted by a system beep. Shinji uses this as an excuse to leave the conversation, leaving his opponent confused. The training area is filled with dense spiritual energy. Shinji encourages the team to use their resources, but he himself remains on the sidelines. The girl mocks his passivity. The boy ignores her provocations, analyzing the energy flows through the system's interface. Mika joins the group, her ice attribute creating a contrast with the heat of the surrounding elements. The tree suddenly comes to life, grabbing the team member with its branches. Cries for help echo through the forest, mixed with the sound of snapping branches. Shinji reacts instantly, sending lightning bolts toward the base of the tree. The sparks burn the bark, causing the tree to break free. Yoshi freezes in indecision, his bravado fading in the face of a real threat. An injured participant crawls to safety, his face contorted with fear, his clothes torn, and his hands shaking with adrenaline. Yoshi creates a wind barrier, blocking the ancient monster's path. Kaori throws a healing amulet, stabilizing the victim's condition. Yoshi finally joins the fight, but his wind attacks only slow the enemy down a bit. One of the group members tells Yoshi to be careful and look around, but he doesn't have time and is suddenly cut by a branch. Liu's warning comes true. The tree's branches transform into thorny tentacles, attacking the group from all sides. Yoshi is pinned to the ground, his confidence shaken and his eyes wide as the stake drives toward his chest. Shinji intercepts the attack, sacrificing his protective barrier. A bolt of lightning envelops the enemy, forcing him to retreat into the forest. Yoshi sits up and hisses angrily, saying it's him again. It's that nasty Shinji in front of him. Shinji gives the order to retreat. His voice is firm, for behind him are the people he protects. The rescued fighter trembles, clinging to Shinji's sleeve, gratitude in his eyes mixed with remnants of horror. His voice is firm, drowning out the monster's roar. To betray one's own is an eternal shame. Yoshi, overcome by the captain's strength, falls silent for the first time. Waves of energy shake the ground, but the group pulls together. The young man's determination becomes a shield for everyone. Shinji stands in front of the imminent threat, shielding his companions. Lightning and flames envelop his hands, creating a shimmering barrier. The young man nods silently, looking away at the smoke on the horizon. Purple sparks fly toward the tree, protecting the team above all else. A member of the group trapped in a tree shouts words of gratitude to the team captain. Kaori screams as the ancient tree awakens, causing the branches to break, revealing thorny tentacles. Shinji advances, leaving a trail of fire behind him. Yoshi, overcoming his fear, follows him, clinging to the wind blades. The ground heaves in waves. The team freezes, realizing the battle is just beginning. It turns out it's a level 3 monster that emerged from the ground and is essentially a living tree. The entire team is in shock. They didn't expect to see him here, much less find him so quickly. Liu's words paralyze the newcomer with an icy tone. A coward will not survive in the world of cultivation. A heavy silence hangs over the hall. Shinji breaks the silence, walking toward the center. Fear is not weakness. Irrational courage is death. His words balance between challenge and encouragement. Yoshi clenches his fists, thinking for the first time about the cost of his apparent fearlessness. ID dodges the tree monster's attack and jumps forward to attack it the next second. But the tree saw this desire and immediately raised its hands to retaliate. This blow will kill our hero if it hits. During the attack, the trees also send several sharp branches into our protagonist Shinji's body. The main character activates his fire barrier, incinerating all the branches that were directed at him. The tree monster is in shock. The protagonist's fiery energy is crawling along his hand, trying to cut him off completely. The next second, Cindy activates lightning in her hands, and now her technique has 2 energies. He applies his technique to the back of the fleeing ancient monster, which was unprepared for such a strong opponent. Shinji's lightning strike burns the ancient tree, leaving a smoking crater in its wake. Yoshi falls to his knees in disbelief. How is this possible? He whispers, staring at the gigantic wreckage. Kaori frantically writes down the data, her fingers trembling. The attack exceeded all the system's predictions. Shinji analyzes the battle plan by the campfire. The firelight highlights the weariness on his face, hidden by a mask of determination. Mika stares at him in silent admiration. His gaze speaks louder than words. He is now the true leader. In the data center, many people who watch the fight analyze Shinji's strength and are shocked by it. Liu slams his sword on the table, interrupting the discussion. Shinji has proven his right to lead you. The room falls silent. The earth suddenly trembles. Holograms turn scarlet as spiritual energy explodes wildly across the world. Yu bursts in with a report. The awakening is everywhere. Shinji stands, his silhouette on the wall looming large. Thornbeast exhibits an attribute of an ancient tree. Shinji analyzes the energy patterns, noticing a connection to the plant element. Mika mentions previous research, confirming the boy's suspicions. His cold attribute reacts weakly to the green glow around the trunk. The group prepares for a new phase of the battle, adjusting tactics under the captain's guidance. Icy energy bubbles from the rift. Mika focuses the attribute, forming crystals around her hands as Shinji watches. The boy regulates the energy flow through the system, preventing overload. Yoshi shows interest for the first time, hiding his envy behind a mask of indifference. Mika's progress impresses the team. His level is rising rapidly, confirming the effectiveness of the captain's method. Shinji announces that they will train together. His plan involves using ice anomalies to enhance Mickey's attributes. Yoshi reluctantly joins them, realizing the benefits of teamwork. The wind in his hands resonates faintly with a cool energy. The group celebrates Mika's success. Toasts are made to her, but all eyes are on Shinji, the true architect of success. Yoshi lowers his head to the captain, his words filled with genuine remorse, though his voice trembles with shame. Shinji accepts the apology, emphasizing the importance of unity. Mika nods in approval, her trust in the boy growing. An alarm interrupts the moment. The team mobilizes instantly, following new instructions. The evacuation order catches the group off guard. Shinji scans the area, detecting energy synchronization with the fighter's attributes. The young man makes the risky decision to stay late. His fingers quickly scan the hologram, calculating the ideal time to train. Yoshi and Mika exchange glances, ready to support the captain despite the danger. An alien group of cultivators threatens Shinji. Their leader scoffs, oblivious to his opponent's strength. Yoshi steps forward, defending the captain's honor, as eddies of wind swirl around his fists in warning. The soldier interrupts the conflict with a gesture. His machine gun is aimed at their necks, forcing the intruders to retreat without a word. Yoshi takes over perimeter guard duty. His demeanor changes dramatically. He's now a disciplined fighter. The tension eases as the enemies leave. Shinji orders everyone around him to stop. The military discusses the consequences of restoring spiritual energy. The chaos in the ranks highlights their unpreparedness for global change. The captain interrupts the discussion, focusing on the mutant dog's escape. His voice is harsh, cutting off any objections. The team has been ordered to increase surveillance at the border. The power surge threatens stability, requiring immediate action. The discussion moves to the tactical plan. The commander distributes roles, highlighting key points for controlling the situation. The captain interrupts the discussion, focusing on the mutant dog's escape. His voice is harsh, cutting off any objections. Kawasaki is tasked with neutralizing the mutant creature. His determination leaves no doubt. Failure is unacceptable. The rest of the group moves to the edge of the affected area. Spiritual energy complicates their task, making every step risky. Kawasaki nods, clenching his fists. He is now the central link in this dangerous operation. The commander emphasizes the urgency of the evacuation. Delays could lead to irreversible consequences for civilians. Kawasaki is given a tight deadline, by the next morning. The pressure from management is reaching its limit. The evacuation of the east sector is in full swing. No one knows when the mutant dog will appear, which increases anxiety. A sudden noise makes the patrol freeze. The soldiers exchange glances, ready to react immediately. An alarm breaks the silence. The group goes into full combat readiness, weapons drawn. The captain reminds his subordinates to be careful. The world, filled with spiritual energy, has become unpredictable and deadly. The soldier confirms the order, demonstrating iron discipline. This is his main weapon in chaotic situations. The captain nods in approval. Unity and order are the only way to face threats. Mika is instructed not to slack off after training. Her progress directly affects the team's chances of survival. The captain introduces Kawasaki as an old classmate. His classmates are surprised by the unexpected connection between the commanders. The dialogue takes on a humorous tone, but the subtext remains serious. Past relationships can impact the current mission. The remaining soldiers tactfully retreat, giving their commanders space. Uncertainty hangs in the air, but questions remain unanswered. Kawasaki insists on his significant role in the captain's life. His words evoke a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity among those around him. The team quickly leaves the room, leaving the two alone. The dynamics of their relationship remain a mystery, complicating their interactions. Shinji asks how Kawasaki rose to such a high position and how he was put in charge of promoting military affairs. The discussion links the mutant dog's escape to the awakening of spiritual energy. Its presence in the city poses a direct threat. The captain reveals the details of the operation, keeping it secret. Information is limited to avoid panic among the population. Shinji wonders if the mutant dog Yu sent him and the mutant dog that caused the evacuation are connected. The civilian evacuation is complete. Captain Kawasaki gives the order to set a trap for the mutant dog. The military takes up positions, camouflaging the traps. This moment will test their true capabilities under the new conditions. The captain mentions Shinji, foretelling his future hardships. The young man will face trials that will shape his character. Hayakawa is tasked with escorting Shinji to a safe zone, and his role in the operation becomes crucial to protecting the rookie. The unknown commander demands unconditional obedience. His authority is questioned due to his ties to Kawasaki. The soldiers notice that all the newcomers are armed. Their spiritual energy level indicates experience. Most have reached the first stage. The commander assesses the enemy forces. The group's capabilities are impressive but not frightening. His own team is ready for the fight. The dialogue breaks off mid-sentence. Distrust between the parties creates the risk of sudden conflict at the most inopportune moment. An alarm signal warns of the mutant dog's presence. Its location remains a mystery, complicating the search. The military is entering emergency response mode. Every second of delay increases the threat to the city. Captain Kawasaki mobilizes resources to try to predict the creature's route. His experience becomes his trump card in this game. The mutant dog's appearance is suppressed by severe measures. Order is restored, but the anxiety does not disappear. The bullets corrode the mutant dog's skin, but she doesn't feel them. For her, it's just like a tickle. She opens her mouth and releases purple fire with a roar, burning everything around. The flames spread throughout the street, destroying houses, cars, and more. The order to halt the action comes too late. The mutant dog has already activated a dangerous mechanism. The military is trying to minimize damage by sealing off the area of destruction. Their actions resemble a desperate race against time. The captain orders the evacuation of the remaining civilians. Risking lives for the sake of the operation is an unacceptable luxury. Shinji observes the unfolding events, analyzing military tactics. This knowledge will be useful in future confrontations. The operation has been suspended. It will resume after the forces have regrouped and the errors have been analyzed. Captain Kawasaki analyzes the reports, planning his next move. The mutant dog is still on the loose, but its days are numbered. A mutant dog evolves, threatening the entire city. A special squad is sent into battle to protect civilians. The team's determination leaves no room for fear. Each fighter knows that hundreds of lives depend on their actions. Captain Kawasaki leads the group, ignoring the risks. His aura of confidence makes the soldiers forget their doubts. The energy waves from the fight shake the ground, making the fight a test of strategy and strength. Thoughts of death pierce the fighter's mind. His hands tremble, but it's too late to back down. His fate is being decided here and now. The screams of his companions bring him back to reality. It's time to act, not to dwell on the end. The chaos around him dissipates. The character focuses on a single objective, survival at any cost. His gaze turns to the sky, as if searching for an answer. Fear mixes with anger, giving rise to an unexpected determination. Suddenly, Shinji appears and activates his lightning technique, protecting Kawasaki from the mutant dog's attack. The threat sounds like a death sentence. The enemy has underestimated Shinji's connection to those he protects. The young cultivator steps forward, his lightning attribute spontaneously activating. The air fills with static. The enemy is thrown back dozens of meters. Shinji doesn't waste words. His actions speak for themselves. Kawasaki, shocked, asks Shinji if he is also a cultivator. But now that doesn't matter at all. Discussions are suspended to eliminate the threat first. Shinji focuses on the mutant, ignoring the questions. One hit, and the fourth-level creature loses stability. Its attack power exceeds all the team's expectations. Captain Kawasaki hides his surprise, but his eyes reveal admiration. Such skills are game-changing. Preparations for the mutant massacre are in full swing. Shinji displays a composure unattainable to the newcomers. The escape attempt is instantly halted. Lightning strikes the target, leaving behind a smoking crater. Observers whisper about the attribute's incredible power. Shinji remains unfazed, as if it were just a warm-up. The mutant dog is defeated, but the battle isn't over. The cultivator scans the area for hidden threats. His reputation grows before our eyes. Now even skeptics admit that he's not just a rookie, but a true leader. But the dog, with its body pierced and without even half its strength, still directs its gaze towards our main hero. She jumps and tries to reach Cindy's paws, but he remains calm, because he knows what will happen in the next few seconds. He takes the knife and mixes his energies to obtain maximum strength and abilities. Shinji demonstrates a frightening level of strength, despite his recent restoration of spiritual energy. His abilities surpass even military equipment, shocking everyone around him. Lightning and flames intertwine in his hands, creating a destructive symbiosis. Witnesses whisper about the boy's capabilities if he continues to absorb energy. Captain Kawasaki watches the attack with a mixture of pride and anxiety. Such power could be both a salvation and a threat to everyone. The allies gasp in admiration. The lightning attribute pierces through steel, proving that Shinji isn't limited by cultivation standards. The wounded soldier marvels at Shinji's hidden talents. His questions remain unanswered as the young man focuses on completing the mission. Kawasaki takes responsibility for clearing the area. His orders sound harsh, but his gaze shows respect for his partner's skills. Shinji ignores the praise and checks the team's condition. Even victory doesn't change the need to care for his allies. The doctor tries to stop the young man, but he ignores him. Minor injuries are the price to pay for saving dozens of lives. The stranger asks about Kawasaki's connection to Shinji. The commander emphasizes the absolute trust between them, concealing the details of their cooperation. The discussion turns to the young man's talents. The military invites him to enlist, but he is rejected. He already has a connection with the association. Kawasaki mentions Liu Jinghu, drawing mixed reactions. His intention to investigate sounds like a veiled threat. The dialogue is interrupted by new information about the mutant dog. Shinji remains the center of attention, although he himself prefers to remain in the shadows. Casual conversation masks the tension. Shinji forgets breakfast, immersed in the aftermath of the night's operation. The news about the commander's daughter is intriguing. The young man didn't expect his actions to attract so much high-ranking attention. Yu advises caution. The girl's persistence could lead to unwanted political complications. Shinji ignores the warnings. He's only interested in developing power, not in the intrigues of the elite. Someone calls our young man from a Kawasaki number. He's happy that his old friend decided to call just to chat. Fuma Natsue introduces himself as Kawasaki's superior. Shinji is immediately attracted to his proposal of a fire energy zone. The young man hides his interest, but the experienced commander notices the gleam in his eyes. The promise of increased strength is too tempting. Yu watches the exchange in silence. She understands that Shinji has already made his decision, despite the risks. Shinji analyzes the new data and plans his next move. His path to power is full of obstacles, but each step brings him closer to his goal. The story begins with the discovery of a fireball at a construction site. The workers mistook it for an evil spirit and called an exorcist, but the ritual only worsened the flames. The military cordoned off the area, but the fire continued to spread. The fire engulfed the area, making it unsuitable for any operations. With the restoration of spiritual energy, the situation worsened. Evacuating residents became the only way to avoid casualties. Shinji studies the reports, trying to find a connection between the anomaly and the global changes. His intuition tells him it's no coincidence. Captain Kawasaki is ordered to increase patrols. The fire could be a harbinger of more serious threats. Shinji asks if the fire is still spreading, and the purple-haired girl confirms. That girl is Fuwa. The discussion about evacuation evolves into a conversation about creating a military unit of cultivators. Fuwa hints at Shinji's personal connections to Li Yu. Shinji denies romantic overtures, focusing on the mission. His behavior betrays irritation. Political games distract from the main issue. The commander emphasizes the need to control the newcomers. Their spiritual energy makes them dangerous if left unsupervised. The girl mentions the behavioral problems of experienced growers. Their independence makes it difficult to form disciplined units. Fuwa offers Shinji the chance to lead the training of new recruits. In return, he promises benefits, but the young man declines. The girl praises her friend's integrity. Her words belie her pride. Shinji remains true to his goals. The discussion turns to the Cultivators Association. Shinji intends to see the project through to success before taking on more responsibilities. Fuwa accepts the refusal, but doesn't hide his disappointment. The military is missing out on the chance to gain such a valuable ally. The captain senses the tension and changes the subject. It's time to get back to fighting the fire anomaly. Chaos at the edge of the evacuation zone as people try to break through the barriers, ignoring warnings of danger. Soldiers block the passage, but the crowd doesn't back down. Tensions rise. Any more and there will be a crush. A stranger appears, mocking Shinji's connection to Liu, and his taunts are meant to cause division within the team. He sees the couple Lin and Yuko standing near the crowd, looking at Shinji and making some sarcastic comments. The boy threatens Shinji, blaming him for the failure of his relationship with Lin. His words are filled with venom and jealousy. The young man remains calm, analyzing the attacker's motives. Perhaps it's a trap to distract him from his mission. The girl intervenes, protecting her friend. His authority forces the lovers to temporarily retreat. The purple-haired girl's appearance changes the dynamic of the conversation. Her interest in Shinji is obvious. She sees potential in him. The stranger compares the young man to a warrior of pure love, provoking laughter among those around him. The joke diffuses the situation. Shinji ignores the taunts and asks a direct question about Nakai's connection to the anomaly. His frankness takes everyone by surprise. Shinji realizes Nakai is withholding information. It's time for difficult negotiations. The character is furious at being rejected, and his anger is directed at the woman whose beauty he believes breeds arrogance. She vows revenge, no matter the consequences. The threats sound like an attempt to restore her self-esteem. The second character unintentionally draws attention by apologizing for his viewing habits. His apologies only heighten the tension. The first hero snorts dismissively. Without money, he says, such a person would have been rejected by society long ago. On-site inspection confirms that the fire anomaly is intensifying. Expansion of the evacuation zone is inevitable. Captain Fuwa points to the source of the fire's energy concentration, and his words are supported by instrument data. Shinji silently studies the map of the area. Every decision is crucial now. One mistake will lead to disaster. The discussion moves on to the search for emergency measures. There's hardly any time for reflection. A special device records the growth of spiritual energy. The team is forced to expand the quarantine zone to 10 kilometers. The order causes confusion among the soldiers. Such measures seem excessive to them, but there is no alternative. Shinji approaches the epicenter, ignoring the warnings. His lightning attribute is weak to the fire element. Kawasaki tries to stop the boy, but he disappears into the smoke. All that's left is to hope for his luck. Panic grips the command post as officers struggle to contain the out-of-control fire. The commander's questions remain unanswered. His silence suggests the situation was planned in advance. Shinji appears at the door, his clothes singed, holding a strange artifact that radiates heat. Kawasaki takes the device. The readings are abnormal. The artifact may be the key to suppressing the anomaly. Sensors detect record levels of fiery energy. The system offers Shinji the ability to absorb it, but he hesitates. The young man analyzes the risks. It's unclear whether his body will be able to withstand such a heavy load, even considering its unique characteristics. Shinji makes a decision. His fingers tighten around the artifact, and a bright flash illuminates the entire area. Fuwa advises proceeding with caution. His experience tells him that haste now is deadly. The girl admires the progress. Perhaps the boy will even be able to reach the 6th stage in the future. The fire energy level reaches the 2nd stage. The system rewards Shinji with a new ability that enhances his attribute. Shinji gains the unique Eternal Sacred Flame technique, reaching a new level of mastery. The golden attribute greatly enhances his potential. The system rewards the young person with bonus points for their first golden skill. This discovery changes their approach to training. The team watches in amazement as his aura transforms. Even the experienced fighters can't hide their awe at the magnitude of the energy absorbed. Shinji absorbs the remaining fire energy, shocking everyone around him. His body is capable of withstanding a load ordinary cultivators couldn't handle. Fuwa whispers, confused. Is he really the incarnation of the fire god? Doubts mix with concern for his friend. The young man ignores the questions, analyzing the changes in his attributes. Every cell is filled with uncontrollable power. The military records abnormal energy readings. The data is sent to higher command for urgent analysis. Shinji feels the flames pulsing through his veins. Controlling them requires immediate meditation. Fuwa checks Shinji's condition after absorbing the energy, his voice trembling with a mixture of relief and worry. The young man insists everything is fine, but the pallor of his face says otherwise. The overload is making itself felt. She looks at the device and sees very strange indicators. What do they mean? She sees her device on fire and ready to explode. She throws the sensor away from her. Our protagonist grabs her and hugs her, hiding the shards behind his back. Fuwa looks at him with loving eyes and admits that she would do anything to have this guy touch her more often. The military demands an explanation for the absorbed energy. Shinji names his level as the 4th stage of the boiling spring. The officers can't believe what they're hearing. Such strength for a rookie is an incredible achievement, bordering on the absurd. The young man is evasive about his training methods, his secrets remaining a mystery even to his closest allies. Fuwa interrupts the interrogation, reminding them of their priorities. It's time to return to the evacuation and reinforce the barriers. Shinji notices a glint of interest in the officer's eyes. Perhaps his abilities will become the subject of new experiments. The military once again offers Shinji to join their ranks, promising benefits. The young man categorically refuses, loyal to the association. Fuwa supports the decision, but warns that the reports will raise questions from senior management. Shinji shrugs indifferently. His goals are bigger than political games, to become stronger, to protect his loved ones. The officer leaves, promising not to press. However, his expression betrays calculation. He will return with new arguments. Liu asks Yu for help in eliminating the anomaly. The girl agrees, but imposes one condition: complete autonomy in her actions. The team prepares equipment to suppress the fire. Every step is coordinated with the young man. He is now the main strategist. Shinji wakes up in the morning and smells the fresh, delicious food, saying that yes, Yu definitely knows how to cook well. Fuwa unexpectedly shows up at Shinji's house, citing military necessity. His visit violates Shinji's personal boundaries. The boy expresses indignation, demanding an explanation. His voice trembles with suspicion as to the intruder's motives. The soldier calmly justifies the registration of the house as a strategic measure. Her arguments seem convincing, but cold. Shinji refuses to accept this intrusion. He wants to ask Yu how she feels about this situation, but her room is empty. Fuwa shifts to a proposal of cooperation, his words mixing a professional tone with a subtle threat. He analyzes the situation, noting signs of haste. Every detail indicates careful planning of the escape. The soldier examines the abandoned items, trying to piece together the chain of events. His suspicions fall on his allies. The announcement of the extermination mission makes him frown. The plan clearly has traps. Shinji decides to go it alone, ignoring protocol. The risk is worth it if the objective is so important. An emergency call forces the team to drop everything. The panic in the dispatcher's voice indicates the gravity of the situation. The girl thinks about everything, realizing that life is impossible without Shinji. His absence puts everyone at risk. Yu tries to take the initiative, but his authority isn't enough. There's a sense of hopelessness in the air. Ayu notices subtle symbols on the edges. His hunch changes his perception of the entire situation. She breaks a huge energy fragment underwater and tries to dodge the fragments falling into the water. She is happy that she was able to do it alone, without anyone's help, and that she proved her strength. But suddenly a large shadow falls over the crystal, which doesn't mean very good news. Something is nearby and is moving here. Her eyes widened at what had caught her by surprise, and she was trying to get away from there as far as possible. She turns around and sees a huge fish opening its mouth and preparing to attack her, swallowing her in one go. An unexplained phenomenon is causing alarm among observers. Spiritual energy is pulsating abnormally, disrupting the normal balance of forces. A group of cultivators discuss what's happening. Their instruments register instability, but the source of the threat remains unclear. Yu panics and tries to stabilize the barrier. His efforts only temporarily halt the growing pressure. The monster's shadow absorbs Shinji's spiritual energy. The young man realizes that each moment renews the enemy's strength. She reaches out, trying to break the connection with the creature. The tension reaches a critical point. The tentacle hits Yu's skull, causing her to spray blood and pass out underwater. Yu stares in horror at the approaching shadow. as thoughts of impending death paralyze his will to resist. Shinji pushes him away, taking the blow. The lightning forms a shield, but its fragility is obvious. Yu screams, warning of another attack, his voice lost in the roar of the collapsing buildings. The subject coordinates the retreat, but the escape routes are blocked. The only thing left is to fight to the end. Yu, injured, is taken to a safe zone. Her condition is alarming. Her spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Shinji vows to deal with the culprits, his cold gaze promising ruthless retribution. He stands beside her bed, analyzing data about the monster. The system records her every movement. The commander thanks Shinji for saving his daughter, and his words mix sincerity with political calculation. The discussion turns to the nature of the monster. The shadow, called the Devourer, lurked in the depths for 6 months. The man reveals the details of the mission. The lack of information about the creature's true form complicates the development of a strategy. Shinji asks questions, revealing contradictions in the reports. His analytical skills impress even skeptics. The young man agrees to help, but demands complete autonomy. The commander reluctantly accepts the conditions. The monster's secret is revealed. It uses darkness to camouflage itself and draws power from the depths of the ocean. The restoration of spiritual energy has made it invulnerable. Normal attacks only temporarily slow the creature. Shinji studies energy flow patterns. His plan involves a risky discovery of the anomaly's epicenter. Natsuki explains to his grandfather the necessity of the risky mission, his reasoning based on the military's previous failure to deal with the threat. The commander emphasizes Shinji's uniqueness as the only one capable of resisting the shadow. He was chosen for a reason. The other candidates proved weak. Natsuki expresses doubts, fearing for the boy's life. His words reflect concern, but his grandfather remains adamant. 3 elite fighters are assigned to support. Their skills should outweigh the risks, but there's no guarantee of success. The tension in the room is rising. The decision has been made and it's too late to go back. Restoring spiritual energy changes the world order. Falling behind in the development of anomalous zones threatens national security. The Class A zone becomes a test of strength. The mission's success will strengthen the country's position on the international stage. The captain reminds everyone of the importance of caution. His words are directed at Shinji, but they sound like general advice to everyone. The young man nods, hiding his excitement. The pressure is enormous, but he has no other choice. Preparations for the landing at the port are in full swing. Kaori is missing. Her skill level is insufficient for the current task. The captain checks the fighter's readiness, emphasizing discipline. Military assistance should simplify the operation. The soldier vows not to let his team down. His zeal is mixed with nervousness. This is the first serious challenge. Shinji arrives on the scene and surveys the area. His experience tells him that the real threat will surpass all predictions. The boy mocks the team's youth, and his disdain for Shinji irritates his allies. The mention of the 4th level of boiling spring makes Kuraki frown. He hadn't expected such strength from a rookie. The dialogue turns into conflict. Tensions between the military and the farmers threaten to derail the mission. Shinji remains unfazed, his calm contrasting with the others' emotionality. The group leader tries to diffuse the conflict. His words aim to unite the team in the face of a common threat. The subject reluctantly backs away, hiding his irritation. Cooperation is necessary, but mutual distrust remains. Shinji ignores the provocations, focusing on the plan, and gradually his authority overcoming the disagreements. The team advances toward the goal. The first steps into the zone leave everyone tense. Danger is felt with every step. Shinji feels the darkness draining spiritual energy from his body. The attribute's corrosive effect instantly weakens the team. The boy scans the surroundings, trying to find the source of the threat. His lightning attribute pulses weakly, overwhelmed by the monster's aura. A shadow in the distance moves, becoming a blur. The group braces for the worst-case scenario. The smell of rot permeates even underwater, making the combatants nauseous. The captain warns, a long stay here is mortally dangerous. Shinji blocks the effects of the darkness, stabilizing its energy flow. His actions temporarily neutralize the threat to his allies. The captain jokes about the possibility of panic among the newcomers, but there's tension in his voice. The young man ignores the sarcasm, focusing on tactics. Spiritual energy pulses erratically, creating the risk of a sudden breach in the defense. The team regroups, preparing for an attack. Mika activates the ice attribute, slowing the spread of the dark aura. Her efforts give the group a respite. The energy barrier shatters under the pressure of the darkness. The boy screams a warning, but his words are drowned out by the monster's roar. The boy pushes his ally away, taking the blow. Lightning flashes, forming a temporary shield. The illusion dissipates, revealing tentacles protruding from the darkness. The group retreats, breaking formation. The captain coordinates a counterattack, but the level 5 monster surpasses all expectations. Its power explains the failure of previous missions. Shinji stops the panicked fighter. His voice is harsh. "Watch and don't act blindly." The monster's illusion dissolves, revealing its true form, a giant kraken with hate-filled eyes. The tentacles grab the nearest soldier. Shinji lunges forward, cutting through the darkness with a flash of lightning. The boy nods, gathering energy in his palms. A blinding discharge sears the monster's flesh, forcing it to retreat. The boy mocks the crew's inexperience until the tentacles grab him. His arrogance turns to horror. Shinji reacts with lightning speed, cutting through the dark tentacles. Kuraki falls to his knees, shocked by the young man's strength. The captain shouts, "Level 5!" Now it's clear why the previous squads were defeated. Mika strengthens her barrier, blocking more attacks. Her face pales with effort, but she stands her ground. Mika attacks in desperation, ignoring orders. Her wind blades are useless against the monster's armor. Kawasaki grabs him by the collar and drags him to safety. "Fool, you're going to ruin everyone," he growls. Mika finishes preparing the technique. Golden flames envelop him, neutralizing the darkness around him. The monster roars, feeling threatened. The tentacles thrash in panic, but it's too late. Mika reports to the captain on the successful completion of the mission. His voice sounds confident, but the tremor in his hands betrays his fatigue. The team freezes, watching the aftermath of the explosion. The monster's shadow dissipates, leaving behind only ash and silence. The boy nods in approval, hiding his relief. The young man's risky tactics have paid off, though the price could have been higher. Mika checks the status of the barriers. Her ice attribute is weakening, but the threat has disappeared. She can catch her breath. Kuraki didn't catch it, and the rest of the people were finished off by the octopus. Everyone except Mick reached the tentacle. The tentacle breaks through Mickey's defense, shaking the barrier and shattering it into several pieces. The tip of the tentacle is almost beside her, preparing to kill her right now. She looks at this and thinks that this is probably where her end will come, because of this monster. But suddenly a yellow glow illuminates her, and the tentacle doesn't reach the girl. The discussion of Shinji's attributes is confusing. His flames are unlike ordinary fire, pulsing with a golden glow. The boy analyzes the data, noticing the abnormal energy density. Perhaps this is due to the boy's unique system. The monster, feeling threatened, tries to counterattack. The tentacles contract in convulsions, but they can no longer cause damage. Shinji activates the new technique promised by the system. The air fills with heat, forcing his allies to retreat to a safe distance. Golden flames engulf the shadow, dissolving its flesh. Even the captain cannot hide his awe at the scale of the destruction. Trying to pierce the monster with a sword seems futile to everyone. They think it will break as soon as it touches the creature's armored body. Kuraki shouts a warning, but Shinji has already acted. His fingers tighten around the artifact, activating the sacred fire technique. A blinding flash pierces the darkness, striking the monster's core. An attack that seemed insane becomes the key to victory. The team watches in amazement as the creature disintegrates. Even a level 5 isn't enough to resist this power. The flames completely engulf the underwater monster, turning it into a fried octopus. All that can be heard is the roar of death that pierces the entire watery space around. Everyone around is shocked by Shinji's strength, and our main character makes a poker face. This is a common thing for him. The commander emphasizes Shinji's exceptionality, comparing him to the moon, unattainable for ordinary cultivators. His words provoke a mixture of envy and anxiety among the military. Kuraki disagrees, pointing out the boy's lack of formal training, but is silenced by arguments about Shinji's potential. The discussion turns to a strategy to win over the young man. The risk of hostility toward him is considered unacceptable. His strength exceeds all available resources. Observing Mika's composure in a dangerous situation, Kuraki can't help but admire her courage. Her level in the 3rd stage is impressive considering her age. Comparisons with Shinji leave him bitter. The realization of his own limitations makes him reconsider his attitude toward the team. The conversation is interrupted by a joke about sharing drinks. The tension eases, but distrust still lingers in the air. Kuraki apologizes to Shinji, admitting his mistake. His gesture of respect changes the group dynamic. The young man accepts the apology, emphasizing their shared goals. His modesty contrasts with the power he displays. The team quickly leaves the area to escape the suffocating smell. The captain remains, discovering an anomaly that requires investigation. Finding Stardew flowers turns out to be an unexpected advantage. Their properties can enhance Mickey and Yu's attributes, which is crucial for future quests. He collects them for himself and takes them with him to the surface, already thinking about how he will use them. Shinji surveys the area, noticing the absence of the crew. Being alone in a dangerous area is alarming, but curiosity gets the better of him. Shinji is surprised by the appearance of Tokito Light. The bodyguard introduces himself with cold politeness, handing over a business card with his contact information. His connection to the commander's daughter, Fuwa Natsuki, adds a layer of political intrigue. Shinji analyzes the hidden motives behind this visit. Tokito reveals the details. Mika is now safe, and Kuraki is returning to base. A meeting with the commander is inevitable. This is a new challenge. Shinji assesses the bodyguard's strength. His stats are hidden, but experience tells him he's a level 6 opponent. Commander Fuwa invites Shinji for a private conversation, his interest in the boy's abilities reinforced by data on fire energy absorption. The man introduces himself as Natsuki's grandfather, confirming his connection to the military elite. The question about storing power within the body sounds more like a test than curiosity. Shinji remains calm, avoiding details. His answers are concise, but the commander senses hidden potential behind his modesty. The conversation turns to global change, with Fuwa hinting at the need to join forces in the face of new threats. The young man analyzes his interlocutor's hidden motives. The commander's every word is aimed at recruitment, but there is no explicit pressure. Fuwa observes Shinji's uniqueness in the world of restored spiritual energy. His power, developed without the support of structures, is both admirable and disturbing. The commander compares the current reality to chaos, where ordinary people are powerless. The offer of cooperation sounds like a call to responsibility. Shinji dismisses the praise as luck, but the old man sees strategic caution behind it, not false modesty. The mention of his granddaughter reveals Fuwa's personal interest. His assessment of Shinji as sensible implicitly approves of Natsuki's choice. The conversation ends with an allusion to future trials. The commander leaves the question open, giving the young man time to think. Fuwa reveals the dangers of the dark attribute, which can transform living beings into monsters. His explanations are supported by data from previous missions. Shinji's lightning is considered a fundamental weapon against the threat. The commander emphasizes that developing the strength of young people is crucial to the country's security. The boy agrees to intensify his training, but his eyes are filled with distrust. Fuwa's political games may have other objectives. The old man eases the pressure by shifting the conversation to practical matters. The advice about energy control seems sincere, but the duality remains. Shinji leaves, thinking about what he's heard. Promising to dedicate himself to training isn't just a duty, it's a personal challenge. Fuwa gives Shinji a reinforced military telephone. The device allows him to contact command instantly in case of an emergency. Suddenly, the young man asks for help with a weapon. His sword, a gift from the association president, cannot withstand the charge of spiritual energy. The commander examines the broken blade, noting the rare alloy. The promise to create stronger ones confirms the seriousness of his intentions. The conversation shifts to technical details. Fuwa's engineers are already working on adapting the weapon to Shinji's unique attributes. The farewell takes place in a professional tone. The old man reminds us that the telephone is not only a communication tool, but also a symbol of trust. Shinji returns to base, reflecting on the encounter. His thoughts are interrupted by an urgent message about Yu's troubles. His attribute has gone out of control. The young man rushes to the scene, ignoring protocol. The alarm in the reporter's voice indicates the gravity of the situation. Yu is in critical condition. His vital signs are deteriorating rapidly. The dark attribute of spiritual energy is destroying his body from within, causing him to fall into a coma. Doctors debate treatment methods. Attempting to extract energy can trigger an uncontrolled release, but inaction can lead to death. President Liu blames himself for what happened. His trembling hands reveal his desperation. Saving his daughter seems impossible. Shinji rushes into the room, ignoring the doctor's protests. His system activates a search for a solution, analyzing energy patterns. The young man orders everyone to be evacuated except Liu. The risk of the procedure is too great to put outsiders in danger. Liu explains the connection between the dark attribute and Yu's insecurity. His desire to prove himself led to a fatal mistake. Shinji studies the data and realizes the energy is unstable. His system requires physical contact for accurate diagnosis. The president doubts the young man's methods, but agrees to the experiment. Every second of delay reduces the chances of success. Liu freezes, watching the process, his hopes now entirely dependent on the stranger's skills. The doctors try to expel Shinji, believing his intervention to be dangerous. Their screams mix with the beeping of the medical equipment. The young man ignores the complaints, focusing on the system. The lightning around him intensifies, suppressing the team's resistance. Liu ends the conflict by asserting Shinji's authority. His authority causes the doctors to back down, although distrust remains. The procedure continues. The dark energy resists, forming vortices that hit the chamber walls. The doctor demands an explanation, but Shinji continues his work in silence. His fingers tremble with tension, but his connection with Yu remains intact. Liu threatens to fire anyone who interferes with the process. His eyes are filled with rage. He's ready to take extreme measures for his daughter's sake. Shinji orders the room to be cleared. Those who remain risk being struck by residual energy once the procedure is complete. The boy agrees, strengthening the barrier around them. The final phase of the treatment requires absolute concentration. Liu gives the order to fulfill all of Shinji's demands. His voice is shaky, but his authority is unquestionable. The doctors leave the room, leaving their equipment behind. Their faces reflect a mixture of fear and curiosity. Shinji completes the procedure, his strength fading. Drops of blood fall to the ground, but the result is achieved. Yu is saved. Liu thanks the young man, offering all the resources the association can muster. His words sound like a pledge of allegiance. Shinji refuses help, claiming he needs rest. His body needs to recover from the strain. Shinji vows to bring his loved one back to life, his voice trembling, with a mixture of determination and fear of possible loss. Lightning pulses around his hands, reflecting the struggle within. Each second of hesitation feels like an eternity, but there's no turning back. The boy greets the girl and congratulates her on waking up. She has finally come to her senses. He asks her not to commit any more stupid, foolish, or daring actions. Yu regains consciousness, and her first question is directed at Shinji. The girl doubts her worth, considering herself a burden to the team. The young man explains how Stardew's flowers helped neutralize the darkness. His words sound calm, but his eyes show fatigue from overexertion. Yu compares her strengths, berating herself for her weakness. Shinji reminds her that her third stage level makes her one of the strongest in the world. The conversation is interrupted by a joke about her ambitions. The girl admits she dreamed of surpassing even President Liu, but now doubts that. Shinji gently interrupts her self-criticism. His faith in her is unshakable, as is his willingness to support her in any situation. Shinji announces the start of rehabilitation training. The nearby forest is chosen as an area where they won't be disturbed by strangers. Ayu nods, hiding his excitement. His fingers instinctively tighten around the amulet, a symbol of hope for his recovery. We see Yu training with a mutant wolf. All of this happens under the guidance of our main character. Shinji walks away, leaving the team alone with their thoughts. His silhouette disappears into the twilight, a promise of new challenges. The level 5 mutant wolf falls to Yu's blow. Its body crumbles to ash, confirming the girl's growing strength. Yu claps his hands in admiration. His words about the promotion to stage 4 sound sincere, but Shinji ignores the compliment. Training ends early. The group returns to base, hearing explosions that cut through the silence of the forest. Sensors detect a surge of dark energy deep within the forest. The system warns of a threat greater than any before. Shinji scans the area, noticing abnormal fluctuations. His lightning attribute spontaneously activates, reacting to danger. Yu clutches her heart, feeling the pressure of darkness. Her face pales, but she's ready to follow the captain to the end. Yuto and Koyuki discuss Lin's strange behavior after meeting the mysterious woman. The young man jokes, but there's a hint of jealousy in his tone. Lin silently gathers firewood, ignoring her friend's taunts. Her thoughts are occupied by the image of the stranger who has captured her imagination. Lin offers to help Koyuki with the stall, but Yuto is distracted by memories. His enthusiastic descriptions of the beauty only heighten his friend's curiosity. Yuto admits that the woman's image has haunted him for several days. His words mix admiration and irritation with his own passion. Koyuki teases his friend, making him feel uncomfortable. The night camp fills with laughter, masking unexpressed emotions. Lin continues to work in silence, her fingers nervously snapping dry twigs. The encounter with the stranger clearly shook her more than she'd like to admit. The boy suddenly becomes quiet, noticing a strange shadow behind the trees. His playful mood turns to caution. News of a global restoration of spiritual energy is causing a stir. Experts predict an era of unprecedented opportunities and dangers. An unknown masked man proclaims himself the future king of a new era. His manifesto sounds like a challenge to all existing powers. Lin clenches his fists, remembering the humiliation his wife suffered. His ambitions clash with the fear of losing again. Yuto watches the broadcast, his usual indifference giving way to anxiety. Clouds of change gather on the horizon. Lin feels a surge of energy during training, and her water attribute pulses more intensely in response to changes in the world around her. Koyuki notices a strange glow but decides not to interrupt her friend. Her intuition tells her this is a discovery that will change the group. Yuto drops the branches he had collected, impressed by Lin's strength. His envy is mixed with pride for his ally. The young cultivator falls to her knees, exhausted. Her first experience of controlling the new energy comes at the cost of enormous effort. A pack of mutant wolves surrounds the camp. Yuto covers Koyuki, and his usual carefree demeanor gives way to a focus on combat. Lin tries to activate the attribute, but his strength is running out. His warning cry is drowned out by the creature's growls. Koyuki freezes in horror as she observes the predator's abnormal speed. The question of human limits hangs in the air, unanswered. Yuto repels the first wave with a blow from his staff, but the group doesn't retreat. The situation becomes critical. Yuto freezes, open-mouthed, recognizing that beauty. His admiration is mixed with the shame of his own helplessness. Lin grips her blade furiously, seeing her salvation in her rival's hands. Her ambitions take another blow, but her determination only grows. The stranger disappears, leaving the group confused. The air fills with the smell of ozone and dark energy. Mutant wolves infected with dark energy are causing concern for the group. Their uncontrolled aggression threatens not only the forest, but also nearby settlements. Yu suggests reporting to Chairman Liu immediately. His pragmatism clashes with Shinji's caution, who prefers to collect the data first. Yu examines the energy signatures, noting the abnormal density of the darkness. His fingers tremble, the experience of past encounters making themselves felt. Shinji reminds Commander Fuwa of his promise. Civilian safety remains a priority, even if it delays the operation. Traces of a recent camp are found near the contaminated area. An extinguished fire and abandoned items indicate a hasty escape. Yu examines the remains of the tent and finds claw marks. The size of the marks suggests that the mutants are larger than normal wolves. Yu finds blood traces that lead deeper into the forest. His suggestion to check the traces is controversial. The risk of encountering an alpha is too great. The boy freezes suddenly, hearing a growl. His hand involuntarily reaches for his gun, but everything around him remains silent for now. The appearance of another stranger shocks the group. His beauty and the power of his aura leave even Shinji momentarily speechless. Yuto tries to joke, offering to drink together. His bravado hides his admiration, but the woman ignores the provocations. The stranger demonstrates a level comparable to that of her previous opponent. Her gaze is filled with contempt for the weaklings who have invaded her domain. The woman boasts of her previous victory over Shinji. Her words are laced with venom, but the boy remains calm, analyzing her weaknesses. The boy asks a provocative question about her cultivation method. The answer shocks everyone. She absorbed the attributes of defeated enemies. Shinji notices traces of feedback in her energy. Such a risky method should have fatal consequences, but she appears unharmed. Shinji accuses the woman of intentionally releasing the infected wolves. Her disregard for innocent lives infuriates the young man. She ridicules his weak principles. According to her, strength justifies any sacrifice, a philosophy alien to the entire team. Yuto charges, but his breath sends him flying like a splinter. His failure only highlights the difference in skill level. The boy mocks the group's attempts, calling them childish. Her aura explodes in a dark glow, sweeping away all barriers. Shinji parries the blow with a commando-enhanced sword. The metal cracks but holds up under the pressure, a testament to the quality of the modifications. The world witnesses a sharp increase in spiritual energy. A fruit accidentally discovered in the mountains becomes the key to the evolution of ordinary man. The young man absorbs the fruit's energy, and his lightning attribute spontaneously activates. His strength indicators reach the second stage of the boiling spring. People around you whisper about your incredible luck. The restoration of energy changes the rules of the game, paving the way for new leaders. The mysterious fighter easily repels Yuto's attacks. His movements are precise, as if he anticipates his opponent's every move. The young man, in desperation, increases the force of his blows, but to no avail. His opponent's shields remain intact, as if made of adamant. The mockery in the stranger's voice hurts more than the blades. Yuto understands that his skills are mere dust compared to those of true masters. Shinji observes the fight, analyzing the fighting style. His system detects weaknesses, but it's too early to intervene. The young cultivator humiliates Yuto by comparing him to a novice. His words burn brighter than fire, scarring his pride. Yuto falls to his knees, unable to get up. The realization of his own weakness paralyzes his will to resist. Yuko frowns, noticing the power imbalance. Such confrontations are dangerous, sowing discord among allies. Lin and the others try to help, but their ice spikes melt a meter away from the target. The difference in levels is insurmountable without outside intervention. Shinji defeats Yuto in a training match, shocking the spectators. His progress seems incredible in such a short time. Yuto's ex-girlfriend laments the breakup. Her eyes are filled with envy. Now she understands who she lost. The team receives orders to detain the suspects. The mountain range is sealed off for fear of leaking information about new artifacts. Suddenly, some kind of epiphany comes to Yuto, some kind of vision, and everything suddenly goes dark. The masked shadow offers a deal. Power in exchange for loyalty. His voice sounds like the whisper of a demon tempting a soul. Yuto clenches his fists, agreeing to the terms. Shinji's thirst for revenge clouds his mind, making him forget his principles. A dark energy envelops your body, altering your DNA at the cellular level. Pain becomes the price for the promised power. The new power transforms Yuto into a tool of the association. His wind attribute is now poisoned by darkness, capable of corroding flesh. He vows to humiliate Shinji by forcing him to his knees. The words sound hollow, like someone else's voice. Yu detects changes in Yuto's energy. Alarming data is sent to command. The threat is out of control. Suddenly, Yuto explodes with his infernal dark purple energy and hits all his friends around him with this liquid. Shinji and Yu put their hands in front of them so that all that dark and dirty energy wouldn't touch them. He loses his human form and turns into just a purple goo. Shinji is perplexed as he observes the sudden changes around him. The air fills with a dense energy, signaling the awakening of an ancient power. An unknown creature materializes in the darkness, its voice echoing across the landscape. The return to the world is accompanied by spatial distortions that break the usual laws of physics. The boy retreats, instinctively sensing the threat. His fingers grip the hilt of his sword, but victory is not certain. The enemy surpasses all expectations. Finally, after absorbing all of Yuto's friends, the demon himself, who tricked the foolish Yuto, appears from the ground. The demon's level increases rapidly from the second to the fourth stage. The creature's body deforms, becoming covered in spikes and black patterns resembling runes. Shinji's system identifies the threat as a lesser Dark Lord. The reward for defeating him includes a new attribute, highlighting the enemy's seriousness. The demon belittles the group, saying their energy is insufficient. Only Shinji and Yuto's attributes are of interest. Absorbing them promises to restore strength. The demon's first attack is blocked by Shinji, but the recoil nearly knocks him down. Lightning crackles, stabilizing the protective barrier at the last moment. The boy demands answers about Yuto's fate, but the creature merely smiles. Its movements quicken, leaving behind a trail of dark mist. The demon refuses to engage in dialogue, mocking attempts at negotiation. His aura thickens, forming blades of pure darkness ready to pierce the defenses. Shinji activates the golden flame, creating a wave of light. The collision of energies causes an explosion, blinding everyone for several seconds. Yu seizes the moment to strengthen his barrier, his water attribute merging with lightning to form an electric shield around his allies. The group's attacks bounce off the demon's armor without leaving a scratch. The creature mocks their efforts, comparing them to raindrops. Yu changes tactics, focusing on mobility. His lightning strikes burn through the shadow blades, but each strike requires a massive expenditure of energy. The demon parries the combined attack, his voice disappointed. "Is that all?" he asks, spreading his arms in a dramatic gesture. Shinji ignores the taunts, analyzing the enemy's movement patterns. The system detects a weak point, a scar on his chest, hidden beneath his armor. He escapes the monster, tears it apart, and asks if this is all he can do. The chapter ends here. The purple being taunts Shinji, doubting his ability to resist after the dark space seal is removed. Shinji's ally resolutely declares her readiness to fight alongside him against a powerful enemy. The main character calmly refuses help, expressing a desire to test the limits of his own strength in this duel. The girl, clearly confused, demands an explanation about the meaning of Shinji's words regarding his full power. But then the guy activates his power, and the yellow energy along with the lightning around it shows what he was talking about. And at that very second, the main character quickly ran towards the demon to deliver his blow. Just before the hand and the demon touched, the hero began to emit even more energy. After that, we just see a huge beam of energy throwing the demon away, and hitting it on the ground with such force that an explosion occurred at that place. The defeated demon was shocked to learn that a weak human had managed to take him down and scoffed at his possible fear. The question sounds ironic. Was the devil really so afraid of an ordinary person? A scream escapes the demon's mouth, telling the boy not to look down on him, because he is only human. And filled with rage and a desire to immediately destroy the enemy, he attacked him. In a split second, this attack hit the main character, and he was already face to face with death. But he blocked the attack easily, without trying at all. The demon is surprised that the boy blocked his powerful attack with just one hand, without taking any damage. The main character asked if the demon finally felt real fear in the face of such power. Shinji states that he doesn't even need to use his full power, expressing obvious disappointment at the threat level. The demon is frightened when he realizes that the subject is not an ordinary person, but a creature superior to him in strength. Overcome with horror, the demon desperately denies the possibility of his death in that place. The idea of having to absorb more people to gain immense power and subsequent revenge crosses the demon's mind. Shinji's decisive sentence rang out, blocking the demon's path and declaring the impossibility of its escape. And then the demon's entire body was enveloped by lightning and made him scream loudly in pain. The only way out of this situation is to transform into a bat to avoid this lightning. The subject claims that the devil sacrificed most of his body for salvation. An ally anxiously asks Shinji about his condition after a fight with a dangerous enemy. Shinji reported that he was fine, but that part of the monster had escaped, and urgently requested to contact the president. Sometime later, meteorologists warned of a worsening of the weather, and because of the cold front, an emergency storm warning is being issued. Someone urgently inform everyone about the high probability of heavy rain and thunderstorms this afternoon. The scene changes and the girl's angry voice blames a specific person for all the problems. The girl exclaims in disappointment as she sees her plans for a long-awaited walk ruined due to bad weather. Suddenly, she notices someone's presence there, and he turns around confused, asking who is here. But a moment later, she no longer understands where she is or what she is doing there. Suddenly, the same demon bat appears in the sky right in front of her, and he attacks the girl, scaring her a lot. But the demon doesn't have time to attack because someone has already killed him in mid-flight. Someone asks in surprise if the girl saw today's important news. The boy orders her to return home immediately because of the mortal danger on the street. It turns out to be Shinji. He also informs you that it's not worth going out until the sky is clear again. The girl observes with admiration Shinji's coldness after the events. Suddenly, the main character takes his phone out of his pocket and asks Yue for information about the current situation in his area. Yi reports that the escaped dark attribute creature turned out to be much more dangerous than expected. He learned that in order to escape, the creature divided itself into countless bats. It has been discovered that rats evolve by absorbing the spiritual energy of humans, and there are already second-level individuals among them. Yu realizes the bats' plan to use the townspeople as fuel to evolve to level 3 and revive the monster. The man understands the need to urgently find a solution before the threat of the monster's complete rebirth becomes a reality. The scene cuts back to one of the thousands of demon bats that hovers high above the city in the sky and watches the people who live in it. The creature hopes to restore its full power by consuming all the people in the city. The monster plans to express his gratitude to Lightning Man after he regains his strength. The creature's plans include a slow and painful execution of Shinji before his final death. The scene changes to a huge highway with a column of military vehicles moving along it, and some military personnel have already arrived and taken their positions. Panic posts about a giant bat attacking windows are all over the internet news feeds. Users write in horror about man-eating bats and mutations, begging for help when the creatures invade homes. A desperate appeal for rescue is posted online, and someone in the newsroom deletes those comments. An angry girl wonders why people don't just stay home instead of posting stupid things about her strength. The same girl screams that the internet needs to be shut down because of the millions of users spreading panic. The interlocutor calmly explains that disconnecting the network will cause even greater chaos and uncontrollable consequences. The girl responds angrily that she was just speaking openly and accuses her interlocutor of being insistent. She demands information about the military deployment, noting a 30-minute delay and roadblocks. The response confirms the third-level rat barrier, asks for calm, and the girl sits and worries about Shinji's life. The scene changes to a large headquarters building. Captain Fuji arrives at the rendezvous point with his assistant, and his appearance immediately attracts the attention of the team. He promptly inquires about the condition of everyone present, showing concern for his subordinates. Kaori and the other girl explain that they were training in the village when the chairman reported the incident. A soldier reports to the captain about a bat attack while having dinner with his brothers at the time of the incident. He boasts of destroying the creature instantly with one blow and then frying it. The captain approves of the method but asks to avoid eating the prey. Then the red-bearded chief suggests scheduling a meeting with the military. The commander speaks with Fuwa and confirms the group's readiness for operational action upon Shinji's arrival. The military commander proposes to immediately begin discussing a plan to save the city of Amanami. He notes that the main roads leading into the city are blocked by several mutant bats. Intelligence has detected a powerful energy surge in Amanami Prefecture, the likely lair of the master control rat. Shinji says the name of the place with alarm, realizing the gravity of the threat there. The guy notices an unusual tension in Kaori's behavior, which raises questions. The military proposes an advance along the Eastern Highway, clearing the route and precision bombing for evacuation. Members of the Cultivators Association will be given a separate task: the expedited evacuation of people from the City Hall. The command emphasizes the criticality of the time limit, just 5 minutes before the creature's uncontrolled evolution. A brief request was made regarding the presence of doubts regarding the operational action plan presented. Kaori raises her hand and says she is worried about the bombing being delayed due to the army's difficulty in arriving. Commander-in-Chief Fuwa is convinced that the bombing will begin strictly according to schedule, despite the risks. Kaori's indignant cry is heard over the fate of the civilians left at the epicenter of the impending attack. The commander warns that the evolution of the dark creature threatens the death not only of the city's inhabitants, but of the entire country. Fuwa suddenly asks Kaori if she has any relatives in the affected area. The girl admits that her family lives near the epicenter of the threat. All the members of the group are in shock. Only Shinji remains calm. Another girl confidently promises to save Kaori's family, citing her improved skills after training with the captain. The fighter offers a solution. He will call, and his brother will take the girl's relatives out of the dangerous area by car. President Fuwa removes Kaori from the operation due to her personal involvement in the situation. Kaori exclaims and asks, "Why is that?" Fuwa explains that the fighter's emotional instability threatens the success of the entire mission. Captain Fuwa asks Liu to urgently appoint a replacement for the grounded fighter. Liu himself is not happy about this. Shinji abruptly interrupts the meeting, declaring a critical miscalculation in the command plan. The soldier asks, why does he think so? Shinji states that normal bombs will not damage the monster due to its unique nature. President Liu reacts sharply to the man's words, demanding an immediate explanation. The military man demands an explanation as to why Shinji is so confident that the bombing will be ineffective. The guy remembers a recent battle where he personally seriously injured this creature. Shinji suggests replacing Fuwa's plan with his own, raising questions about the details of his strategy. This is reminiscent of the special weapon requested earlier, and he takes out his lightning ball and talks about his intention to destroy the monster with his own hands. The scene changes, and now we see a girl in front of a long, dark tunnel. She had a stopwatch in her hands, which counted time evenly. The girl swore to hand over Shinji to save the people of Amanami, showing determination at a critical moment. An order was given to all troops to begin an operation to destroy the anomalies. There was also an order to concentrate the operation on Amanami City Hall, and that the operation would begin on the Eastern Road. The 5 squads' job is to protect the weapons while they're delivered to the hall. It doesn't matter how, but the weapons must be delivered. The success of the mission is declared a matter of national survival. The battle cry to save all the country's citizens rang out, and a group of soldiers rushed into the depths of the Eastern Tunnel. The voices of 100 soldiers echoed through the tunnel, and now thousands of bats were preparing to attack. The battle began. The soldiers raised their machine guns and began shooting at the monsters. But there were too many of them, and hundreds had already begun to breach the defenses and kill soldiers. The captain gives the signal for immediate movement, calling on the group to follow him without delay. There was a strong sense of collective survival, strengthening morale in the face of danger. The scene changes to the sky of a city completely taken over by a swarm of bats. Many of them had already killed all the people on the street and were preparing to break the windows of the houses to get inside. But suddenly, a huge beam of blue energy erupted in the middle of the monsters and immediately destroyed half of them. It was Shinji who regretted his earlier restraint, realizing that full power could have prevented the current complications. The squad members ask the captain to wait, fearing they will fall behind in the rapid advance. A flock of rats moved and prepared for a quick attack. The girl's powerful release of water energy forms ice spikes, and the water dragon, which attacks flocks of bats with destructive force. All this energy was released into the air by the girls to destroy the demons. The girl assesses the scale of the threat, imagining the actual number of creatures in the black cloud. A reproduction mechanism has been discovered. Bats replicate by absorbing people's spiritual energy. The girls realize the danger of the countless swarm merging, predicting an exponential growth in the monster's power. Shinji dismisses the concerns with confidence, recalling his previous victory over these creatures in the forest. The priority is to meet with Fuwa at City Hall to coordinate the decisive attack. The scene shifted to the Eastern Tunnel exit. There weren't many soldiers left, and those who survived were very tired and injured. Someone's voice speaks about the belonging of the people around, and the girl sees how the bats gather together to form a kind of figure. The appearance of a demon in human form made of rats leaves everyone around him perplexed. He calls the girl beautiful. She looks at the boy in shock and says she is not happy to see him again. The girl accuses her opponent of the deaths of innocent Amanami residents, demanding an answer for the chaos. The answer is a cynical philosophy about survival of the fittest, which infuriates the accuser. The girl screams curses at the demon and quickly flies to hit the monster in front of her. And she succeeds, but the satisfied smile doesn't leave the blonde's face. There was no damage, and the girl was shocked by the turn of events. The demon compares the cultivators to a banquet, directly declaring his intention to absorb their energy for himself. The creature admits that the group's arrival will speed its recovery. Absorbing them will restore its absolute power. He grabs the girl and gives her mocking advice. Become food, like the former owner of this body. Suddenly, a massive block of ice filled with blue energy appeared between them. This was what prevented the demon from absorbing the warrior. Light notices the girl's lack of sympathy and coldly declares the need to eliminate the opponent. The enemy's strength level has been detected. 4th stage of the boiling spring, possibly higher, in terms of energy concentration. The monster claims that it is possible to evolve beyond its previous peak by absorbing this warrior light. The ally asks the girl to follow Shinji, taking on the task of delaying the threat, despite the risk. She understood her task and almost started running towards Shinji, but before doing so, she asked Light to be careful. But the demon advanced and growled that he would not allow anyone to leave. But his demonic tentacles collided with Light's icy energy. They couldn't penetrate it, and the demon was isolated from the rest of the city. The demon's movement ban is clearly stated, blocking any attempt to leave the conflict zone. Meanwhile, An armed detachment was already moving through the streets of the empty city, fighting crowds of rats, who mercilessly devoured those soldiers who couldn't fight properly. The girl's angry exclamation revealed the overwhelming numerical superiority of the enemy creatures around. A new evolution of bats was visible, which made them invulnerable to conventional control methods. She has doubts about handing over the weapons and the possibility of finding Shinji, but quickly quells these thoughts with her faith in the team. The girl grits her teeth and thinks that if everyone puts in 100% effort, they can win. Suddenly, one of the rats noticed her and went straight for her soft fur. She was already ready to bite, but suddenly a huge lightning bolt destroyed it in a second. Finally, the main character appears, exclaiming that he had been looking for the girl for a long time and had finally found her and even saved her from death. Shinji's arrival immediately removes all worries, and he requests confirmation of delivery of critical weapons. The girl demonstrates the artifact she received from her grandfather, expressing sincere curiosity about its real capabilities and nature. It turns out the command provided no details about the weapon, only vague hints about its exceptional power. The discovery of the sword inside the case raises questions about its ability to contain the evolved threat. Shinji offers a practical demonstration of the blade's power, urgently demanding that Kate leave the kill zone. The command to clear the perimeter is given. The subject is preparing to activate the weapon in combat conditions. At that moment, a huge swarm of rats attacked the main character. Shinji opens the system window. The loading process begins. Magical energy merges with lightning and flames, strengthening the blade to its limit. And he makes the first attack with the cross. Power and energy cause all monsters to die at once, ridding humanity of demons. The force of the blow shocks observers, and the actions confirm the legendary status of both the weapon and Shinji. The girl admires Shinji's technique and asks him to teach her, showing genuine interest in his abilities. The boy agrees, but warns about the need to reach the 4th level of the boiling fountain to control such power. Shinji anxiously inquires about the fate of the remaining soldiers, fearing the worst outcome for most of the squad. It is confirmed that Light is fighting Nakai Yuto, and an urgent request for assistance is made in this confrontation. The boy is shocked by the possible return of Yuto, who was previously believed to have been absorbed by a creature of darkness. The scene changes to a landscape of a destroyed city. Light fights with all his might, using his ice spikes as claws, but his technique still fails. The ice breaks. The demon Yuto acknowledges his opponent's strength, but highlights the critical depletion of his spiritual energy during the fight. He says he has countless sticks that are ruining all of the group's tactical efforts. The creatures flew quickly and began to absorb the icy remains of Light's thorns, and he realized that the rats were absorbing the remaining spiritual energy from the icy battlefield to reproduce faster. The warrior notes with alarm that part of the swarm has evolved to level 3, which drastically increases the danger of the situation. All he can do to keep them at bay as long as possible is to erect a massive ice shield in front of him. But due to fatigue, the shield soon began to crack due to the endless number of bats. And soon they broke through the shield and attacked poor Luce. With the force of the blow from the powerful army of monsters, he flew back a few meters. The conclusion is grim, about a catastrophic development of events, leaving no room for error. A hand has already been lost. The demon ironically notes the opponent's distance, thinking it is a manifestation of fear of his power. But suddenly an ice attack was activated, the last hope. Light's spikes shoot toward the target with piercing speed and precision. But Yuto just smiled, and suddenly he grabbed the thorn right in front of him. Apparently for him this attack was neither strong nor unexpected. Light was in shock. Apparently his end had come. The monster triumphantly absorbs the released spiritual energy, admitting that it has been waiting for this moment of empowerment. Light realizes the evil plan. His attack is being used as an energy source for the enemy's evolution. In gratitude for the restoration of strength, the creature promises a special technique, a demonstration of absolute power, and he fired a demonic arrow straight at Light. This was clearly the end. He wouldn't have time to dodge. And Light closed his eyes in despair and could only apologize to a young woman. But Shinji was already there and apologized for the delay. Light was in shock, as he was already ready to die. But he is already shouting about the danger. It is impossible to block a level 4 attack. Only dodging will save your life. But the guy immediately does the impossible. With one hand, he deflects a demonic projectile flying at high speed, and he throws it aside. The projectile explodes with incredible force, leaving a crater in the ground. Light is simply shocked. What he couldn't do, Shinji easily did in a second. The boy asks again about Light's caution, demonstrating composure in a critical moment of confrontation. Shinji confirms the girl's safety. Fuwa and the others ensured Yu's protection while eliminating the threats. Shinji orders his ally to move towards the group, promising to join him after the enemy is eliminated. Now the enemies met again. Shinji stood before the demon and said he didn't understand who he was. After all, Yuto died at the protagonist's hands. The creature insisted it was Yuto, expressing outrage at Shinji's lack of recognition. Shinji asked him to be quiet and said he didn't want to talk. He came here to kill him. The main character promises a quick and painless death, demonstrating confidence in victory. The creature teasingly asks Shinji if he is still as weak as when they met in the forest. The monster displays absolute power, demanding confirmation of the terrifying scale of its current strength. The massive ball of energy was instantly in Shinji's hands, but he was not impressed by the demon's power. With a sword strike, the demon's strongest attack was repelled and split in two. Yuto was simply in shock. After all, the attack that had knocked out his sphere was now threatening his demonic life. But she passed by without touching Yuto, as if he wasn't even there. The sky was filled only with bats fleeing the battlefield. Shinji was shocked. He didn't know something like this could happen to him. The girl's panicked question about what was happening reflects the general confusion at the abnormal event. An urgent request was made to Mika if she felt the same anomalous energy from the black cloud. Mika confirms. All the bats are moving towards the cloud in sync, as if they had received a single order. Natsuki refuses to believe the instrument's readings, which are outside the range of measurable values. The alarming question is directed at Natsuki, who has noticed catastrophic changes in the equipment's readings. Based on the accuracy of the scanner data, she classifies the celestial object as a super mutant level threat. Everyone was shocked. Anomaly level means monsters with minimal mutations, low threat, and low impact on the environment, not requiring the intervention of cultivators. High danger is attributed to creatures capable of causing large-scale destruction in populated areas. Their elimination requires coordination from mid-level cultivators. Super mutant, the highest threat level, capable of destroying small cities. The combined efforts of the strongest cultivators are required to neutralize it. The panic level describes monsters that threaten national security and are capable of destroying defenses. It requires the full mobilization of all resources. The end-of-the-world category represents an existential threat to civilization. Neutralizing it requires a global unification of all forces. Natsuki's unshakable belief in Shinji's return alive seems like something that doesn't require confirmation. Yue is ordered to ask Chairman Liu for reinforcements and to use his connections with his grandfather to help Shinji against the monster. At headquarters, unsuccessful attempts to contact Captain Tomita by radio heighten anxiety about the fate of the 2nd platoon in the affected area. Bats have been found to be able to block radio waves, which explains the loss of communication with entire units during an operation. Natsuki's grandfather's anxious question about her and the group's fate was heard amidst the chaos as communication remained unavailable. Someone noticed the bats moving in the same direction in sync, indicating that they were coordinating their actions. The tense question of what would happen next hung in the air as the dark cloud thickened over the city. Desperate attempts to radio Captain Tomita continued, despite the signal being blocked. Communication with the 2nd platoon was suddenly restored after the rats disappeared from the operating area. Captain Tomita reported an encounter with level 2 rats that were attacking the positions until recently. Confirmation has been received. All units have observed a large concentration of creatures in a single spot. An order was received for an urgent calculation of personnel losses after repelling the creature's attack. Headquarters received an emergency call from the commander's granddaughter with critical information. And as soon as Grandpa answered the phone, alarming information came from Natsuki. Natsuki warned her grandfather about the appearance of a super mutant in Amanami, demanding an immediate response. Everyone at headquarters was shocked by such a statement and understanding of the threat. Vice Commander Fuwa questions the veracity of the shocking situation report. Natsuki explains the simultaneous disappearance of the bats as a transfer of energy to the central mutant in the black cloud. There is desperation in the crew's voices. The fate of Amanami and its inhabitants seems sealed without immediate intervention. Everyone understood that without level 5 cultivators, resistance would be impossible, which would condemn the city to inevitable destruction. Fuwa pronounces the threat classification. realizing the full scale of the impending disaster for the region. The commander mentally asks his granddaughter for forgiveness for the imminent losses among the city's civilian population, but there is no other way. The granddaughter demonstrates understanding of the tragic choice, recognizing the lack of alternatives to save the country. An order has been received to use weapons of mass destruction to destroy the super mutant at any cost. Fuwa emphasizes the inadmissibility of the threat spreading to other cities, demanding the complete location of the strike. The counselor asks the commander to remain calm and, first of all, organize the rescue of his granddaughter from the affected area. But suddenly Fuwa reminded him of his military duty. Protecting civilians at all costs must be his priority. A resolute declaration of readiness for self-sacrifice is cut short by a failure of communication at a critical moment. Shinji's confused question about how the device worked shocked the office. The voice on the radio startled Fuwa. He couldn't believe that Shinji had returned contact after his supposed death. The boy harshly condemned the premature declaration of his death, recalling the promise he made to return alive. The main character's prediction seemed grim. The granddaughter would hate her grandfather for destroying the city with her participation. Shinji categorically rejected the bombing plan, vowing to personally eliminate the super mutant without outside help. The incredulous exclamation emphasized the absurdity of the claim that it was possible to defeat a creature of that level. No one in the office believed it. The subject confirmed the seriousness of his intentions, indicating the presence of a specific strategy to neutralize the threat. Shinji offers full cooperation to the commander as his only chance to save the city and his granddaughter at the same time. Subordinates await the commander's decision in confusion, trusting entirely in his authority at a critical moment. The commander gives consent, requesting specific instructions for military personnel. The subject presents the only condition for his intervention that does not require combat resources. An unexpected demand was made. The army must fully compensate for the material damage from the upcoming battle. The monster enthusiastically absorbs the spiritual energy of the world, feeling a complete restoration of vitality after being reborn. The creature celebrates its successful rebirth and evolution to the 5th maximum level of the boiling fountain. An overwhelming confidence in his own invincibility takes hold of the monster as he realizes his unlimited power. A warning was given about Shinji's fatal mistake, underestimating the enemy in his first battle in the forest. He decided to demonstrate his power and activated the technique, releasing a huge bat right in the direction of the main character. The monster laughed and rejoiced in his impending victory. But suddenly the voice stopped mid-sentence as he tried to point something out. The shock was even felt at headquarters. They looked at the cameras and devices and didn't understand what it was. A huge bolt of electrical energy pierced the demon's projectile and illuminated everything around it with its blue light. The owner of this energy, Shinji, stood to the side and calmly observed everything that was happening. Someone at headquarters identified the legendary attribute of lightning, which manifests in the atmosphere in unnatural concentrations. The boy's power led to comparisons with a monster, whose potential exceeded all observers' expectations. In the city, an announcement urged citizens to remain calm and wait for evacuation buses without panicking. But suddenly everyone was illuminated by a glow of energy, and people were shocked. City residents attributed the recent energy surge to the actions of cultivators, and were surprised by its scale. Eyewitnesses were amazed by the scale of the lightning, comparing it to fantastic movie special effects. Yu confirms that the source of the attack was Captain Fuji, whose power surpassed all observers' expectations. How did he manage to hide it for so long? The girl realizes the futility of trying to match Shinji even after reaching the 4th level of the boiling spring. Natsuki's exclamation of admiration emphasizes that Shinji lived up to his reputation as an exceptional fighter. Shinji rises into the air with his energy and is now even higher than the super mutant. The guy announces a transition to active actions, demonstrating readiness to attack. The demon tried to do anything to stop the human-shaped monster in front of him, but he parried the blow with his sword and prepared to attack. Shinji activated the Thunder Flame Sword, Mountains and Rivers technique, combining the elements into a devastating blow, and he pointed directly at the super demon, who tried to save himself from massive damage with his shield spell. But the huge red clot of energy easily broke through the shield and was already crushing the monster, who was in shock and screamed in pain and from a strong and unexpected attack from an ordinary person. After that blow, he had barely begun to regenerate and was already thinking about his next steps. realizing that he would have to use all his strength. He releases energy tentacles from his back and prepares to attack Shinji with them. But the guy quickly dodged and started cutting off the tentacles one by one. The demon blames the blade for his failures, claiming he would have won long ago without this artifact. Shinji accepts the challenge, demonstratively handing over his sword for an empty-handed duel. The monster interprets this as a signal to attack and immediately goes on the offensive with full force, and he aimed his accurate energy shot straight at Shinji's head. But here's the problem. The lightning bounced off his impenetrable head like a bouncing ball. The monster's shock had reached its limit. Its level 5 attack didn't leave a scratch on the enemy, indicating a higher level of power. The man doubted that this was the creature's maximum power, saying that the demon was probably joking or was very weak. Shinji declared the battle over then and there, eliminating the possibility of his opponent retreating again. Desperation could be heard in the monster's scream. It was eager to absorb more energy to evolve to the 6th level and take revenge. He fled the battlefield. His plan for revenge included reaching level 7 before returning, but his current defeat made that impossible. But the man prevented the escape, activating the lightning heaven technique to completely destroy the threat. The monster only had time to turn around. Suddenly, the final blow of royal crush fell upon the monster, leaving no chance for resistance. The creature's final scream expressed utter disbelief at its own defeat at the hands of man. He was shattered in midair, leaving only a bolt of lightning that struck the spot with equal force. The survivors were exultant. The super mutant had been defeated, and the city of Amanami and its inhabitants had been saved at the cost of incredible effort. Shinji's lightning bolt became a symbol of salvation, a light of hope that pierced the city's darkness at a critical moment. Shinji is declared a symbol of hope for all humanity, calling for urgent help to be provided to those affected. A few days later, the hero is thanked for saving the city from a destructive threat. The military and authorities, through Liu, offer the boy the choice of any award for his incredible achievement and merits. And now Shinji says he has such a wish. Shinji demands that the girls who have illegally occupied his home and are interfering in his life be immediately evicted. The man is particularly concerned about Mika's strange behavior, provoked by his neighbors. Liu thinks all the girls want to be here, and apparently only Mika is interfering too much. The government official incorrectly concludes that the boy is implying the need for more housing. The officer readily commits to solving the problem raised by Shinji, promising personal involvement. The scene changes to a warm, sunny day and a meeting place. The meeting moves on to the main topic of discussion, the question of rewarding the hero for the operation. Plans are underway to prepare a reward for Fuji Shinji for successfully suppressing the threat in Amanami. The option of providing the young man with spiritual energy resources to strengthen him as a super cultivator of the country is being considered. The proposal is to make the boy an online influencer to popularize, given his youth and potential. One participant vehemently rejects the idea of influencerism, emphasizing Shinji's status as a national genius. One alternative is to give the man a high military position to train army cultivators. The meeting solicits additional input on proposed options for rewarding the hero. Suddenly, a voice is heard opposing the current plans to reward Shinji. Those present recognize General Gento and are surprised by his presence at the meeting. Fuwa was shocked that he had not been informed about the outsiders at the meeting. General Gento Soshi explains his presence by overhearing a conversation about a bounty for the boy. Fuwa clarifies General Gento's position regarding Shinji's proposed reward. General Gento denies the need for a reward, calling the boy's victory luck and fortune. Officers were outraged by the general's words, citing video evidence of the significance of the feat. General Gento harshly demands that one of the speakers be silenced, calling him an incompetent fool. Suddenly, Fuwa hits the table, and it emphasizes the impossibility of defeating a level 5 boiling spring monster by luck alone, and also reminds him that the decision about the reward is not General Gento's personal responsibility. General Gento declares the dispute over due to fixation on the reward issue. It was decided to continue the meeting, requesting new proposals to reward the hero. It has been suggested that Shinji did not act for glory, making the titles an unnecessary reward. The commander turns to meeting participant Liu to ask his opinion. Chairman Liu claims to have the advantage of a trusting relationship with Shinji and knows what he really needs. Liu smiles and confirms that he received a direct and clear answer from the young man a few days ago. The assembly shows great interest in the information given by Shinji, demanding details. According to the hero, the main problem is the girls who have moved into his house. He recalled that Mika's strange behavior under the influence of new neighbors was causing particular concern. It follows that the boy wants a spacious house to live in together. Those present expressed surprise at such an unexpected yet logical and simple human request. But Fuwa had a hunch that the young man intended to dump the girls rather than live with them. But considering his granddaughter Natsuki's feelings for Shinji, he deliberately did not correct the misinterpretation. Grandfather decided to raise the issue of the availability of suitable real estate in Amanami City with Shinji. Gento confidently declares that there is a ready-made version of ideal housing for a young person, without any additional research. Fuwa asked, "Where is this treasure located?" And Gento suggested a specific location, a villa on Lake Ryokuyo in the Kaiyo district of Asami City. A reasonable question arises regarding the status of Asami City, which is under quarantine. There are reports of anomalies on the 6th level of the boiling spring in that area. Lu accuses General Gento of deliberately harassing the hero during a dangerous mission. The general justifies the proposal by testing the boy's skills to qualify for the prize. The commander asks General Gento directly about his disagreement with his decision on the reward. The general denies the conflict, insisting on a personal verification of the lightning wielder's real powers. The scene changes again to Shinji's house. Representative Lu apologizes to Shinji for the issues with the reward due to interference. This is all explained by the military preparing a reward for the guy for the incident with the monster. The document confirms the transfer of a village on Lake Ryokuyo worth hundreds of millions. This shocks the main character. Lu thinks the guy is unhappy and says he is ready to replace the reward at any cost if he becomes unhappy. Shinji expresses shock at the cost of the gift, ruling out the possibility of refusing the village. The young man confirms his consent to accept the offered expensive property and hides the document. The condition is revealed. Next to the village, there is a lair of a 6th-level mutant. The military asks the subject to eliminate the threat along with an entire platoon of soldiers. Shinji confidently rejects the help, declaring that his own strength is sufficient for such a simple task. But Lu emphasizes the huge difference between the 5th and 6th levels of the boiling spring, and he must continue training to reach a high level, especially for such a young man, given his young age. But Shinji calmly reports that he has reached the 7th level of the boiling spring, and Lu's jaw drops to the floor at that statement. The scene shifts to a highway and a Geländewagen, where General Gento is questioned about the subject's actual consent to the dangerous operation. A military officer emphasizes the difficulty of Green Lake, where the military suffered defeats for a month. Can a 20-year-old do it? The general intends to test the boy's true abilities in combat conditions. The officer assumes the victory at Amanami was just a stroke of beginner's luck. And if so, the boy's absence from the ceremony can easily be explained by fear of being exposed to the veterans. The general smiles at his conclusions and says that the boy should learn from them, from the old soldiers. Suddenly, the secretary reminds him to prioritize the mission over personal ambitions for Asami's sake. They drive up to the golden gates of a luxurious mansion, and Shinji himself is already standing in front of them. The mayor's secretary, Tawako Sugita, introduces herself to Shinji when they meet. The main character responds kindly and says it's a pleasure to meet her. The boy is introduced to General Gento and Lieutenant Tsuji, who are in charge of the operation. The general asks him about defeating that huge monster, and Shinji confirms defeating the level 5 monster in Amanami. The general expresses surprise at seeing the hero's lean physique instead of the expected muscles. Shinji asks ironically if the monsters will be afraid of them just because they are such muscular military men. Already enraged, General Gento threatens the boy with death if the operation at Green Lake fails. The young man immediately responds that he is practical and is not afraid of death, unlike his interlocutors. Secretary Tawako intervenes in the conversation and asks everyone to calm down and cooperate within the village towards a common goal. Silence is considered consent before assigning roles in the operation. The secretary prepares to report the next plan. She reveals the reason for the anomaly. Dark energy was placed here after Earth's restoration. The presence of a level 5 monster and 6 civilian casualties is announced to everyone around. The secretary says that's all and suggests they get some rest. Shinji immediately suggests not waiting, but beginning the operation immediately after the briefing is completed. The general's assistant says they have no plan, but the general says he can't leave Shinji alone. It's time to go. Shinji had already left and was approaching the threat. Opening the system window, he detects a third dark energy monster in a short period of time. There are many of them here. After the last mission, the guy received a new space to choose a strength attribute. A man decides between a dark and a light attribute for new abilities. Shinji reflects on his lack of experience with attributes in his past life. Therefore, it doesn't matter which choice he makes. The hero chooses a light attribute for healing, remembering the incident with Yue. The healing ability will be very useful to him. Suji and the general were already behind him, criticizing the boy's actions without a prior plan. Shinji explains the impossibility of planning without first studying the target closely. He's not a theorist, but a practitioner. The soldier starts shouting that the guy isn't serious when the general notices a threat nearby. This danger turned out to be a huge red wolf monster, full of energy and rage. The general attacked him quickly, not allowing the monster to hit any of his subordinates or companions, and the wolf immediately retreated a few meters. The blow was strong. General Gento receives gratitude from his subordinate. If it weren't for him, the boy would have faced death. The powerful mutant in front of the village exceeds the military's expectations and strength. They haven't even entered the facility yet, and powerful mutants are already there. So what's inside? The general tells the others to admire him and watch him defeat the level 4 mutant dog. They entered into a fight with the dog, and the general defended all of the monster's blows, managing to land his own. Shinji looked at Gento with interest, and the sergeant was completely amazed by the general's strength. The fight continued, and now the general was delivering powerful kicks directly to the mutant dog. That's why the dog's whole face was beaten, and there was blood coming out of its mouth. But she remained in the same place, which surprised and angered the general. Shinji yawns and suggests continuing the mission and entering the village building without delay. Suji was outraged by the boy's disregard for a level 4 threat fighting a general. But the young man silently takes up the sword, take it out and fill it with energy. And then, with one blow, without much effort, he cuts the monster in two, defeating it. The general was simply shocked. He had clearly underestimated the boy. The young man announces his independent advancement, leaving the group behind. Shock grips the soldiers. Shinji destroyed the monster with one blow during the retreat. General Gento realizes the danger of conflict with an unpredictable enemy. He decides to immediately apologize to the hero Fuji. At this moment, he has just entered the village, and the vast space without any sign of life seems very strange to his eyes. And the strangest thing is the absence of the bodies of the 68 dead inside the village building. Where are all these soldiers? Shinji approaches General Gento with an important question. The general is interested in the essence of the boy's question. Shinji asks if the military removed the bodies of the dead from the village. The general denies evacuating the bodies because of the fight against the threat inside the building. And he asks, why is the main character interested in this? The guy suggests that the threat level in the village has increased due to the lack of bodies, because they were clearly swallowed by something that was inside the village. And it's clearly above level 5. The image shows a side view of the village. Shinji suggests that the monster eat corpses, but the general clarifies his preferences. The main character says that they always wanted to absorb spiritual energy and eat human flesh. Despite the explanations, the group decides to remain extremely cautious. It is proposed to divide into groups to inspect the second floor and the basement, and the military says they will support Shinji's instructions as they are the most experienced here. As a result, Shinji goes up to the second floor, instructing the general and the lieutenant to check the basement. He walks up the steps, and now, having entered the second floor, he walks along the corridor. Open a door and enter. He closes the door carefully behind him and walks forward, looking around. Shinji notices one more thing: the absence of bones at the scene of the tragedy. The guy considers using a new light attribute for research, and activates it, and immediately discovers a dark demonic energy around. She runs towards him, almost breaking through his protective barrier and consuming his energy. Shinji smiles. He finally found what he was looking for. Meanwhile, on the first floor, the boy shares with General Gento an anxious premonition about how the situation will develop. A decision is made on maximum combat readiness for future advances. At that very second, a red demon dog flies past them. They look at him in shock, not understanding what to do. And as they thought, a huge explosion of red energy was heard in front of them. They braced themselves for the worst, sweat pouring down their faces, as fast as the saliva of the monster in front of them. Ugh, stupid demonic creature. The general summons his partner to launch a combined energy attack against the enemy. but the creature opened its mouth and began to emit a foul-smelling energy. She threw him forward in huge blasts of deadly energy. She was quick and reached the general in a second, but he repelled her. The general was shocked by the force of the monster's blow. He barely managed to defend himself. With a cry of "Die!" another young soldier attacks the monster with extreme determination. A special wind combat technique is used. The blow was struck at the demon. They finally got there. But Tsuji was shocked by the incredible thickness of the monster's skin, blocking his best attacks. The monster became even more furious with such insolence and was ready to devour the lieutenant, who was trembling with fear. The general shouts and swears revenge for the harm done to his subordinates. He attacks the monster with his bare hands, but it quickly hits him with its tail and throws it straight at the wall, a very strong blow that broke not only the general's ribs but also the walls of the village. Here the young soldier realized that it was his duty to avenge his general. Lieutenant Tsuji desperately prepares for another attack, ignoring the danger. General Gento demands that his subordinate stop his reckless actions. But suddenly a huge bolt of electricity pierces the demon. The lieutenant only had time to raise his head to see his savior. Shinji could be seen through the hole in the ceiling, energetically mocking the prolonged fight with a certain mutant dog. Gento was shocked by the monster's destruction with a single blow from the boy's hand. Shinji explains that the creature he defeated was not the main threat, just an ordinary monster. The military assumed that this monster was the main one in the village building. The guy calls the defeated monster an avatar, avoiding complex explanations. Shinji suggests showing them the threat directly, and transporting the group to the threat's true lair. The light of your power illuminates and blinds everyone around you. A moment passes, and now they are in a strange place. In a place where a pack of these dogs eats many human bodies. Gento was simply shocked by the sight. Some of the monsters have already turned their attention to them. The others continued with their activities, having lunch. The general was in shock. He had not managed to defeat any enemy, and there were many others there. The army of monsters in the lair shocks the military with their sheer numbers. Shinji explains the logic behind the large number of monsters in his headquarters. The general and his assistant announce that they will go no further. The army will come here and burn down the entire lair. Shinji bursts with determination, standing against the fire and protecting his future village. The subject assesses the monsters as weak, seeing no difficulty in destroying them. He immediately draws his sword. The hero announces his intention to end the threat with a single, powerful blow. And he succeeds. The violent blow spins and its force reverberates throughout the village. This scam was called very stupidly, snow that comes home, some kind of nonsense. But it was incredible. With just one blow, many monsters were cut into pieces. The military is shocked by Shinji's one-hit destruction of the monsters. After the dust settled, only the boys were visible. All the other monsters were dead. The general was impressed by the boys' strength, believing the village was free of the threat. Lieutenant Tsuji admits he expected to die before the hero intervened. Shinji clarifies that the monsters he defeated were only minor opponents. Regardless, there are monsters in the village. General Gento is shocked by the monsters' insignificant strength and wonders how they managed to fight those small monsters for so long. He then reminds us of threat level measurements. The main monster is level 5 and is much more dangerous. The guy also took over the evolution of the main monster last month. It's already above level 5. Now the lieutenant began to have serious doubts about his chances against the growing threat. Shinji ensures the group's safety as they follow him, and all the other soldiers are ready to obey him. Shinji orders the group to follow him as they head deeper into the village. He activated his sword technique again, and many monsters were quickly transformed back into a mass of demonic flesh lumps. The general watched from behind cover, and was surprised by the cultivator's display of true strength. There was a lieutenant nearby who felt useless due to Shinji's strength and speed in destroying opponents. How can they help him if he kills an entire floor of monsters in less than 10 minutes? Shinji, meanwhile, advanced deeper and deeper, killing monsters one after another. Shinji detects a powerful energy signature coming from the village garden. The man says he's running farther. His goal is to explore the backyard. The general was just trying to catch up to Shinji, who was advancing at a fast pace. As soon as he got there, a red light illuminated him. What he saw only raised more questions. He saw a huge demonic heart. It looked really scary. It was beating down on the lake in the garden and radiating an enormous amount of energy. The hero says he has finally met the final boss of this mission and activated his most powerful mode. The lieutenant interrupts the boy's concentration. but the general demands silence. The power of the energy Shinji has collected strikes fear into the soldier. Is it really that dangerous? The general says he has seen so much energy once, and compares the monster's strength to that of Chairman Kenjo, a level 6 cultivator, a very strong fighter. The general realizes the scale of this battle, a battle of titans between Shinji and the monster. Suddenly, a clawed hand emerges from a huge egg or heart. The protagonist immediately uses the extreme polarization technique to counterattack. But with one blow, the flesh monster repels the attack. And finally, the monster broke free and revealed itself to be a huge phoenix bird. Chunks of demonic flesh fell all around. General Gento was shocked by the appearance of a powerful and unknown monster. Shinji is happy to have finally met a worthy opponent with great power. The bird immediately flew into the air and released a burst of energy, which didn't hit the main character, who quickly dodged the blows. Now, the bird decided to launch a direct attack from its beak. Shinji notices an opening in the enemy defense, and uses a special wind technique through the discovered weakness. The blow was unmistakable. It was a powerful blow. The military celebrates as Shinji's attack hits its target. The monster immediately decided to retreat from the battlefield after seeing the GG's power. But Shinji decisively blocks the monster's escape route. He jumps in front of the bird and activates the flame lightning technique, mountain and river single attack. It also provides a continuous attack, leaving the bird no chance to dodge. The demonic bird roared, and then a huge wave of energy from Shinji hit her, knocking her back. The hero then uses the finishing move, Lightning Cross Prayer, which was also precisely aimed straight at the target, the tip of the demonic bird. Viewers are awed by the overwhelming power of the boy's true abilities. After his victory, Shinji finally claims the village as his rightful owner. In front of us, we see a weakened, monstrous bird which is simply lying on the ground. Shinji prepares to destroy the monster by sending it to another world with a powerful blow, but suddenly something surprises him. A multitude of green energy fragments pierce the bird, quite unexpectedly. The hero only managed to dodge, otherwise he would have been hit. The bird only managed to roar before dying. The military were delighted with the victory, but the guy said it wasn't his equipment, which meant there was someone else there. The officers were shocked. Shinji stepped forward and demanded that the hidden observer come to them, as he had already detected traces of their energy. Suddenly, some kind of energy portal opened in front of them. The unknown began to emerge and confirmed Shinji's victory over the enemy. But when he was fully recovered, he said that maybe the main character shouldn't have killed him. The general recognizes the stranger as the president of the Kenmo Cultivators Association, and asks, "What is he doing here?" Shinji was shocked to learn that they knew each other, and the general explained to him who Kenmo was, a level 6 fighter. The general also introduces him to the genius cultivator Shinji of Tenkai as the army's order enforcer. Despite this, Kenmo asks to spare the monster's life, offering to use it for military research with their consent. The general agreed, but Shinji rejected Kenmo's right to decide the monster's fate and dictate his thoughts. But suddenly the military reminds us of Kenmo's financial support for the Asami operations and his status. Kenmo's merits in saving soldiers with light spiritual energy are emphasized. Kenmo offers Shinji the task of taming the monster instead of killing it for the sake of friendship with humanity. He proclaims the philosophy of influencing all beings with love and spiritual energy. But as soon as Kenmo enters the monster's vision, Shinji fires his beam towards the bird, more precisely, not even on the bird, but somewhere in the other direction. He threw his punch at Kenmo. Apparently his words didn't resonate in Gigi's heart. The guy activated the energy of the green cube, and so he blocked the blow and began to absorb its power. Kenmo clenched his fist tightly, and he broke that energy from the main character's blow in front of him. Kenmo recognizes the young man's strength by observing his actions. The scientist demands an explanation for Shinji's actions, offering a choice. Does he want to fight him? Or is he simply betraying humanity? The guy promises to give the reason for his actions if Kenmo wants to know so much. The first reason is announced. The monster must die from killing too many people. Shinji states the second reason. He does not obey anyone's orders, and Kenmo has no right to command him. The guy emphasizes the main factor by squeezing the sword. He points to the guy and talks about the abnormal monster energy that started emanating from Kenmo when he appeared. The soldiers asked, "What does he mean by what kind of energy?" The main character then discovered a strange reaction from the monster, a greater fear of the scientist Kenmo than of the murderer Shinji. Kenmo, however, says that they are both human and also explains the naturalness of fear through the cage he created to contain it. But while they were doing all this, Shinji used light energy to visualize the monster's memory. Kenmo was shocked by Shinji's declared abilities. The soldiers were also shocked by such abilities. Shinji explains that he gained the ability to read memories after defeating a monster in Tenkai. Since then, he has been reading memories through spiritual energy. Kenmo categorically rejects the subject's statement as absurd, but he shows his capabilities when he approaches the bird. This caused the monster pain, but that was okay. That was how it was supposed to be. Everyone watched in amazement at the main character's light energy abilities. Now he had finally penetrated the monster's memory and could show it to the others. Everyone around was shocked. The main character's words were confirmed. Shinji investigates the monster's energy and memory implantation methods. Kenmo was very sad and looked at the main character's back. And finally, unable to hold back any longer, he launched a blast of his green energy at him. The guy smiles because he finally provoked the bastard to attack. He turns around and retorts, exclaiming that he thought so. Their energies clashed and clashed almost like swords. The general, horrified, demands an explanation from Kenmo about his actions with the monster. But now, after seeing everything, Kenmo decides to kill the witnesses after his activities are exposed. Shinji asks Kenmochi directly about creating a bird-like monster in the village. The military defends Kenmochi, reminding him of his assistance in helping the military eliminate threats. But the guy asks, do they believe the arguments they present in his favor? In favor of this hypocritical scoundrel? The boy questions the story, pointing out the monster's survival before they arrived. Shinji accuses Kenmochi of cruelty, remembering the monster's violent trembling when he appeared. Kenmochi praises Shinji's intelligence and acknowledges the creature's cultivation, but states that it is for defensive purposes and not for killing. The general was shocked by this but still believed him. But the mad scientist clarifies that the purpose of creating the monster is to protect people, not destroy them. General Gento becomes enraged and blames Kenmochi for the deaths of his fellow soldiers during the liberation of Asakai. Kenmochi justifies the soldiers' deaths by accelerating the monster's evolution from level 3 to level 6. The junior lieutenant angrily accuses the president of using the military as guinea pigs. Kenmochi despises the lower class's lack of understanding of his grand plans. They have always been guinea pigs. He explains his ultimate goal, to use the monster against other threats to save the soldiers. An evolution study is proposed to improve the training of cultivators under control. And now the monster is under his control. Everything is in his hands, just as he wanted. Now Kenmo ends the discussion by announcing his intention to kill all the witnesses. Now this madman released a huge beam of green energy, similar to the one our MC has. The system detects a powerful source of light energy for immediate absorption, and now the guy, having received the ability to absorb energy, comes up with his new plan. He throws his hands directly towards the energy clot and quickly begins to absorb it. The soldiers were shocked by this and rushed to help him, but Kenmo was already doing his new deadly gesture. Thus, the two soldiers were trapped in place, preventing them from advancing and fighting. Kenmo smiles and says that now all he needs is to hear his death screams. At that moment, he began to pierce their bodies with his green spears. The general was at the end of his tether. Apparently, the first witnesses to Kenmo's atrocities would soon die. Kenmochi proclaims punishment for people who consider him a villain. But Shinji finally activated his powerful phase, and there was a lot of energy around him. The screen displays skill levels. Now all skills are level 2. The boy happily celebrates his good decision to come here. Shinji rejoices. Getting a house brings with it a significant increase in his combat level. He leaves right behind the mad scientist, and then attacks him with a lot of energy. Half of the attack was also aimed at freeing the military from the captivity of green energy. The general exclaims Fujisan's name with relief, recognizing his salvation at the critical moment. Shinji orders him to stay put, assuring him that the current fight will be concluded quickly. Kenmochi is confused and asks how Shinji maintains freedom of movement within the light barrier. Shinji, meanwhile, scoffed at the idea that a level 6 weakling could stop him. The boy ironically thanks Kenmochi for leveling up and sends a counterattack as a sign of appreciation. Kenmochi is outraged by the suggestion that he will be defeated by Shinji and demands a show of strength by challenging the younger opponent. And at that moment he sends his new green attack straight at the main character. But he quickly interrupts her by attacking with his explosive attack, eclipsing everything and everyone around him. Shinji launched his energy dragon through the scientist's attack, quickly canceling it out. Kenmo was shocked by Shinji's strength, but after a few seconds I was shocked by the incredible speed. He becomes enraged because he can't keep up with the guy or even dodge the attack. Shinji is confident that his next blow will be irresistible to the unbalanced Kenmochi. After that, all that was left of the guy was a red stain. After the fight, he carefully landed on the ground. Shinji was disappointed with Kenmochi's level. He found the level 6 Wakusen pathetic and weak. Humiliated, Kenmochi furiously vows to kill Shinji, screaming his name in hatred. Kenmochi is furious with Shinji's actions. He's simply furious. He promises to demonstrate the true power of the 6th level of Wakusen in return. The seal appeared in the sky right in front of the main character. Shinji coldly assesses Kenmochi's strength. Even at his peak, he poses no threat. Kenmo's powerful attack is called Holy Justice and is aimed at the protagonist, and many rays came out of that celestial seal. But Shinji easily repels them with an attack in return, which makes the green bastard even angrier. He quickly bypassed the main character and jumped on him from above with a dagger and a shout of "Die!" Suddenly, the dagger stopped being a small sword and became a huge sword, like Guts from Berserk, or even bigger. The impact was so strong that it nearly blew up the ground beneath him. But Kenmo did all this very slowly and over a long period of time. Shinji easily defends Kenmochi's attack, leaving his opponent far behind in speed. And the main character's enemy falls to the ground with force. Even in the face of death, Kenmochi refuses to admit defeat and vows to defeat Shinji at any cost. He gets up and is filled with that fiery energy again. His skin was completely covered in seals and symbols. Wings began to sprout from his back, transforming him into a monster. A desperate Kenmochi challenges Shinji, unleashing his most powerful final attack on the boy. Shinji challenges Kenmochi to test his opponent's strength against his blade in a decisive confrontation. The legendary Thunder Sword style, the ultimate technique of severing heaven and earth, is used in the final attack. Our main dragon's dragon faced the monster Kenmo, and Gigi's energy dragon was clearly stronger. Kenmo flew away, and then he hit the ground hard from Gigi's blow, the end of his crazy story. Kenmochi has difficulty accepting Shinji's superiority, denying the possibility of losing to a weaker opponent. He asks in horror if the boy has surpassed level 6. Shinji replies coldly, "Kenmochi's maximum power is insignificant." Kenmochi is shocked when he discovers the truth. Shinji has already reached the unimaginable 7th level of power. Kenmochi is skeptical of the boy's rapid growth. Shinji, referring to the plans, announces the immediate dispatch of his enemy to the afterlife. A defeated Kenmochi clings to life, muttering about unfinished business before his inevitable end. Shinji demands full accountability from Kenmochi for all the crimes he committed before the final blow. He activates all his power to deliver the final blow to Kenmo's life. The guy is sure that only death will change the distorted worldview and cruelty of the defeated opponent. The soldiers are shocked by the speed of Shinji's victory over Kenmochi. The boy's incredible strength leaves everyone in awe. Shinji suggests checking the bird monster's condition. The general immediately agrees and points in its direction. There is also a bird lying there, which is still pierced by Kenmo's energy. General Gento insists on destroying the dangerous creature, approaching Shinji with a direct proposal. Shinji responds by calling the monster a victim of Kenmochi's experiments rather than the source of evil. He approaches him and directs his light energy towards him. The monster immediately starts screaming. The soldiers were shocked when they saw what Gigi was doing. The boy calms the creature, promising to help and saying he won't act like Kenmo. After these words, the monster became calm. She bows before him with a smile, and the boy completes his act. We finally saw the monster's true nature, an ordinary owl, not at all evil. Everyone is surprised by the transformation of the injured monster into an ordinary owl after using Shinji's energy. The lieutenant, completely perplexed, demands an explanation for the creature's unexpected metamorphosis. Shinji honestly admits he doesn't understand the process. The light energy treatment led to a change. The boy remembers Shinji's ability to see the past and asks him to find out the reason for the transformation. Shinji reveals the deception. His claim of having seen the monster in the past was a lie to manipulate Kenmochi. The soldiers are shocked by the revelation. They recall the images shown. The subject explains the projection of his memories. Shinji is pleased with the success of the ruse. He declares the matter closed and suggests everyone return home. The man mentions urgent matters, village renovations, etc. The lieutenant asks in surprise about the fate of his pet owl. Shinji doesn't plan to keep the owl as a pet, but he observes its obedience. He considers it a potential guardian for the yard. He suggests an alternative. Perhaps the military could take care of the unusual creature? The military politely declines due to budgetary concerns. They emphasize Shinji's achievements in restoring the bird and their affection for it. Shinji reassures the general, explaining that handing over the bird to the military was merely a suggestion, not a demand. The man decides to take the owl to see how his neighbors react. If there are any objections, he will call the military again. The scene changes to another headquarters. Commander Fuyutsu angrily accuses the Cultivators Association. He is furious about the experiments on soldiers and the growth of a monster. The association's representative denies any involvement, claiming he knew nothing about Kenmochi's actions. Fuyutsu argues that Kenmochi's veteran status is no excuse for inaction. It was precisely this kind of negligence that led to the disaster. The official justifies his role as an ordinary citizen and insists that the growers manage the association autonomously. The commander reveals his true intentions. Without Shinji's intervention, the association planned to shift the blame to the military. The association representative justified his inaction by citing Kenmochi's level. His marital status prevented him from opposing the cultivator. The officer begs Fuyutsu for understanding. A conflict with the military or the association threatens to lose his position. The commander rejects the apology. He demands accountability from the families for the soldiers' deaths, denying the officer's position. Fuyutsu announces a full military interrogation of all members of the Cultivators Association, starting today. The military threatens to use military law if he refuses to cooperate. The officer is ordered to prepare for the consequences. The association representative relents. He promises full cooperation, pleading only to preserve the organization's reputation. Fuyutsu accepts the surrender on the condition of the cultivator's complete submission. The officer confirms his agreement. The scene changes to Shinji's old house. He just came home, and some hot girls greet him, worried about Shinji's possible injuries after the fight. Shinji returns home. He is welcomed and, for the first time, feels the pleasant sensation of family warmth. The boy decides to become stronger. His goal is to protect his new lifestyle and the family bonds he's found. Natsuki notices Shinji's distraction and asks what happened. The guy explains how to successfully subdue the creature and tame the owl as a pet. Yu was shocked by the pet. How is this possible? And Shinji decided to demonstrate this. He called her with a whistle. The appearance of a small owl causes surprise among those present at the first glance of the bird. The girls admire the owl's cuteness, expressing their emotions out loud when they see it up close. Another girl is interested in the bird's origin, noticing its extraordinary cuteness. Shinji briefly recounts encountering an owl in the village during a mission, hinting at his struggle for survival. The girl assumes that the bird has a strong will to live, given the place where it was found. The guy reveals the owl's past. It was a level 6 monster before its recent transformation. The girls are shocked by what they hear. Now the owl isn't so cute anymore. They demand immediate confirmation of such incredible information. Shinji confirms his previous answer. Yes, that creature was indeed a level 6 monster. The girls panic. The little owl looks like an ancient, deadly monster. Natsuki freezes in panic, fearing an owl attack. Shinji reassures her, emphasizing the creature's lack of aggression. The boy changes the conversation to the neighbors' training and highlights their poor progress in cultivation as the main problem. Natsuki and Yu justify their slow growth. They lament their inability to match a genius like Shinji. Shinji sternly demands that training be intensified. He warns that his future assistants may not be able to prevent disaster. The boy announces the need for rest after completing a difficult mission and negotiations. The scene cuts to a building at night. Inside the apartment, news spreads. The strongest cultivator, Asami Kenmochi, has been found dead under unclear circumstances. One of them calls death karma for murders. Another was shocked. How did a level 6 cultivator die? A story emerges about Kenmochi encountering a level 7 monster. Such a creature could defeat even the strongest. The third speaker slaps him on the head and curses. A level 7 monster would threaten the entire city. Its existence would put all residents at risk. The main question remains unanswered. If it wasn't a monster, then what or who could have killed such a powerful cultivator? They turned around at that moment, because it was time for the main news. Rumors link Kenmochi's death to a mysterious Tenkai cultivator. The same person had previously resolved the crisis in that city. The townspeople are shocked by the news. They doubt the existence of such a powerful fighter in Tenkai. General Gendo interrupts the soldiers' conversation. He's interested in the reason for the noisy argument during the changing of the guard. Soldiers justify this with common conversations over drinks. They emphasize the harmlessness of conversation during the shift. Gendo sternly reminds us of secrecy. The Tenkai cultivator's data is a closely guarded military secret. The soldiers confirm the general's order. His response is clear and immediate after the warning. The general demands confirmation of understanding of the order. After receiving it, he allows the soldiers to leave their posts. Gendo reflects on Shinji's power, highlighting the lack of understanding of the true extent of Shinji's power. The general realizes Shinji's influence. Such a person is capable of changing the geopolitical position of an entire nation in the world. The scene returns to the house. Fuwa's granddaughter, Natsuka, is sitting at her laptop, bored. News about the mysterious strongest cultivator, Shinji Fuji, who fought against Tenkai and the military, is going viral online. She is happy about this event. The reaction on social media was divided. Some praised Shinji as a hero, while others accused him of acting and demanded proof of his strength. A level 7 cultivator from Sekko announces a challenge to Shinji in a tournament to expose the alleged deception. Users are fueling this conflict by demanding that King Sekko make his decision public if he defeats Shinji. Natsuki is outraged by King Sekko's exaggerated claims about his future victory over Shinji. Ayu notices Natsuki talking to herself and asks why she is doing that. The girl talks about Shinji being publicly challenged by a level 7 cultivator in a martial arts tournament. Yu is surprised by the news of the tournament. Natsuki admits that she also learned about the event recently. Gendo initiated a national tournament to determine the strongest cultivator and motivate others to train. Natsuki passionately asks the boy to win the tournament while rushing him with the food she bought. Shinji emphasizes the high cost of the food he bought for the owl, demonstrating his generosity. But the owl refuses such an impulse. The subject strictly tells the owl to either capture the prey or silently eat the offered food. Natsuki switches to the main topic. She asks the boy about his knowledge of the martial arts tournament. Shinji refuses to participate in the tournament. His reasons are lack of interest and being busy with other things. Natsuki is shocked by the decision. She insists that the tournament is more important than anything else for a cultivator of her level. The guy cites the urgent renovation of the village in Asami as the only priority worth his time and effort. Shinji threatens to move out if Natsuki continues to turn his house into a hotel without his consent. Someone in the entourage asks in horror, "Is it true that Shinji will not participate in the tournament?" The same man demands an explanation for the boy's unexpected refusal to attend an important event. Another meeting. The man quotes Commander Furiwa. "The village's renovation is more important than the tournament. King Sekko is happy there's no strong opponent." Fukuhara notes that Shinji's withdrawal from the tournament will make it easier for organizers to hold the event. Fuwa demands an explanation from Fukuhara about the hidden meaning behind his words regarding the boy's absence from the competition. Fukuhara insists he is right, claiming he was merely stating an obvious organizational fact. He explains the situation. Fewer participants, fewer problems. Fuwa abruptly interrupts such statements. The commander reveals the tournament's objectives: to develop cultivators and find talent for international challenges. The officer reminds Shinji of his character. Patriotic slogans don't interest this guy. The commander recognizes the problem. The country will suffer enormous losses without the participation of such a strong fighter. The proposed solution is to lure the subject with rare resources for cultivation as a reward for victory. The question is heard in response. The military only has low-level spiritual energy zones. The bottom line is that Shinji is level 7. These rewards are too weak for his needs. Lu suddenly offers Fuwa an unconventional solution to the problem of luring Shinji into the tournament. Commander Fuwa shows interest, demanding immediate details of the proposed plan. The officer reminds that there are dangerous mutation zones in Asami, in addition to Lake Green Sleen. An idea is being floated. Tournament participants will clear the super mutant zone in Asami as part of the competition. The commander thinks about it and then makes a decision. Furiwa and Lu assess the potential. Success will revive the city and shock the global growing community. The military approves the plan, but the employee categorically rejects such a risky initiative. Authorities protest in panic, fearing personal responsibility for possible catastrophic consequences. As a compromise solution, it is proposed to move the tournament to the nearby and safe city of Seiko. Furiwa urges Fukuhara to remain calm, acknowledging the boldness of Yanagi's proposal but rejecting his immediate refusal. Military security measures are proposed. Fukuhara vehemently rejects them, recalling the previous failures of such plans. Fukuhara calls for the tournament to be cancelled, citing his retirement age. Furiwa accuses him of being passive as head of the association. Fukuhara surrenders, realizing the futility of resisting Commander Furiwa's decision. He gives his final consent to hold the tournament, realizing the futility of further objections. Furiwa thanks Yanagi for the strategic proposal, affirming it as a basis for future actions. The commander announces the next step, the formation of an executive committee to organize the tournament. Lu thinks Yu will receive encouraging news. Perhaps traces of his missing parents will be found soon. The scene changes to a night scene at Shinji's house. He stayed home, full of energy and ready to train more. Almost at the limit of his strength, he is filled with more and more energy. Shinji reaches the 9th level of the spirit well. Only the final step remains before reaching the iron vein. The scene shifts again to the main character's house, for the umpteenth time. He is reading on the sofa and suddenly he gets distracted and the guests call him. Shinji is surprised by the early visit. He greets Mrs. Sugita, whom he hasn't seen for a long time. The young man asks the reason for Sugita's early visit. She's here on business related to a military award. Sugita explains the purpose, the delivery of the reward and the signing of the documents. Shinji politely invites her into the house. Mrs. Sugita presents military documents, the transfer of the village, the estimate for repairs, and a request for benefits. She asks to sign the papers to complete the formalities. The military will take care of the rest. Sugita mentions an additional important issue that requires a separate discussion with the subject. Shinji suggests the question is related to the martial arts tournament. He asks for more details about the case, admitting his previous inattention. Sugita confirms that the tournament will take place in the Asami super mutant danger zone, classified as an anomaly. The boy is shocked by the threat level in the city. Sugita explains that crossing power lines are the cause of the anomalies. The excess spiritual energy after its restoration created multiple danger zones in Asami. Shinji realizes the connection between the ley lines and Asami's problems. Sugita confirms that rebuilding the city will benefit all practitioners. Sugita reveals data on ultra-pure ray energy in the super mutant zone where the tournament will be held. The subject reacts sharply to the mention of the lightning attribute energy, again asking for clarification on the information. Mrs. Sugita confirms the high concentration of energy. She provides documents with detailed studies. Shinji accuses the military of setting a trap and sees the tournament as bait to use his power. Sugita, panicked, denies any malicious intent. She tries to explain the true purpose of organizing the event. The young man reassures her. He agrees to study the documents before making a decision about participating in the tournament. Sugita appreciates your understanding and offers ongoing support for any questions related to the prizes. Some time passed, and the main character breaks the silence by announcing dinner, addressing everyone present in the house. Someone in the house complains of drowsiness, showing tiredness after a long day. Yu is also sleepy. They enter the room and ask, "What are these documents on the table?" Shinji studies the military's tournament materials and the previous mission's reward documents that were handed out that morning. Natsuki asks if his grandfather gave him a military rank as a reward. The boy explains the modesty of the reward, documents for a village and a budget. The girl is outraged by her grandfather's pettiness. A village isn't enough for Shinji's services to the country. Natsuki decides to ask her grandfather for more land. Shinji interrupts her, demanding that she wash immediately and go to breakfast. As they fought, Yu's eyes caught something interesting. The documents were written in an interesting, bold font. She was shocked by what she found in the tournament records. In the documents, Natsuki discovers a shocking detail. The tournament will be held in the anomaly where her parents disappeared. She suspects the military is deliberately withholding information about the site's connection to the family's disappearance. The girl asks herself a fatal question. Perhaps the military fear that the truth about her parents' fate will be revealed? As Natsuki brushes her teeth, the master of ceremonies looks through the door at the girl studying the documents. Shinji realizes Yu's awareness of the anomaly's connection to her parents' disappearance through the documents she studied. But for now, the boy decides to protect Natsuki from dangerous information, considering her unprepared for the truth about the family's fate. He stands on the balcony at night and continues to study these papers. Documents confirm that Natsuki's parents disappeared in the lightning labyrinth after a 5-day search. Their fate is unknown. Shinji informs Sugita of his agreement to the tournament, who sincerely thanks him for such an important decision for the military. The subject harshly criticizes the military's methods, interrupting his sentence to emphasize his dissatisfaction with their actions. He accuses the command of counting on Yu's reaction. Knowing about her parents would have guaranteed her participation in the tournament. Sugita denies manipulation, calling it a coincidence. Shinji openly doubts the veracity of her words. She suggests passing on complaints to management. The guy demands that the military stop making standard excuses. Shinji ends the conversation with a stern ultimatum. Regardless of the military's plans, their methods are unacceptable. The dialogue ends and he silently returns to the room. On the sofa, he sees Yu sleeping. He looked at the table in front of him, and I realized she had fallen asleep while studying the documents. Shinji walked over to her and covered her with a blanket, wishing her good night. He goes to sleep in the room and says he will definitely find her parents. The scene changed, and now Shinji drove to the right place in his car. The military urgently alerts everyone. Attention, Mr. Fuji himself has arrived. Current events must be stopped immediately. The soldiers rush to organize the meeting, summoning their colleagues to quickly greet the important guest. The atmosphere is tense. The soldiers greet Fuji in unison, expressing deep respect for his presence. The respect is evident on their faces. The man is embarrassed by the ceremonial gathering and asks not to worry. He's not used to so much attention from the military. The general insists on the importance of the reception, dismissing the guest's modesty. The soldiers consider this the least they can show gratitude. He recalls Fuji's feat against the monster, which saved many lives. He modestly calls it duty. The soldier emphasizes the impact of the Kenmochi incident on the army. The entire garrison has great respect for Shinji. Someone asks again about the legendary move that killed Kenmochi in one blow. Doubt mingles with admiration. The man clarifies. The enemy was cunning, but not incredibly strong. His victory didn't seem supernatural. The soldiers react with admiration to Fuji's modesty. This is exactly the reaction one would expect from a true master of his level. The boy orders the soldiers to stop the crowd. The girl in the car advises Shinji to get used to this kind of attention as a new reality. The boy compares himself to a rare collectible. Now he approaches, mentioning the need to speak with Chairman Yanagi. The man asks Gento about Yanagi's whereabouts. The commander points him in the direction of an important discussion with the president. Gento briefly directs Shinji to the right place, the gesture accompanied by minimal explanation. They pass huge military tents. Lu emphasizes the high risks of the anomaly. Strict participant selection is necessary due to the many unknown threats. Shinji greets President Yanagi. The phrase demonstrates that they've known each other for a long time, without any emotional connotation. Yanagi invites the boy to sit down. The president inquires about the purpose of Shinji's visit for further discussion. The man mentions information from Sugita. He connects the president to organizing a tournament in the danger zone. Yanagi acknowledges Shinji's potential displeasure. The president justifies his decision by citing a lack of alternatives. Yanagi reveals the truth about Yu. She resists during the day, but at night she cries bitterly for the loss of her parents. The president admits he tried to save Yu's family with the help of the military and his own resources. All his efforts were in vain. 5 military expeditions led by Yanagi have failed with heavy losses. He asks Shinji to inspire the tournament participants. Yanagi apologizes for pressuring her. The president takes full responsibility, begging them not to blame the ignorant Natsuki. Shinji demands to speak directly to him from now on. He rejects any manipulation by third parties or hidden schemes. Yanagi is surprised by Shinji's frankness. The president asks again, hoping to find a hidden meaning in his harsh words. The man calls Yu a friend. Helping a friend doesn't require complicated justifications or explanations. It's natural. The president bursts with emotional gratitude. He pledges eternal debt to the unexpectedly receptive man. The scene changes, and the official host loudly welcomes the tournament participants. The highly anticipated event in the world of cultivators begins. The organizer expresses the main goal of the competition, to help everyone assess their strengths and find motivation for new achievements. The presenter announces the start of the briefing. Participants will learn the main rules of the upcoming entry into the anomalous zone. The organizer specifies the location, a super mutant anomaly in Asami. The threat level requires extreme caution from all fighters. The man explains the nature of the zone, an intersection of ley lines saturated with electrical energy. A neighbor in the crowd introduces himself as Shizumiya from Fuyutsu. Shizumiya comments with admiration on Shinji's appearance. He was happy that the legendary holy sword turned out to be an ordinary guy without any arrogance. Shizumiya reveals that Shinji's nickname, the Sword Saint, came from rumors of a single blow that crushed Kenmochi. The boy shyly asks to stop talking about the title. Shizumiya is surprised by his ignorance about his own fame. Shinji asks about the purpose of the conversation. Shizumiya suddenly remembers the important question he was going to ask initially. The stranger suggests they team up inside the anomaly. He asks Shinji directly about crossing the danger zone together. The girls around him are amazed by the proposal. One of them asks again if he really deserves an alliance with a legend. Shinji suspects the Fuyutsu Association is organizing an alliance. He asks Shizumiya directly about hidden orders from above. Shizumiya asks for secrecy. He looks around nervously before revealing the true circumstances of his involvement. The man admits that the association sent him to the quota. He honestly admits his lack of real power, causing perplexity. Shinji is outraged by this approach. Shizumiya responds that management is only interested in formally filling out the lists. Shizumiya shrugs. People like him are used for their looks, even though they're completely out of their league. Shinji looks at his interlocutor appraisingly. The phrase about conformity with appearance provokes a skeptical reaction in him. Shizumiya clutches his head in panic. He's frankly afraid of death, realizing his utter unpreparedness for the anomaly. Shizumiya begs for protection, hoping that an alliance with the legendary Shinji will give him some chance of survival in the zone. Shizumiya's teammates angrily condemn his cowardice. Natsuki finds it shameful that such weak fighters are participating in a serious tournament. Shizumiya tries to calm the girl. She stands firm. The truth should be spoken openly, not whispered behind her back. Natsuki sets one condition. Shizumiya must not interfere with the group. Any delay will result in immediate disbandment. Shizumiya values perfect discipline. He ensures complete obedience to orders and the absence of any burden on the team. Shinji's companion whispers a suggestion. Perhaps they should allow Shizumiya to join the group for everyone's peace of mind. She stands her ground. The boy's lack of hidden agendas makes him a safe travel companion. The risk seems minimal. The man gives his final consent. The stern warning is repeated. Selfishness or recklessness will lead to immediate expulsion. Shizumiya thanks Shinji and the girls. He promises to act as carefully as possible, avoiding any problems for the team. Suddenly, an official announcement rang out from across the court. The first annual martial arts tournament was declared open. The main event was about to begin. The scene changes to a vast desert, the future battlefield. From the enormous portal, the most powerful cultivators began to emerge, ready to participate in the tournament. Shinji and his group have already landed. The rest moved on. The participants' ruined streets shock him. He attributes the devastation to a super mutant anomaly. His companion explains the monster's ability to change the landscape to their liking. Mika turns to Shinji for a command. She stares at him questioningly, awaiting a decision on the group's next steps within the danger zone. A sudden scream echoes through the air. The pillar they are standing on begins to tremble. The weakest of the group cries desperately for help, caught off guard by an unseen threat in the ruins of the city. Shinji sternly warns everyone. He demands constant combat readiness, forbidding any relaxation in this deadly anomaly. Suddenly, monsters begin to emerge from the sand, and as soon as they were fully formed, they immediately ran towards our group. A loud command to fight is heard from the man. The group reacts instantly, assuming combat positions in the face of an unexpected attack. Suddenly, someone counterattacks. Their technique is flame illusion, and it creates a barrier of fire that prevents mutants from attacking as they approach the group. Everyone was in shock. A mysterious stranger calls Shinji's name. He recognizes the legendary fighter on the chaotic battlefield of the Asami ruins. The man demands the intruder's name. His cold gaze assesses the potential threat that interrupted the fight with the mutants. The stranger introduces himself as Koji Hojimi. He reminds us of the challenge he left on the tournament notice board a few days ago. Natsumi is shocked to recognize the title. She exclaims, confirming the stranger's identity as the infamous Rei Seiko. Koji Hojimi challenges Shinji directly. He mentions his message on the board, expecting an immediate duel right in the anomaly zone. The man categorically refuses the challenge. Shinji refuses to waste time on a duel, suggesting that his opponent leave the dangerous territory. Koji ironically doubts Shinji's legendary feat, suggesting that the story of an attack on Kenmochi is a military hoax. Koji advises his opponent to train harder. The man promises to accept the challenge later, when he's truly ready for a serious fight. Natsuki is ready to join the fight in Shinji's place. Shinji stops her, reminding her of the priority of the mission in the anomalous zone. Shizumiya describes the harrowing flight with Koji. Shinji ignores the comment and leads the group towards the mountain after a brief readiness check. Yu's silent plea echoes in the air. The girl gazes anxiously at the horizon, hoping to rescue her missing parents. And now they are already flying to this important new location. Shinji points out the anomaly abruptly. Your warning of strange activity halts the squad's progress toward the target. They fly into a strange cave and descend into its depths. Yu analyzes the evidence from the battlefield. The damage indicates an attack by a mutant with fire abilities. The subject decides to explore the area and orders the group to enter the structure for a detailed examination of the discovery. The further they advanced, the more alarming the situation became. So the more they walked, the more they looked around. A sudden scream fills the air as one member of the group points in horror at an unidentified threat approaching from the depths of the anomaly. They see huge monsters and a bunch of cultivators, both living and dead, all fighting here in this chaos. Many lost very quickly. Others resisted more but were still quickly killed by the monsters' special techniques. Some fled the battlefield and begged for help. Many were lucky, but some people did not make it out. Suddenly, one of the fugitives looks up and focuses his attention. Someone recognizes the figure in the smoke. A voice calls out Fuji's name, hopefully, identifying the arrival as the savior. Relief washes over the group upon seeing Mount Fuji. Confidence returns. Its presence guarantees safety. The man looks at the monster and identifies it as a level 4 creature. Shinji turns to Natsuki and Mika, pointing out their ice techniques as the perfect weapon against this monster to gain combat experience. And they immediately went straight towards the monster to defeat it. The monster had already directed its fire beam at them. Mika uses the ice barrel technique. She saves her from the lightning. Yu goes around the monster from behind and counterattacks. His ice spike technique forms sharp ice structures to strike a target, and all the spikes hit their target. Huge blocks of ice were coming out of the creature's legs. The monster began to scream in pain. Yu's attack continued, and now she was back behind the nasty monster. Yu uses his new technique, sky flight, which accompanies his aerial maneuver during a joint attack with Mika. And it is very useful, causing great damage to the monster. Mika activates the ice spear technique at this moment, and he throws the sword directly at the demon, piercing it completely. And it was this blow that ended the monster's life. He literally collapsed before everyone's eyes. The spectators watch the fight with delight. Their exclamations compare what is happening to a divine spectacle of incredible power. Shinji comments on the importance of recognition. He emphasizes the value of demonstrating strength for the entire team, not just for oneself. The gaze falls on an unusual artifact. A guy discovers a fire crystal, and he runs towards her at full speed because he understands that he is able to increase Natsuki's fire abilities. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly appears. He loudly claims the crystal, interrupting the group's moment of triumph after defeating the monster. A red-haired guy with the big sword appears from behind, and Shinji asks, "Why did he come again?" Koji demanded that the group hand over the crystal, or he would destroy everyone there. And then everyone started blaming Red, because he hid during the battle and appeared only to the crystal, pretending to be an important person. Koji abruptly interrupts the accusers and orders them to shut up, calling them pigs. And suddenly he attacked with his powerful fire blow towards the rescued. People scream warnings of danger. There are desperate pleas to get away from the immediate threat. And most people manage to dodge the flame beam a second before death. The crowd understands that the redhead is a very strong opponent, and they are not ready to face him. Koji challenges everyone present, declaring that only those prepared to die have the right to fight, and most people didn't dare oppose him. Koji immediately laughed out loud at the group's weakness. He was disappointed by their easy victory and wondered where their courage had gone. The man claimed the fire crystal as his property and asked if anyone had any objections to it. Shinji calmly states his disagreement. The boy directly opposes Koji's claims. The attacker asks Shinji again, surprised. He reminds him of his recent fear and mocks his sudden courage. Shinji explains his initial reluctance to fight by saying that he was trying to avoid a pointless conflict. But now he accepts the inevitability of the fight and declares that since the enemy insists, the fight will begin right now. A moment later, he had already activated his power and was one step away from the red-haired wretch. Shinji attacks with lightning speed and a powerful blow. His Flame Emperor fist strikes his opponent with tremendous force and pierces their body. Blood immediately began to flow from Koji's mouth. The wound was serious. He fell to his knees in front of the main character. His body was completely pierced and his clothes were soaked in blood. The result of the attack shocks observers. The enemy is defeated with just one devastating blow from Shinji. The defeated enemy angrily vows revenge, shouting death threats at Shinji, and Koji immediately stood up, his entire body covered in flames. He activated even more power. This power burned all the people around. The audience is impressed by the enemy's sudden transformation. They attribute the improvement to the cave's fiery energy, which fuels their element. The participants discover a frightening fact. In this cave, the enemy is virtually immortal. His element grants unlimited power. Baten worries about the outcome of the battle in Shinji's life. Natsuki confidently reassures him, reminding him of Fuji Shinji's invincibility. Meanwhile, Koji proclaims himself a god in the cave. He mocks Shinji, whose level 7 power is useless there. At that moment, the main character observed this entire transformation. Shinji scoffed at the boy's arrogance. He despised his confidence, despite the level of skill he had achieved. The enemy becomes furious and demands Shinji's death. He was ordering him to shut up and die, and immediately sent another flame attack straight towards Shinji. The protagonist simply waited. Such attacks did not impress him. Shinji called Koji weak and was already taking out his lightning-filled sword. And then, drawing his sword, he responded with his electric flame attack. Shinji's attack immediately pierced through Koji's weak fire attack, and it almost reached the Red Wretch himself. It was almost all over. But Koji managed to dodge, but in doing so he lost his left arm. And then his hand and Koji himself fell to the ground, screaming in pain. He grabbed the shoulder of the hand that was no longer there. He continued to scream, and the blood continued to flow and flow. Shinji approaches and coolly comments on the consequences of arrogance. He points out the folly of attacking without understanding the differences in strengths. The guy calls it a warning. He spared Koji's life only out of respect for the army's reputation. The man makes it clear that the next meeting will be the last. His ultimatum leaves no room for error. The defeated enemy begs for mercy. He vows never to contradict Shinji, admitting his complete defeat. A humiliated Koji thinks that they will meet again someday and that he will get revenge for everything. The people around were shocked by Shinji's easy victory. He defeated Koji, who was a level 7. His power seemed to have come from heaven. Baten calls Shinji a hero with admiration. He jumps around him with joy and adoration. The girls were also delighted and ran up to their incredibly cool captain, praising his skills and strength. Shinji immediately handed Natsuki a fire crystal and advised her to absorb its energy after returning from the cave. The girl doubts the fairness of the decision. She remembers that Shinji himself also uses fire techniques, to which the main character says that for him, it won't make much difference whether with or without the crystal. Natsuki thanked the man with a kiss on the cheek and told him he'd always been kind. The boy even felt embarrassed about it. Shinji returns to focusing on the main objective. He asks Yu if she remembers the true purpose of the mission. Yu asks if they aren't here for the martial arts tournament, but Shinji interrupts her. Participating in the tournament doesn't interest him at all. He has another goal. And Yu was very surprised when she heard that their main objective was to find her parents here. Shinji began to calm the shocked Yu and explained that he had accidentally discovered her parents' names in the mission documents. Yu immediately asked the boy, was he really one of those who removed the pages from the mission file? Gigi had to admit to seizing the documents. He explains this out of concern about the girl's possible obsession with the past. Shinji reveals the contents of the deleted pages. They discuss the search for Yu's parents in the anomaly and ask if she remembers anything about it. The girl confesses to having vague memories of her childhood. If it weren't for the president's photograph, she would have forgotten their faces. Yu expresses fear of forgetting her parents. Shinji resolutely promises to find them, but the girl worries about the danger of the anomaly. The boy confidently declares his readiness to eliminate any threat on the way to her parents. The man orders Natsuki and the group to wait. He announces his intention to explore the depths alone with Yu. Natsuki expresses concern about Shinji's decision. She warns him about the potential dangers of the anomaly. Shinji dismisses her concerns. He invites Shu to participate in the research, but is immediately rejected. He then places the responsibility for the girl's safety on Shu. He emphasizes personal responsibility for their well-being. Shu protests the role he has been given remembering his position as the weakest member of the team. But the dude has already given you the signal to move. His short sentence begins their journey toward the danger zone. The scene changed. They had already descended to a certain depth in the bowels of the earth. All the way, Yu looked around and was worried about every rustle. The man calms his nervous companion and assures Yu that his progress is safe. They walked further into the cave and stopped, seeing something incredible in front of them. In front of them was some kind of enormous glow, similar to a portal or anomaly. Yu didn't understand. What was that? Shinji felt the presence of a rare spiritual energy of unknown origin. A powerful, high-level fire spiritual energy was detected. A pure lotus flame materialized before him. Luck was clearly on their side. The man hadn't expected to encounter such rare and powerful energy in that place. The man asked Yu to wait for him there. He himself went down and quickly examined the object that interested him. Gigi noticed that the flame behaves strangely. It doesn't emit smoke and doesn't burn in close contact. It's been decided to test the true power of the mysterious fire. Shinji is ready to test his capabilities and absorb the energy. Fire energy begins to interact. Experience in controlling the elements grows rapidly. Mastery continues to grow. Experience indicators increase. But suddenly something strange began to happen beneath his feet. Yu also noticed and suddenly realized what it was. And suddenly, huge sharks began to emerge from the water, and one of them even flew out of the water. And growling throughout the cave, she prepared to eat the main character in one bite. A sudden scream alerts Shinji to the danger. Yu quickly rushes to his aid. She took the dagger and swung it to pierce the shark, and his blow hit the shark right in the eye. So, to be sure, she decided to finish her off, with her right foot in the teeth. And then she launched her weapon like a harpoon at another shark. And this time she managed to pierce the shark from end to end, and it howled in pain. And she quickly tried to swim away from these two angry warriors. Seeing this, Yu anxiously asked Shinji about his condition. At that moment, the boy continued absorbing energy and realized that the process would take a little longer. He asks the girl to cover him while he absorbs energy. He needs protection to focus. Yu vows not to keep anyone close to Shinji. She's willing to fight to the death for his safety. At that moment, a green reptile with shiny scales stuck its tongue out above its head, and apparently she got tired of waiting and decided to open her mouth and attack the blue-haired girl. But Yu managed to quickly dodge the blow, where now there was an explosion. The lizard immediately got up and rushed to attack Yu. With her claws, she managed to touch the girl, and she sobbed in pain. There was a burn at the cut site, and even steam and smoke were coming out of the wound. She couldn't expose herself to that anymore. In response to the reptile's attack, a counterattack was launched. Ice spikes flew rapidly toward the enemy, but the lizard didn't care. Its scales didn't allow it to withstand even the most powerful blows. This surprised Yu greatly. Now he had to come up with a new way to defeat the lizard. But there wasn't much time. The reptile had already released its attack of green slime and fire. All that filth was already flying towards the girl, intending to finish her off quickly. And even after dodging, Yu expected a quick strike from the lizard's tail. The attacks were too fast. The last thing Yu managed to do was put up an ice shield in front of him, but the lizard easily broke through her shield and hit the girl hard. Blood and ice flew everywhere. And then Yu slammed his entire body hard against the asphalt, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Lying on the floor, covered in blood, she realized her body was failing her. She couldn't even move. And the reptile stood in front of her and prepared to end the situation by eating the poor girl. But suddenly a huge beam of blue energy pierced the lizard. Finally, the lizard was nearly defeated. This attack left him only the opportunity to look at his killer and growl. Finally, Shinji approached Yu, filled with a new and powerful energy. He declared that anyone who dared touch his friends would be instantly destroyed. Shinji, levitating in the energy sphere, contemptuously asks the reptile how a lesser being dared to defy him, to which the lizard responded with a long, vile scream. Suddenly, his scales began to shine even brighter, and in front of Shinji was already a huge lizard, full of energy and glowing with it. She tried to attack Gigi, but he quickly dodged and intended to hit the reptile. And for that he needed his favorite sword, and he launched his new and powerful attack, a thunderbolt, at the reptile from behind. But the reptile immediately retaliated, and Shinji managed to deflect its tail with his sword. He was thrown back a few feet and barely managed to stay on his feet. Now they were facing each other again. Shinji recognizes this being's spirit. noting that this was expected of a level 7 spirit. A powerful aura surrounds him, and the lizard prepared its next attack, opening its mouth and revealing its terrible teeth. Shinji gripped his sword tighter and declared the game over. He intends to initiate a real test of his capabilities and discover the true power of the purifying flame of the lotus, hidden until now. He activated a series of attacks of pure lotus killing energy and sent them straight towards the lizard. That he was not prepared for such a powerful and fast attack, and she quickly paid the price. Now a lizard has 2 halves, and all because of one blow. After the fight, Shinji quickly helped Yu to her feet, and she thanked him for saving her. She admits that without him, she wouldn't have been able to handle the threat. The guy reassures Yu, saying that the lizard is a minor problem, but advises him to be careful of surprise attacks from now on. And the girl, wiping the blood from her face, agreed with the main character's advice. Suddenly there was a noise behind them, and both heroes paid attention. The main boss's appearance has finally happened. Shinji states this without surprise. Water splashed. Apparently it was the water monster again. And from the water arose a huge blue dragon, dazzling with brilliant light, and pouring water on Shinji and Yu, who were standing in front of him. The dragon began to speak and celebrate his release after many years of imprisonment under the seal at the bottom of the lake. Yu couldn't believe her eyes. An incredible creature appeared before her. A real, talking dragon. Could it really be inside that anomaly? The dragon is surprised by the human's astonishment. The 9th level of the spirit easily explains its gift of speech. The dragon's dangerous aura makes Shinji consider opening a dialogue as the best tactic. Shinji asks the dragon directly if he is the creator of this anomalous singularity zone. The dragon denies the creation of the singularity. He explains that it arose for another purpose. The creature explains that the anomaly was created specifically for him. This raises new questions for Yu. 10 years ago, the dragon dove into the lake, absorbing the energy of the world, seeking to surpass its limits. The peaceful course of events was interrupted by an unexpected intrusion. 2 people entered the lake. The dragon blames 2 humans for his defeat, imprisonment, and attempt to steal his power. Yu asks, what does he remember about them? What were they like? The creature remembers names. The man's name was Vatarli, and the woman's Yukina. These details surface in its memory. Yu recognizes these people as his parents with a choked voice and the shock evident on his face. The dragon bursts into venomous laughter. The one who freed him was the son of those who sealed the monster. The creature sarcastically expresses gratitude to its rescuers, and its words sound like a veiled threat. Shinji sees a clear contradiction. The dragon speaks of gratitude, but is clearly preparing to kill them. The monster cites the law of the jungle. The strong devour the weak. That's how nature works, and the dragon is stronger here. And now the responsibility for his parents' actions will fall on Yu, and he will kill her. Shinji orders Yu to get out of there as quickly as possible. He'll handle this himself. The girl refuses to leave him there alone. After all, her goal is to discover the truth about her parents, and this dragon can tell her. The dragon stops thinking about fleeing. Everyone present is declared victims of his vengeance, and he attacks them. But Shinji manages to repel this attack with his own. The man demands that Yu not be a hero. This enemy is beyond his strength. The battle is his sole task. Yu insists on fighting alone. Even though she's weak, she won't let Shinji fight alone. The dragon calls their persistence touching, but doomed. There is no way out of the cave alive. Shinji tells Yu to look for traces of his parents. His task is to explore, and the dragon will stay with him. The thought of her parents' tracks flashed through Yu's mind. She looked down. Shinji abruptly repeats the order to leave, taking control of the dragon, and the girl calmly thanks the main character. And then she turned and started running away from that cave in search. The dragon tries to chase Yu, its roar filled with rage at the thought that its prey might escape. Suddenly, his attack was stopped by the main character's sword. Shinji blocks the way, issues a challenge, and declares himself the Azure Dragon's only opponent. At that moment, Yu quickly ran through the cave, thinking about how Shinji was and what she needed to find there. Suddenly, a huge, beautiful, and shiny stone appeared in front of her. Yu is shocked by the discovery. Her question expresses complete incomprehension of what she saw. And looking closely at the stone, she noticed 2 figures. A woman with blue hair and a man with a short beard and gray hair. She looked closer and her eyes widened. She realized it was her parents. Seeing her parents, the girl ran to the rock to save them. Her cry was full of determination and desperation. She decides to use her ice shard technique again to free them, and she threw them straight at the stone, hoping to break it. But nothing happened. This made her upset, because she had traveled a lot and met her parents, but there was nothing she could do. Despair overcame her. She asked herself, why did this happen? And she used even more force to break the stone, but nothing worked. Tears streamed down his face, and the hope of saving his parents began to fade. Faced with the cruelty of the situation and despair, she fell to her knees before the stone and placed her hand on it, while her parents were reflected in it. The scene changed again. Back to the dragon and Shinji fighting. The dragon declared that Yu's revenge was only the beginning of his plans. More far-reaching actions would follow. The creature attacks with a deadly whirlwind created by its dragon wings. Shinji's calm response sounds like a self-evident fact. He said the dragon couldn't kill him. Their attacks met. The dragon energy and Shinji's blood lightning energy. The dragon mockingly acknowledges his opponent's unexpected resilience. His words sound almost respectful. And then the enormous flying reptile accepts the challenge. He's ready to end the fight immediately, as his opponent persists. And the guy stood there waiting for the blow. He drew his sword and said that this attack was too weak. And then he defended the attack of a huge dragon with just one hand and a sword. Their magics were clashing with each other. And then, in Shinji's place, a huge explosion of energy occurred, which quickly dispersed the dragon's attacks. Emerging from the smoke of the explosion, Shinji asks, "Is this all the power the dragon can show you?" The guy openly doubts the dragon's stated 9th power level, as its attacks were too weak. The dragon is furious at the blockade of the attack. He can't believe that 80% of his power was wasted. Shinji gives it one last chance. He demands all of the dragon's power, or the creature's life will be over. The dragon vows to make the boy answer for his words. He unleashes all his power without a trace, and that was exactly what the boy was waiting for. The creature activated its dragon breath and foresaw Shinji's death in its fire. Its roar was filled with absolute confidence in victory. Shinji laughed and parried the attack, clearly dismissing the dragon's attack as weak. And then he quickly flew up, raised his sword, and prepared to destroy the dragon. The dragon was shocked by such a quick maneuver, just a few moments. And then Shinji suddenly cut the dragon's neck with thunder flames, making it roar in pain. And then the guy landed calmly. The dragon screams in rage, as only Shinji's sword has stopped him from turning the boy to ash long ago. The guy was surprised by such a strong statement from the almighty dragon. Shinji calmly suggests continuing the fight unarmed, throwing back his sword and issuing a surprise challenge to his opponent. The dragon explodes with rage at the proposal. The boy calmly repeats the challenge, emphasizing his readiness to fight with his bare hands. The creature swears that this time Shinji will definitely not come out alive. The certainty sounds absolute, and he activated the demonic dragon wave with renewed vigor, trying to finish off the person who irritated him. The lightning advanced and was almost killing the main character. Shinji briefly invites the dragon to attack. His stance expresses complete readiness for combat. The aura around him glows brightly, and putting one hand forward, he easily stopped the dragon's huge and powerful lightning attack. There wasn't a single scratch on his gloved fist. He even managed to send all that attack back to the dragon. The dragon is shocked. The man took the deadly attack with his bare hands. What kind of man is this with such strength? The boy declares the dragon obsolete. Both possess the 9th spiritual level. Shinji claims this territory. After the dragon's tricks ran out, it was his turn to attack. He pulled his sword from the ground. The dragon desperately denies the possibility of dying there. The instinct for self-preservation takes over, and he begins to fly away. The creature screams with injustice, so close to a new level of power, but death is already approaching. Shinji blocks the escape route. The dragon's loud roar immediately echoed throughout the cave after the true Thunder Flame's swift attack. And the last thing the dragon did was fall defeated after a strong blow. Shinji had already gone to Yu and asked him to take him to the mysterious crystal immediately, and they approached this crystal in which Yu's parents were. The guy looked and felt something bad coming from the crystal's magic. "I need to check something." He asks the system to analyze the spell. The system confirms that the analysis process has started. The information is not yet ready. Analysis has shown that the crystal is sealed with a curse. Absorbing it requires a level of iron veins, Shinji decides to change tactics. After all, he won't be able to defeat him directly, so we need to think he will try to dig underneath. He quickly grabbed the katana and stuck it into the ground next to the crystal. It should work. Yu anxiously asks about the boy's plans. She's worried about his determined expression. The boy turned with a smile and explained his objective. He intended to extract a crystal from the ground. Shinji, furious, demands that the enemy show himself. The destruction attack is now ready to be used, and he activated it right next to the crystal. An aura of energy spread through his body again. The ground cracked and stone began to emerge from the ground. Everything was going according to plan. Shinji claims this has already been fully revealed. Yu asks about the next steps. The subject announces the start of the operation. His words sound like a signal for action. At the same time, the defeated dragon was flying somewhere in the cave. The dragon, furious, vows revenge on the man after his recovery. Rage gushes from his mouth. And now he almost flew out of the cave. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Somewhere, there was a group of people who admired Fuji's strength. His punch surpassed Koji Hozumi's. Someone in the crowd told us to be quiet, as Koji might be nearby, but another said he wasn't afraid of a man who only talked. The injured redhead threatened to destroy the group instantly in his thoughts if it weren't for the wound on his arm. It's Koji. Suddenly, everyone looked up. There was something scary there. It was a dragon that suddenly flew towards them and had already managed to use its deadly breath, and almost all members of the group died almost immediately in the flames, leaving behind only screams and ashes. Others in the group noticed the dragon's appearance, and they urgently urged everyone to be careful. The command is given to combine forces for a simultaneous attack, and immediately the fiery energy merged with the water energy, and then with the ice energy. Slashing blows, fireballs, and water dragons all flew towards the monster. This time the dragon feels absolute power and strength. His laughter expresses the ecstasy of true dominance. The laughter grows louder. The voice proclaims such behavior as the only thing worthy of a ruler. And he killed common warriors who were clearly weaker than he. Hozumi admits that the fight is futile. He decides to flee immediately, valuing his own life. Suddenly, the dragon sensed something and looked through the crowd. The dragon senses the escape attempt. It raises its paw and reaches out toward Koji to grab him. The traitor realizes his discovery. The dragon's paw landed on his back, and now he couldn't move. The creature asks ironically about the chances of escaping his absolute control. Hozumi begs for his life. He offers any service in exchange for mercy. The dragon sat above him and scornfully questioned the one-armed weakling's capabilities. A desperate traitor offers to help kill former allies. The other warriors accuse Hozumi of treason. If Shinji were here, he would definitely kill the pathetic Koji. The dragon rejects the deal. He could easily kill these people alone, so he doesn't need Koji's help. Hozumi, in desperation, promises to free the dragon from the singularity. His offer sounds like a trump card. The dragon doubts the viability, but he is interested. Hozumi explains the plan to destroy the barrier with energy, and once he destroys the barrier, the dragon will be able to escape easily. Suddenly, an energy enveloped the dragon around him, and he turned towards the source of the threat. Standing at the door were Mika and Natsuki, who were in shock at Koji's betrayal of humanity. The criticism is a forgotten debt. Hozumi cynically calls it the ability to sense trends and where the wind is blowing. The dragon laughs at the line about the direction of the wind. He approves of the joke. The creature gives the chance to prove the sincerity of the words. This test will be a pass to life. He directs some of his energy directly to Koji, and immediately covers him, and the guy himself screams in pain. The magic even covers his severed hand and starts doing something to it. And then, in an instant, a new dragon hand appeared on him. This is the Dragon Force skill. The girls around tensed at this turn of events. The dragon's short command demanded immediate confirmation of his worth as a dragon's assistant. Hozumi meekly agrees, calling the Dragon Lord and examining his new body as a subordinate dragon. Natsuki and Mika, brimming with determination, declare the need to stop the villain at any cost. They challenge the enemy, willing to sacrifice their lives for a common goal. The villain only laughs scornfully at their naive attempt to defy him. In response to the threats, Guy challenges the overly talkative girls to a fight to test their strength. Botan tries to stop the conflict, but Mika rudely pushes her away, calling her a burden. The girl attacks her opponent with ice chains, trying to immobilize him. Koji laughs back at her attack, calling her too weak. With a single blow, he shatters all the ice chains that were aimed at him. Just then, Natsuki appears behind him, trying to kick him with her fire attack with her foot. But the guy managed to turn around and grab her leg hard, squeezing her arm tightly, causing the girl to cry out in pain. Then the guy intercepted and grabbed her leg, starting to pull her behind him. And quickly turning around, the Koji slammed the Natsuki's back into the ground. He then drew his sword and prepared to deliver a strong and deadly blow to the girl. Natsuki watched this with horror, and the realization that she didn't have time to dodge the swift attack. Koji strikes the girl with force, but suddenly something stops his attack, preventing him from killing the girl. The man feels a sudden piercing coldness from Mika's attack. Mika used her ice chains and demanded to release her friend Natsuki immediately, but the guy angrily released his dragon hands from the ice captive technique again. The freed Natsuki is relieved and thanks her savior for her timely help. Mika warns her friend about the extreme danger of the attacks coming from the enemy. The villain blames the girl's success on luck and demands that they show all their hidden trump cards. After that, he strikes his energy-filled sword on the ground so that the shards of the cave were in the air, and the girls themselves were already falling into the huge rift that appeared from Koji's blow. They were falling faster and faster, and the bottom of the chasm was not even visible. This was also the end. But finally they landed hard, hitting their backs and heads on the hard floor of the cave. Natsuki immediately got to her feet with great difficulty after her serious injury, and seeing her unconscious friend tried to bring her to her senses after the fall. Natsuki was horrified to find that Mika had suffered an even more serious and life-threatening injury. Koji, already down on energy, mockingly points out the overwhelming difference in their strength and capabilities. Natsuki is furious, calling Koji Hozumi a traitor and threatening that Shinji will deal with him as soon as he gets here. Koji mockingly declares that he will find Shinji himself before they can call him. The traitor proudly declares his new frightening power now at his disposal, and sends a huge wave of dragon energy straight at the girls. Natsuki, with an injured Miku in her arms, apologizes to the absent Shinji for her defeat, but a second before the girls die, the dragon attack is stopped by some strange energy. And then just as quickly as it appeared, it dissipates. The girl was in complete shock, as she was already preparing to die. At the same time, Shu comes to them and sighs with relief, realizing that he managed to avoid being killed by the mighty Shinji for not saving the girls. Natsuki was shocked that the nerd was able to do something to protect them after all. Koji weaves a little closer and directly accuses Shu of changing the trajectory of his attack earlier. In response to the direct accusation, the boyfriend only smirks and confirms his hunch. Suddenly, the man raises a finger and offers to stop the fight, but Koji acts very cautiously, for he doesn't know all of the nerd's abilities, and asks what he means. The guy suggests that Koji leave the singularity with the dragon to quiet the conflict. Everyone will forget about it. Natsuki vehemently rejects this plan, warning about the deaths of the military outside and how he hurt their friend badly and is a bastard in general. But Shu also reminds them of their severe wounds and need for urgent treatment, and adds that he hadn't originally planned to get into this kind of mess. He goes on to reason that even with the dragon outside, Koji won't be able to make much trouble. He reminds everyone of Koji's crushing defeat to Shinji in the recent past, which makes the traitor very angry. Koji attacks him with his triple dragon attack. Apparently, there will be no truce and no treaty. The sudden attack forces Koji to admit that he was almost overwhelmed by his opponent's power. Hozumi unleashes a swift attack, which he calls a flaming 10-strike dissection. The guy again offers to stop, calling himself a convinced pacifist, and easily deflects all of his attacks. Koji becomes enraged and demands that Shu stop defending himself and attack for real. The nerd mockingly asks if his opponent is angry and explains his dislike of fighting. However, the man immediately stipulates that this does not at all mean he is weak in combat, and attacks Koji from all sides, forcing him to strain hard to fend off all of the nerd's attacks at once. But he clearly didn't succeed, as the nerd's techniques quickly pinned the guy down. As soon as he realized that he couldn't hold back this huge force, he only had to take his last breath. And a huge, powerful explosion went off in the cave in place of the Koji. After the explosion, the guy stood exhausted on his knees. Koji Hozumi is furious and demands to know what kind of power his opponent has awakened. Shu replies with a chuckle that he has no intention of revealing information about his powers to such people. Suddenly, the boy suggests Koji leave the place with the dragon, ending the senseless fight. Koji announces his name with a haughty look and loudly proclaims the impossibility of his defeat, attacking the nerd. Shu quickly repelled his attack and calmly reiterated that such attacks only hurt Koji himself, quickly demonstrating that pain to him through a strong kick technique from behind. Koji couldn't believe what was happening, his face contorted in shock and disbelief. While Shu calmly and not loudly crushed him with his technique with monstrous force, he had cornered the traitor and was striking him from multiple directions. The realization of his opponent's strength slowly crept into Koji's mind, causing him to despair. He cannot lose. Natsuki, too, continues to analyze his opponent's incredible abilities, previously hidden from everyone. Koji decides to strike and warns that absorbing these fiery attacks is impossible for his opponent. And he strikes with his sword, releasing a bunch of energy into the ground, activating his shockwave of blue dragon flame, and aimed it directly at Shu, who was calmly standing and waiting. In the blink of an eye, activating his huge barrier technique, stopping the traitor's shockwave, and reflecting it right back at Koji, leaving him lying on the ground. Koji collapses into a scream, not realizing the reason for his defeat, until Shu walks up to the injured boy and calls an end to the game. The nerd, with a slight chuckle, calls what happened just a fun game, and he doesn't even know there's already a dragon behind him. At the last second, the kid looks back and sees the monster, but he doesn't react in time and the huge sharp claws pierce him. Natsuki was in shock. She couldn't do anything to help the man who saved her life. Koji noticed the appearance of the azure dragon, addressing him with a respectful greeting. The dragon announces his complete healing and transition to the next level thanks to Koji's energy, while the guy was squirming in pain. The monster flips the guy off and announces his intention to leave the singularity and take revenge on those who sealed him away. The azure dragon vows to make his abusers pay for what they have done. Koji begs the powerful dragon to take him with him, vowing his usefulness. The dragon recognizes Koji's merit, but calls him unnecessary trash, and grabs that trash by the head, preparing to destroy it right there. Koji continues to desperately beg for at least one chance to prove his worth, but the traitor's life was quickly ended. The dragon didn't want to give Koji a chance. He only stared at the breathless body of his assistant and savored the sight and its energy. Azure Dragon coldly states that it was now the turn of Shu and his girlfriends. Natsuki was still in shock at everything that had happened here. Mika still had no way of waking up. The injured Shu asks Natsuki to come over to him for an important conversation. The girl surprisingly interjects about the necessity of such a conversation right now. The man explains his plan to create a crack in the singularity for their escape. Natsuki worries about his safety in case they leave without him. They can't leave him here. He'll die. Shinji firmly states his promise to Shinji to protect them at all costs. And that's when the dragon decided to swoop down on them with a piercing scream and death wishes. It was then that Shu realized it was time to act. He reached out and opened a portal right next to the girls. And boy, does he order them to seize the moment for an immediate escape. It's either now or never. Natsuki begs him to stay alive and make sure to come back, and quickly enters the portal with the injured Miku in his arms. As soon as the portal closes, the guy is immediately hit by a dragon strike, a very strong one. The dragon mocks his attempt at heroism and threatens to kill him first. And the wounded Shu confidently replies that it won't be so easy to kill him. Suddenly, the scene changes, and Yu and Shinji appears, clearly tired from carrying the huge crystal. Yu offers him a rest after his long burden, but the guy refuses. He starts bragging about how this load is like a regular workout for him every day. Suddenly, a portal opens behind him, startling him. Two girls fall out of it in a flash. Ayu notices that these girls are Natsuki and Miku, rushing over to meet them. And while Mika was still out, Natsuki urgently asks Shinji to help Shu, who was in danger. They help them up, and Shinji anxiously asks about the cause of both girls' serious injuries and what's up with Shu. Natsuki explains that Shu was severely injured fighting the Azure Dragon to save them. The guy instantly realizes that it's about the same dragon that escaped earlier. Shinji orders Yu and Natsuki to evacuate immediately with Mika and the crystal, and sets off to help himself. Yu insists on accompanying them, knowing the dragon's new stage of evolution, but the boy confidently promises to return safely with Shu. The girl quietly pleads with him to be sure to stay alive after the upcoming battle. The scene has once again moved further into the cave. The dragon beats Shu mercilessly, dragging him and slamming him against the ground and walls of the cave. The boy painfully admitted that the dragon's attack had caused him serious damage. He tried to use his magic to defend himself and escape, but nothing worked. Even a small piece of technique quickly dissolved into thin air. His spiritual power was almost completely depleted after confronting a powerful opponent. The Azure Dragon, on the other hand, loomed over and mocked Shu's helplessness, explaining the impossibility of creating a crack with his intervention. The monster sneeringly asks about his feelings in the face of imminent death. Shu calmly replies that he has faced mortal danger before. The dragon decides to keep up the pressure until he submits and pleads for mercy, striking mercilessly, and blowing not only with his claws but also with his dragon breath. The monster taunted the guy. Not a single living spot was left on the surface of his body. After the blow, he fell flat on the ground and the dragon approached him again. Shu raised his head slightly and declared his resilience, calling the fire attacks insufficient to break him. The dragon was enraged by this and then decided to give his deadly attack to finish off the nerd, and the wave of flame was about to reach the mutilated boy. As the dragon's attack was interrupted by some other energy, the dragon squinted his eyes and realized that he had seen this energy before. His gaze fell on the protagonist who had come there in his full aura to save Shu. He thanks his comrade for helping him protect the girls, but Shu interrupts him, refusing to accept death as a given. Shinji now takes control of the situation, offering to trust him. The boy reminds the dragon of his previous favor and declares an end to his escapades. The dragon arrogantly declares that he is not so easy to kill now. He declared his superiority thanks to the Iron Wen stage, and compared the impending killing of the GG to squashing an insect. Shinji calmly offers him a demonstration of his full power, and abruptly pushed himself off the ground, soaring upwards and preparing to deliver a bunch of slashing blows with his red cool sword at the dragon. The dragon disdains his opponent's technique as a cheap trick, and conducts a swift attack, trying to knock the hero as far away as possible. But GG sharply dodged and inflicted a huge slashing wound on the monster. That's how these lizards should be. But Shinji still noted the strengthened defense of the enemy thanks to the new stage of evolution. The guy applies his Thunderflame explosive slashing technique. The monster in turn activates his Dragonstorm technique and disperses GG's attack, hitting him directly. From such a blow, Shinji flew very far away and crashed into the wall of the cave with force. But once the dust cleared, he mockingly asks if this is really the best the Iron Wen stage can do. The dragon is furious, questioning the reasons for the enemy's survivability. Shinji uses the advanced Thunderflame Blast technique. In response, the dragon uses the shield technique to repel all attacks, and then the spiritual palm technique to attack Shinji. And he succeeds. It's as if he's giving the protagonist an uppercut with this blow. Azure Dragon disdainfully declares the insurmountable difference in strength between him and the human. Shinji recognizes with a dose of sarcasm that defeating the Iron Wen stage creature will be difficult. The dragon reacts with disbelief to his opponent's words, suspecting him of hiding his true strength. Guy confirms that he was indeed holding back his abilities, wanting to gauge the dragon's strength. The monster categorically rejects the very possibility of a human reaching the Iron Wen stage. Shinji explains that he had originally planned to undergo the breakthrough in a safer place. But since he didn't know what to expect, he decided to accumulate more spiritual energy. But since the monster killed all the cultivators and GG's friends evacuated from here, he is ready to show him a couple of surprises. The system notifies him that enough spiritual energy has been accumulated to break through, so GG presses the button that will allow him to break through the barrier. Now his strength increased many times over, and his body was simply torn by uncontrollable powerful energy. The dragon was shocked by what he just saw, a powerful transformation of a man. And now already Shinji accepts the challenge with determination and prepares to immediately enter the next level of battle. The Azure Dragon can't believe that a mere human has reached the Iron Wen stage. The monster admits that he feels genuine terror at the aura emanating from this man. Shinji mockingly asks if his powerful opponent has suddenly chickened out. The dragon tries to convince himself that his opponent's power is only temporary and borrowed. The monster tries to threaten, but his speech is cut short halfway through. After all, the protagonist was already there and pointed his sword straight at the dragon's throat, leaving a long trail of blood. Shinji innocently apologizes for not having enough control over his new power. The boy assures the dragon that he won't let it die easily after all the suffering his friends have caused. The dragon tries to counterattack with his crowning technique of Dragon Fist. He tries to harass the protagonist with his attack, who deftly dodges every blow, and confidently counterattacks with forces that are several times greater than the dragon's. The monster is amazed by the incredible speed of his opponent's movements confirming his new level. Shinji uses his Thunderflame Slash technique against the weakened dragon, and hits the monster very hard, splitting its belly so that dragon blood poured out very profusely. Shinji, on the other hand, put out his sword and warned the dragon about the next attack to its left side, advising it not to make any sudden movements. The dragon screamed in rage not to be mocked and tried to gather the rest of its strength. Gathering his last breaths, the monster decides to deliver his slash blows. The energy hits like a razor. But in response, Shinji demonstrates another technique called lightning flash, and their energies collide firmly, causing a large energy explosion, from which the hero quickly appears near the dragon, preparing to strike the reptile. But the dragon noticed the nimble guy and immediately activated more aura around him, and tried to hit him again with his slash attack. But Shinji quickly jumps behind the dragon's back and prepares to give him a fatal blow. And so it goes. He finally punched the monster with his katana from behind. True skill. The dragon was squirming in pain and couldn't understand how this was even possible. The man defeats it in its strongest phase. The guy in turn explains that this punch was for Natsuki and Miki, and the next one will be for Shu. The dragon realizes the hopelessness of the situation and looks for a way to escape. The monster decides to use Shu's life as a bargaining chip to save himself, and quickly fires a large and powerful blob of energy at him. Shu sees this, and for the 5th time today, he prepares for his imminent death. The protagonist, on the other hand, quickly realized the dragon's plan, wasn't happy with it, even swore at it. In a moment, he was already there and easily fended off the dragon's deadly blow to the Shu. And while GH was doing this, the serpent was already at full speed and laughing, flying through the cleft to the outside. Shinji quickly appears next to Shu to make sure he's safe. Shu pleads with the guy not to let the dragon escape, oblivious to his own wounds. Shinji confidently declares that he won't let his opponent get away. The guy asks Shu to keep secret what he's about to do, putting the guy in complete bewilderment. But he quickly agrees with his savior. You can't ask too many questions in a situation like this. And then Shinji activates another ability, and summons even more aura, so much so that now it was swirling near him with such force that it resembled a tornado. Shu watches in amazement at the manifestation of the power of the Iron Wen stage, and realizes that apparently there really are 3 different spiritual energies inside Shinji's body. Now the protagonist is ready to activate all of his power and channel it into catching that dragon bastard. Shinji demonstrates a powerful technique called the Thunderous Auroral Slash, and wishing only death to the monster releases a huge beam of energy forward. It moved quickly and was about to reach the flying monster. The dragon at this time felt an incredible presence of power coming from the enemy, and before it could fully turn around, the dragon's body was pierced by the main character's huge beam. It was fatal. Now the dragon clearly didn't fly anywhere, his whole body in wounds and blood from his mouth. It let out a mighty roar into the air before leaving and giving up its spirit. Shu at this time sat and marveled at the true power of the Iron Vein stage Shinji had displayed. At this time, the GG walks over to him and helps him stand up. Shu immediately asks in amazement if the guy has really reached the Iron Wen stage. Shinji also recognizes Shu's impressive abilities against the Azure Dragon, but asks, why was he hiding them and not showing them to anyone? Shu explains his fears of losing control of his own power. He reveals the nature of his ability called spatial separation. But the guy also expresses concern about the unpredictable consequences of his power if there is a loss of control. But Shinji immediately takes him by the shoulder and cheers him up, talking about the possibility of using such a great power for good. Before finally leading him out of that cave, Shinji advised Shu to train his skills and control. That way he could protect even more people. The scene abruptly shifted to the deployed headquarters, where Natsuki informs General Gendo of the Azure Dragon's evolution and the critical situation in the Singularity. The general interjects in amazement about the presence of the dragon and the fate of the other cultivators. The girl sadly confirms the death of all the cultivators from the monster's clutches. The general cannot believe the deaths of such powerful warriors of 7th level and above. Yu explains the incredible power of the dragon after reaching the Iron Wen stage. Yi looks at his slumped friend. The general was shocked. How is it the Iron Vein stage? Natsuki desperately begs the general to immediately send reinforcements to rescue Shinji and Shu. The general gives the order to assemble an elite squad to move into the Singularity immediately, and the scene shifts again to closer to the cave. Active preparation begins. The first squad is checking the ammunition, The second is studying the operation plan. Suddenly, the entire military detachment notices some movement inside the cave and declared a state of high alert to prevent the breakthrough of the dragon. The commander stresses the unacceptability of the Azure Dragon breaking through their lines of defense. But it turns out not to be a dragon, but just Shinji with a shoe on his hands. He too is shocked at so many guns pointed at him. Yu and Natsuki are relieved and rush over to check on his condition. The guy assures everyone of his good condition and wonders the reason for the military preparations. Natsuki explains that they were preparing to support him in the singularity. Shinji calmly reports the victory over the Azure Dragon and his death. The general can't hide his amazement, interjecting about Shinji's personal involvement in the victory. The guy confirms the elimination of the threat and asks to check the area for survivors. The military agrees with Shinji's arguments and begins an organized entry into the singularity. A clear command is given to begin search operations inside the anomalous zone, and a large Sherpa of the military was already inside the cave loudly pacing. Suddenly, they all stopped in shock and horror at what appeared before them. Amidst the ruins, the military team makes an incredible discovery: the real body of a dragon. The soldiers are amazed by this fact. They had never seen a real dragon before, and even more, they were surprised by Mr. Fuji's incredible power, comparing it to the power of a nuclear weapon. They can't believe that one man could defeat a creature of the Iron Wen stage. What is happening seems to the general like an unreal event ripped out of a fantasy novel. Suddenly there is a cry of discovery of a survivor among the wreckage of the singularity. The scene suddenly shifts to a hospital. The medics finish treating Shu's wounds, stating that there is no threat to his life. They tell all of this to the protagonist, who has been watching Shu the entire time of his recovery. Shinji inquires about his comrade's well-being, showing genuine concern for his condition. Shu replies with relief that he is just glad to be alive after the terrible battle. He turns to Shinji to ask about another request. Shu asks the protagonist to keep his true power a secret. The guy agrees without too many questions to respect his friend's wish to keep the secret. Shu gratefully accepts it. Shinji heads off to check on the condition of Yue's parents, leaving Shu in the care of the medics, and the scene shifts to another room. He asks the scientists about their progress in analyzing the mysterious crystal with people sealed inside. The researchers throw up their hands, recognizing the futility of all attempts to destroy the crystal. The red-haired boss attributes this to the incredible hardness of the seal material, which defies all methods of influence. Shinji recalls the system's hint that the seal's energy can be absorbed at a new stage. He decides to use his new level of power to attempt to free Yue's parents. Guy asks everyone but Yue herself to leave the room for the risky procedure. Red agrees to his plan and is willing to help in any capacity she can. And together with the medics, they leave. Yu asks hopefully and anxiously about the details of the plan and her participation in the process. Shinji explains that the crystal contains powerful and unstable seal energy inside. It is this energy that makes the crystal incredibly strong and resistant to destruction. Guy offers to absorb this energy using his spiritual power to break the seal. Yu expresses concern about the possible danger of such an absorption to Shinji himself. The man assures her it is perfectly safe, calling this level of energy negligible. He adds that the current growth rate of Yue and the others is insufficient for future challenges. Yu mentally disagrees, finding his own progress absurdly fast. Shinji offers to share some of the absorbed spiritual energy to accelerate her evolution. The girl asks in surprise if he has also awakened ice energy, but gets a negative answer. He still has thunder, fire, and light as well. And now the girl doubts the possibility of accepting alien spiritual energy with her body. The system demonstrates a new ability to create a special pill, to add a new attribute of energy. Shinji smiles at his new possibilities, and Yue looks at the unexpected find from the singularity with amazement. Shinji shows Yue a mysterious pill that shimmers with an inner light. The girl is amazed to recognize it as the legendary elixir described in ancient manuscripts. Yu can't believe that such a precious medicine exists in the modern world. The guy insists that she take the pill without asking any questions. The girl hesitates, believing that such a valuable thing should go to Shinji himself for his growth. The man assures her that he has other methods of enhancement and does not need this pill. Shinji explains that the elixir will strengthen Yue's body for the upcoming transfer of spiritual energy. The girl finally agrees and prepares to accept the gift, understanding its necessity. The process begins, and Yue feels a powerful energy overflowing her cells. Her body can barely withstand the onslaught of force, causing a wave of excruciating pain and making her cough up blood, and then scream in pain. Shinji orders her to relax and not resist the flow, promising to help. He places his hand on her forehead to calm her energy and ease the pain. And with his other hand, he grabbed the crystal that was already emitting yellow energy. A wave of energy immediately passed to his hand, and the hieroglyphs shone even brighter. Yu was shocked and asked the main character what he was doing. Shinji announces that from now on, Yue has become a dual attribute practitioner. The girl is shocked to realize that he has given her the incredible power of the dual attribute, and she immediately tried to activate her second attribute power. The energy began to flow even more strongly through the protagonist's body, filling the girl more and more with every second. The guy confirms that now this power belongs only to Yue herself. The scene suddenly changes to a country house. The main character returns home in new clothes, and he is immediately met by a joyful Natsuki, who hugs his hand. Shinji reports on the successful rescue of Yue's parents, who are now in a coma. He's confident they'll recover in the coming days, and that Yue herself is fine. She was hospitalized for observation after awakening her new attribute. Natsuki was surprised. What do you mean, a new attribute? The guy said she'd soon see for herself. A sudden call from someone takes the girl by surprise. Who would dare call her at such a time? It was her friend Haruka, and the guy asked, "What's so surprising about that?" The girl explained her surprise by saying that her friend rarely calls him herself. Natsuki picks up the phone and asks Haruka if something serious happened. Haruka asks her if she saw a practitioner named Shu Sumida at the tournament. The girl immediately notices that her friend's voice sounds strange and alarmed, as if something had happened. A girl reports terrifying news about the appearance of a super mutant-level monster in their city. Natsuki is shocked by the news that the army and all the practitioners were destroyed by the monster. She tries to get more details, and Haruka replies that he is in an underground shelter, but the situation seems absolutely hopeless. The girl, in despair, describes the complete destruction of all the city's defenders, not knowing what to do next. Natsuki urges her friend to hold on, and vows to immediately contact her grandfather to arrange a rescue. But Haruka has almost resigned herself to her fate and asks to tell Shu not to return to the city. She describes Fuyutsu City as a true hell where there is no point in returning, and Natsuki then calls out to Shinji. The guy evaluates the main question: how quickly they can reach the affected city. Natsuki vows to her friend that she will definitely come to her aid and save her. Haruka can hardly believe it, but thanks her friend for her words of support. The connection suddenly breaks, and Natsuki tries in vain to reach Haruka. Shinji takes the initiative, entrusting Natsuki with preparing the helicopter while he goes to look for Shu. Natsuki nods in understanding, accepting the plan and preparing to carry it out. Suddenly, the scene shifts sharply to the clinic, in which a rumpled SHU drinks ice water with pleasure. Suddenly, the main character appears in the room and asks how he feels. Shu only manages to report the appearance of a man in his room who looks like death itself, so he doesn't have long left. Shinji informs Shu about the appearance of a super mutant-level monster in Fuyutsu and the complete defeat of the army. The guy mentions a call from Natsuki's friend Haruka, but Shu abruptly interrupts him and asks if something happened to Haruka. The guy watches Shu's sharp reaction to Haruka's name with surprise, asking if he knows her. Shu confirms that he knows the girl, as she is the daughter of the head of the city's Practitioners Association. And then the guy starts to think, maybe he has romantic feelings for this girl. Shinji says that he is going to the city of Fuyutsu, and directly asks Shu if he is ready, despite his wounds, to become a guide in the rescue mission. Shu immediately jumped up confidently and declared that he knew Fuyutsu like the back of his hand and was ready to help even with his eyes closed. A moment later, he was already in the command center. Shinji approaches the military with a request for a secure satellite laptop. The officer acknowledges the young man's accomplishments, but refuses because of the technology's strict secrecy. The soldier explains that he can't simply hand over a device containing classified information. The man firmly states that this is not a request, but a decision he has already made. The officer, in a panic, tries to convince Shinji that combat power does not give the right to break regulations. The boy scornfully scoffs at the mention of rules in this situation. Shinji asks if it's appropriate to talk about regulations when a monster appears in the city. The stunned officer asks again about the super mutant and the lack of intelligence. The guy calmly states the complete destruction of all forces in Fuyutsu, and after such treatment, he still took the laptop. Shinji states that given the circumstances, he's simply taking the laptop with him. The scene changed, and now they were in a helicopter. Observing the situation, Shu cannot believe that the military actually gave in. He notes with alarm that the device contains a huge amount of secret data. Shinji counters that all old information has lost its value with the return of spiritual energy. Shu is forced to agree that the world has changed, and the old data is now useless. At this time, a girl with purple hair, Natsuki, was running towards their plane. She is worried and asks the guy to be extremely careful during the mission. Shinji reassures her by comparing his trip to a quick trip to the store for soy sauce. The girl notes in amazement that even at such a moment he finds an opportunity to joke. Immediately, the helicopter blades began to spin. Natsuki looked anxiously at the departing helicopter and mentally asked Shinji to make sure he returned safe and sound. And after a couple of hours, they were already deep in the sky. The boy looked towards Fuyutsu with hope, wishing that the boy would make it in time. Shinji asks Shu about the number and strength of cultivators present in the city. Shu reports that there were around 5,000 practitioners in the city, mostly at the 6th level. He clarifies that 20 of them were level 9, and the strongest was considered to be Haruka Wada. The young man adds that the military garrison numbered about 1,000 elite soldiers. Shu mentions the presence of a large number of anti-aircraft missile launchers in the city. With bitter regret, he states that all these forces were completely destroyed. Shinji orders the team to begin preparations for arrival at the disaster area. The pilot announces imminent entry into Fuyutsu airspace, and the city was already completely in chaos and floating in flames. Shu looks at what is happening on the ground in horror, not understanding the scale of the destruction. The buildings were almost completely destroyed by the green substance. And around all this, there were hordes of zombies running around. They watched from above as buildings fell and hordes of zombies ran through the ruined city, killing the last survivors along the way, and already rushing forward towards the main character's helicopter. Gigi looked at this and noticed a familiar dark spiritual energy enveloping the city ruins. The pilot asks about finding a suitable place to land the helicopter in the destroyed city. Shinji calmly states that landing will not be necessary and orders the door to be opened. Shu was simply shocked by such an order. The pilot asks again in complete bewilderment, not believing his ears due to the altitude of 6 kilometers. The guy insists on his order, despite all attempts to dissuade him. The pilot should simply open the door. The doors open and Shinji explains his plan to attack the smaller monsters first before the main group. Shu is shocked by the crazy idea of jumping from such a height, predicting imminent death. And he makes this incredible jump from a helicopter. The pilot screams, declaring that after such a jump his body will simply be torn into a bunch of little pieces. But Shu counters that his iron vein stage makes this trick possible. The guy becomes like a comet or a meteorite and moves at an insane speed towards the ground. And when it hits her, there is a powerful explosion, and all the piles of zombies around are blown away by a strong shockwave, and those who survived looked ahead in horror. After all, there, at the very epicenter of the explosion, was Shinji, blazing with his powerful energy. They became angry at the sight of the man and began to growl even more, intending to attack the protagonist. And the main character simply decided to take out his sword, ordering all the zombies around to die in agony. And as soon as he drew his sword, they were blinded by a huge flash of energy, which immediately gave a powerful splash forward on the ground, cutting down the crowds of monsters in front of it. The other zombies were shocked to see their comrades turn to ashes in a second. The guy looked at them and grinned. These brainless bastards keep attacking. And indeed, the monsters kept pressing forward, not intending to give up. But this made him happy, and he glowed with energy. After all, if they wanted to die so much, he could fulfill their wish. He released more and more energy and almost began to glow, and the monsters received this signal and attacked him, angrily swinging his claws at the main character and baring his teeth. And then the monster attacked and broke the ground with its blow, but the main character was no longer there. He was behind the monster and struck it with his sword, taunting that the zombie was too slow. The Walking Dead was in complete shock at this turn of events, and the very next second the main character divided it into 2 parts. The zombie fell to the ground, shocking his comrades with its strength. Shinji wonders ironically if the zombies were scared at the sight of what was happening. His face was covered in blood. The zombies roared even louder. In the helicopter, the pilot wonders in amazement if Shinji is even human after such a jump. He expresses concern that even such a force could be exhausted under the onslaught of a huge army. Shu confidently counters that he still greatly underestimates the guy's capabilities. The pilot is shocked, and he insists on his own, pointing out that Shinji's body is already close to its limits. The zombies keep attacking, But suddenly something happens. Suddenly, a blinding flash of incredible power appears below, astonishing the observers. The pilot was simply in shock. She blinded him too. Shinji uses his signature technique called Thunder Flame Extermination, and this force simply destroys everything in its path, even slightly hitting the helicopter, in which people are already screaming in horror. The pilot cannot believe that a person is capable of such large-scale destruction. Shu suggests finding a landing site to reunite with Shinji on Earth. The pilot asks in surprise if he is not going to jump after him. The guy dryly replies that in his place any ordinary person would have simply crashed. The scene changes to a city that has already calmed down. Shu was already sitting in the Hummer and was amazed by Shinji's destructive power, realizing the power of the Iron Vein stage. Suddenly he drove a little further forward and saw Shinji. Shu is worried about the boy's condition, but he assures her he's fine. Shinji asks Shu about the exact location of the hideout Haruka mentioned. Shu immediately took out a map and indicated that the shelter was located on the outskirts of the ruined city. He clarifies that this is an abandoned factory used by other cultivators. Shinji decides to head there immediately to rescue the girl. The boy draws Shu's attention to the strange circumstances of the Fuyutsu disaster. Shu doesn't understand what exactly Shinji finds odd about the situation. The guy explains that even when a super mutant appears, a disaster rarely develops so quickly. Shinji notices the abnormally large number of monsters and the huge area of effect. He gets the feeling that this disaster is not an accident, but was carefully planned by someone. Shu is horrified and suggests that someone like Hozumi might be at work here. Shinji states that there is a very good chance that this is indeed the case. And now Shu just quietly hopes that Haruka is still okay, despite all this chaos. As the group approaches the location, they notice a suspicious silence, more like an ambush. Gigi and Shu come closer and notice that this does not look like an evacuation point at all. Then they went inside. It was quite empty inside. But then Gigi noticed something ahead and it confused him, so they stopped completely. They saw in front of them two huge holes in the ceiling of the room, through which light was leaking. Shinji immediately noted the complete absence of any defensive structures near the shelter. The question arises, were they not installed yet, or were they destroyed? They climbed the stairs higher, and as soon as they reached the top, their faces were frozen with horror. On the floor, they noticed a very battered and unconscious Haruka. Shu immediately rushed towards her, shouting her name, and in desperation tried to bring the seriously wounded Haruka back to her senses. Shinji notes the girl's serious injuries and disrupted spiritual energy flow. Shu insists on immediate medical attention to save her life. Suddenly, the main character is overcome by a strange premonition regarding this whole situation, and he sharply orders his companion to raise his head up. Immediately, a cage falls on them from above, and only the main character can return and avoid falling into the trap. The guy was just in shock, and Shinji is a little angry because he didn't immediately follow his intuition. An ominous laugh comes from the darkness, mockingly greeting the hero. And Shu, in shock, realizes that he has heard this voice somewhere before. Suddenly, a man in an expensive white suit with a sinister grin comes out of the shadows towards them. Shu is shocked to recognize the man who appears as Takada Kiriya and asks what he is doing here. Takada cynically explains that he used Haruka as bait to capture Natsuki, the commander-in-chief's granddaughter, because he wanted to use her to blackmail the entire military. Shu, in a rage, demands an explanation from Kiriya for the reasons for the betrayal and destruction of the association. He reminds the traitor that he should have served life imprisonment or been executed. Shu angrily shouts that Kiriya should still be sitting in prison awaiting his fate. Kiriya replies with disdain that all this talk about the past has not interested him for a long time. The traitor declares that in the new world there is no longer any place for the old laws and concepts of order. He proclaims that the only real value in the modern world is brute force. Kiriya cynically states that weak creatures exist only to be destroyed. Shu tries to argue that power does not give the right to impose one's will and destroy entire cities. Kiriya only smirks in response, openly confirming her cruel and tyrannical intentions. He coldly states the death of the association, explaining it by their weakness as a species. Shu remembers with pain the numerous sacrifices made among the cultivators who died for the sake of training Kiriya. He asks in confusion how it was possible to so cruelly hurt Haruka, who was helping him. Kiriya replies that all those who died were simply fools who wasted their lives. He mockingly asks whether a strong man should really sacrifice himself for the weak. The traitor compares ordinary people to ants. not worth any sacrifice from the strong. This angers Shu. At this time, Shinji was sitting to the side and found this scene quite interesting. Suddenly, Kirya turns his attention to Shinji, who had remained silent until this moment, and inquires about his identity. Shinji calmly introduces himself as Shu's friend and says that he has listened carefully to their entire conversation and states that Kirya's worldview is surprisingly naive and primitive. The traitor reacts with irritation to the sudden intervention of a stranger. The boy begins to dispute Kirya's assertion that power gives the right to set rules. Shinji asks Kirya what would happen if someone stronger than him appeared. He asks if Kirya would then accept the right of the strong to decide his fate. Kirya takes these words with a grin as a direct threat directed at her. Shinji counters that it's not a threat, but simply a warning about the opponent's lack of strength. And after these words, the crazy bastard immediately activates his energy and tries to attack the main character. Shu yells to warn Shinji that Kirya is using the same lightning element. The main character was even a little surprised, and he easily parried the blow of this crazy freak, which really surprised Kirya. Shinji's system detects powerful lightning energy, which, when absorbed, will enhance his attribute. And then he immediately repels the attack of the crazy freak. Shinji orders Shu to leave immediately with the injured Haruka. Shu tries to use his power but finds it trapped in this cage. Kirya gloats, mocking Shu's naive attempt to escape. He explains that the cage is made of a special material that suppresses the cultivator's powers. Kirya clarifies that inside the cage, any cultivator becomes an ordinary human. Shinji then tells his partner to hold on tight and get ready. And Shu is not very happy with this order. Shinji defiantly declares that he will now test the strength of this cage, and then he tears off the roof of Shu's cage. The guy ducked in horror. Kirya was shocked by such disrespect for his efforts. Shu, furious, vows to return once he has ensured Haruka's safety. Shinji coldly replies that helping Shu will only hinder the upcoming battle, and some new dimension opens up. Kirya looks down on Shinji's courage, not believing in his strength. Shinji calmly repeats that he is simply stating the fact of the enemy's weakness. Kirya is furious at Shinji's calmness, accusing him of being overconfident. He activates his slash with purple lightning, grabs it more comfortably, and shouts out an insult with hatred, calling Shinji a cultivator's scum. He takes off from his place. Kirya goes on the attack, using her Shadow Thunder Spear technique, and directs it straight at the protagonist. Shinji respectfully notes his opponent's good attack technique. Kirya is amazed by the boy's ability to dodge and doubts its effectiveness, but he still can't catch up with him, hitting the air and not the main character. Kirya mockingly questions Shinji's previous confidence, who merely evades. But the guy still continues to dodge, jumping right in front of his face, and landed softly. The enemy continues to mock, declaring that all that remains of the former bravado is flight. But Shinji is disappointed by the low level of combat demonstrated. He asks doubtfully if this is truly the opponent's full strength.